Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 3 Part 3 Chapter 50 Part 1. Chapter 50. The Battle Against Sigurd 1. So is there anyone here who can tell me what happened in detail? The battle was over. While the Pauls were collecting the loot, Li Xin Wu gathered the commanders in one spot and held a discussion. He may be able to gain some info from the anti-skull's bones, but it wouldn't be the same as hearing it from those who actually fought against Sigurd himself. Excuse me, sure. Li Xin Wu looked at Shino Rendu, who had carefully raised his hand, and smiled bitterly. His gaze wasn't directed at him, but at Sarah, who was a bit behind Li Xin Wu. Shino's hands shook and his gaze wavered. He resembled a drug abuser, so it was kind of frightening. Could I please talk with her a little bit? Shino Rendu. It's been a while. I see you were following Li Xin Wu all this time. Why yeah. That means now that he thought about it, Shino Rendu one-sidedly loved Sarah in the past had forgotten all about it because it hadn't mattered. He never imagined that they'd both become undead and meet each other again. The others seemingly noticed the peculiar mood and tilted their heads, whereas Sarah just shrugged her shoulders. Sarah no retadane. Why are you? Everyone who's died has their own story to tell. In any case, I died. I came to an understanding with Li Xin Wu and formed a contract with him. Right now, I'm working alongside him. That's all. Li Xin Wu had disclosed his identity as a hero to the Pauls some time ago. Shino Rendu knew this as well. The fact that he was qualified to be a hero would only serve as a positive for the Pauls. They would never see it as a detriment. Shino Rendu was the same. It didn't matter that Li Xin Wu was once his junior. Then, we'll be able to fight together from now on. Yes, so long as you don't betray Li Xin Wu. Of course, I'm so happy that I could meet you again, Shino Rendu. I'd rather you not give me any unwanted attention. Li Xin Wu heard and instinctively turned around. Some really sad stuff would be happening now. He decided not to listen to this. Yeah, after all, he had so much more to do. So, those who fought against Sigurd, that's right. Ilarter. Titan. No matter how many times he said it, they refused to believe that he wasn't a Titan. Ilarter took one knee before Li Xin Wu. Li Xin Wu had healed her right after the battle, so her body and armor were fully repaired. However, she, as well as all those who'd fought and lost against Sigurd, all sported sour expressions. I'd discovered him because I was at the vanguard. His appearance was sudden and intense. How did he appear? He probably wasn't hiding here before. Did you sense space element Marner? You should remember that Marner that covered the giant's domain. No, it wasn't. It was completely different. It was a shadow, a fire's shadow. What? Please excuse my rudeness, but may I touch you, Titan? Of course. Once he consented, Ilarter carefully extended her pinky finger. Li Xin Wu gripped her pinky and closed his eyes. The two were linked together through the darkness element, and Ilarter's memories were directly transmitted to Li Xin Wu. Now, Li Xin Wu understood what she meant by a fire's shadow. One of them suddenly burned themselves, creating this flame, and a shadow formed from within it. Fire's shadow is indeed an apt description of it. Sigurd showed up with this. He immediately killed a level 7 giant who attempted to stop him. That was only the beginning. He then cajoled Ilarter, Aragon, and the Pauls with those flames, and then he faded into the darkness and disappeared. He had a rough idea as to what had happened through Alarter's memories. However, he didn't have enough information to be absolutely sure yet. If it were as she said, then his face stiffened and he said, "Alarter, have you collected the bones of the burned anti-skull soldier?" "No, there were probably some other troops with the same mission as him. Bring me the officer's bones first." "Understood." Fortunately, they were able to gather the burned anti-skull soldier's bone. Li Xin-Wu immediately absorbed it and clearly heard Sigild's instructions. "Call me if something unexpected happens. You sacrifice yourself to the flame and create a fire's shadow. And it is through this shadow that I can come over to you. That is our link." Li Xin-Wu was briefly silent. He realized what Sigild meant as well as how he was temporarily summoned. "Man, I can't put up with this any longer." Xin-Wu. "No, not yet. Let's look through a few more." Bone reinforcement. He was already sure of it, but he absorbed the other officer's bones regardless just in case he was misunderstanding something. However, Sigild had given the other officers the same instructions. He couldn't find a single artifact on their bodies, so he sighed and accepted the truth. The bastard didn't use spatial magic or a unique artifact. It was more of an intuitive and logical power. It was none other than an innate element. A power that differed from annihilation flame at that. This asshole had two innate elements. Man, he really fooled me. So he was taking it easy during our fight. He's really starting to resemble me more and more. Really? What part of that surprised you? Say it. He wasn't one to talk after all. He possessed three innate elements. However, Li Xin-Wu was really frustrated. All of Li Xin-Wu's innate elements focused on coursing defect, whether it be erasing it, stealing it, or reversing it. Yet, Sigild's innate elements were completely different. But because his innate elements were so heavily specialized, he could make better use of his wild card skill, which manipulated coursing defect. Even so, he was still jealous of Sigild. He has two innate elements. To think there was someone else like you. Was Sigild a businessman from Earth too? If he was, then I'd be able to talk to him. Li Xin-Wu smiled weakly at Jin's joke and went through the anti-skull's memories once more. What name would fit for that innate element? Well, he called it a fire's shadow before, so fire shadow should work. What a confusing name. Now that he thought about it, everyone he fought lately possessed a fusion element of darkness and something else. The Undead Emperor definitely had something like that, and if that's the case, then it was definitely a sign of power inflation in the second act. Jin still looked curious, so Li Xin-Wu gave her a brief explanation. Jin, you know that darkness has the power to form connections, right? Oh, can Sigild use the darkness element too? Sarah, who he's blood related to, was able to use the darkness element once she became undead. So, it's not unusual that he can use the darkness element. On the contrary, he's a genius for being able to fuse the fire and light elements together, so it would be strange if he couldn't handle the darkness element. Of course, his darkness was much weaker than Li Xin-Wu's. However, it was different if the darkness element was fused with another element. Fire Shadow, his subordinate, would sacrifice themselves, creating a shadow from the resulting flame, which would link him and his subordinate together. The Fire Shadow element was at the very peak of transportation abilities and was also a trick. With the addition of his stealth ability, Annihilation Flame, as well as his combat abilities, Li Xin-Wu couldn't help but laugh. When I fought him, I did my best, but he was holding back the entire time. Of course, Li Xin Wu could use the fire element at the high rank level and had mastered the darkness element. If Sigurd had actually used his fire shadow ability in front of Li Xin Wu, then the victor would have been decided in an instant. Li Xin Wu would have won right then and there. But Sigurd shouldn't have known that. In other words, he had been holding back. That really pissed him off. However, things would be different now. Li Xin Wu thought that had miscalculated, but after learning about all the circumstances, he realized that Sigurd had actually miscalculated. If he really wanted to hide his fire shadow ability, then he should have hidden it until the very end, regardless of how many of his subordinates he had to sacrifice. However, he had given his subordinates an option of summoning him with fire shadow, and as a result, Li Xin Wu had learned about the ability. He travels through the fire shadow. The moment he uses that ability against me, he could make it so that Sigurd couldn't escape the shadow, or he could make it so that Sigurd would burn eternally. Indeed, had finally satisfied all the conditions of wild card. Li Xin Wu tightened his fist, and then Jin asked, "But why did he appear and then disappear all of a sudden, Xin Wu? It would've been the perfect crime if he killed all of your troops and then left before you arrived. It's obvious if you think about it a little, Jin. I don't like that about you. Take it down a level." Li Xin Wu felt that he might have gone a bit strange, as he felt that Jin's sulking voice was cute. He grinned and said, "There are 4 anti-skull bases. I see Sigurd showed up at the other bases too. Bingo." Li Xin Wu had originally split up his troops without much thought. At the time, he thought that destroying all the bases would be tougher on Sigurd, but he hadn't expected that it would result in this. Sigurd must have thought when he was called at different locations simultaneously. Should I stay, or should I move on to the next one? But think about it. There were a ton of Pauls here, and even if he did his best, he wouldn't be able to save a lot of his troops. He judged that it was better to save another base than to stay here, which was a lost cause. And it did indeed turn out that way. Aside from the level 8 and 2 level 7s, the other 3 bases were attacked by 3 groups of 100 level 6 vampires. If not for Sigurd, then they would have been able to take over the other anti-skull bases. But now that Sigurd was coming, the Magic Emperor will be pissed. He lost track of Sigurd on the surface and would lose the generals he sent underground. Now that he knows how dangerous Sigurd is, he won't be able to give up. He has no choice but to come out even stronger. Yeah, this wasn't even your intention, but it turned out to be beneficial for you, Xin Wu. Hot, did you plan all this out, Xin Wu? Of course I did. I'm always a step ahead. He was lying, of course. If he knew that Sigurd was going to come out like this, then he would have accompanied the Pauls here, but he would lie as much as necessary to shock Jin. But now that it's come to this, Li Xin Wu was busy thinking, even while joking around with Jin. If the surface got more involved than had first planned, then there would be a higher risk. Above all, he would have to push forward the date of the final battle. I guess it can't be helped. I just have to do everything I can. Li Xin Wu couldn't do anything about it. The only thing he could do was create the ideal stage with the conditions he was given. He flashed Jin a smile, who was looking at him astonished, and was formulating a plan in his head. Chapter 50 Part 2. Chapter 50. The battle against Sigurd 2. Sigurd, that bastard tricked me. The Emperor seemed pissed. It was only natural. After all of the vampires had dispatched had been killed, including the level 8 steel armor general. Even Li Xin Wu hadn't thought that the level 8 general would be killed so easily. Once had finished cleaning up, He led his pals in a quick retreat. Sigurd had accepted his subordinates' summons at each base, and the vampires were unable to withstand his assault and died. I apologize, Your Majesty. If I hadn't divided our forces, then there was some good news though. Through his and the vampires' attacks on their bases, Anti-Skull's forces had been cut down by a good 13. However, that wouldn't be enough to cause the Emperor's anger to abate. Raise your head, Aramer. That won't solve anything, we have to kill him. But Your Majesty Li Xin Wu trailed off. The Emperor should already know that entrusting the Metal God General alone with eliminating Sigurd, who could suddenly appear and disappear anytime he wanted and had even killed a level 8 vampire, was too much to ask for. I've completely destroyed all of his forces on the surface, so he won't be able to return. He won't be able to fool the Golem network anymore either. So Aramer, I need to trouble you for just a little while longer. Of course, I am ready to give my life for you, Your Majesty. No, I'm sorry for giving you such a difficult task. But my friend, I won't let you die in vain. I'll send you as many reinforcements as I can. Ultimately, the cowardly Emperor chose the second best plan instead of the very best. The Emperor was under the assumption that Aramer had no choice but to obey him, as he held his strings his physical body, but to the current Aramer Li Xin Wu, it was the best possible outcome. I'll send all the forces I have available. So remember, you have to stop him. Don't let those filthy undead covet the surface. Understand? Understood. I promise to do as you ask. The line went dead. Li Xin Wu briefly pondered and soon extended his hand towards the communication device. Then, the device made a crunching noise, turned to bone, and was absorbed by Li Xin Wu. Magic has increased by 10. Through your mastery of the darkness element, you were able to trace this darkness back to its source. The coordinates have been added to the Heaven Door's key. From here on out, he wouldn't communicate with the Emperor anymore. He was probably sending all of his forces underground, aside from a small handful that he needed to protect himself. Since he was sending such a large force, there was no need to contact him anymore. I had no choice but to use my own darkness to dispose of the communication device, otherwise he would've known that it was tampered with. And would it really work out? Li Xin Wu had thought, but he had achieved his secondary objective: trace the darkness back to its source and figure out where the Emperor was hiding. When would the Emperor figure this out? He would probably never figure it out. By that time, he'd have a sword slicing through his throat. Now, let's make a dummy and put it over here. Darkness radiated from his fingertips and formed into a solid shape. This dummy device was created so that the Emperor wouldn't realize that the original communication device was damaged, and would act as a receiver that only received his signals. Thanks, Aramer Steelworker. You really did a lot for me. Li Xin Wu put away the device, returned to his original form, and muttered in satisfaction. Then, he left the room and locked it. He saw Kreischer right in front of him. It might have been just him, but she seemed pretty impatient. Let's hurry up and improve the Titan. I have to go once the surface sends reinforcements. Can we really do it before then? We have to. Sigurd's dangerous, the capital even more so. The more unknowns there are, the more you have to prepare. Xin Wu. You're right, but honestly, Li Xin Wu's side was a force to be reckoned with. He had 5 level 8s, which included himself, Jin, Kai Paul, Sarah, and Dana, along with several level 7 giants, which had exceptionally high physical stats. He couldn't even count how many he had with both hands. Jin she had recently hit level 7, wore a level 9 artifact, and was accompanied by the level 8 spirit, Zenon, so she was probably more powerful than most level 8s as well. Even though both sides have a level 9 boss, I think I can take them on with these forces. Despite that, Li Xin Wu was still busy setting up the board. Why else would he be doing this? Because something unexpected could pop up out of nowhere. After all, Li Xin Wu himself was an unknown that hadn't existed just 2 years ago. The Underground Empire had changed this much with his sudden appearance, so it would be foolish to assume that his enemies were exactly the same. Sigurd was a clear example of this. Where's Sigurd going? He's going around the bases and collecting all the surviving troops. He's almost done. When he's finished, he'll probably go straight to the capital. As I thought. Li Xin Wu thought as much. When Sigurd had come for Baron, he thought that the battle was coming to an end. The Emperor probably thought the same. Several of the 12 generals had been killed and the capital had sustained a blast of light from the cannon. Xin Wu. Kreischer stared right at Li Xin Wu, who was organizing his thoughts. He felt like he knew what she was going to say. I'm going too. You can't. Jin's going. She's level 8. No, I just can't go without her. If Jin were here, she would've smiled in delight, despite knowing that that wasn't what he meant. Of course, Jin wasn't the one in front of him, but Kreischer. She was puffing up her cheeks. Kreischer was being quite expressive for such a cold magician. But Sarah's going too. She keeps insisting that she sees her older brother's death. And she's level 8 too. Originally, he hadn't intended on bringing Sarah along, but due to her insistence, as well as seeing her authority as a banshee in the previous battle, he caved. Her abilities were really compatible with his own. He would be able to maximize his abilities as a joker with her around. I can help too. Yeah, you would help. But the problem's that I'll be in danger. But you're the one in the most danger. I'll be fine even if I'm killed, I won't die. Don't you worry, I can get out of any situation. He didn't lie unnecessarily. In the end, Kreischer sighed at Li Xin Wu's boasting and said, Xin Wu, you're a precious sample, so you're not allowed to die. I'm glad that you're concerned about me, but could you do something about that title? He smiled bitterly and softly patted her shoulder. In order to take her mind off of it, he needed to let's improve the Titan. I'm trusting you. Since I'm taking time out of my practice time with Jin, we have to get somewhere with it. Leave it to me. I'll do it no matter what. From that moment on, the two focused on nothing else but fusing the Titan core and the demon heart together. No, it wouldn't be a wrongful assumption to say that they were trying to use the demon heart to fundamentally strengthen the Titan core. The Titan was a weapon that amplified Li Xin Wu's abilities, and in order to turn it into a shield that could protect him, he overlapped all of his abilities and melted them into the darkness. But in order to transform it into an absolute weapon that turned lies into truth, Xin Wu, it might work if we limit its potential. The Titan was currently infused with a dark flame element divided that made the fire and darkness elements. And the demon heart's overlapping ability definitely originated from the darkness element. When he first planned out the Titan's improvements, he thought he could use the demon heart as a medium to fuse all his elements together, but that was impossible from the very beginning. Li Xin Wu himself didn't wield that many elements together at one time. But what would happen if I used darkness as the foundation and then combined all my flames with it? Won't that work? In other words, you're going to add your shining flame too, but that's the light element. The reinforcement will become unstable unless you can grasp the fusion element between light and darkness. The reason why elements can't be overlapped is because conflicting elements can't mix very well. Li Xin Wu thought long and hard. It was clear that imparting his flames into the Titan during the creation stage was impossible. Instead, focusing entirely on the fire aspect and maximizing that would increase the Titan's strength much more than. Kreischer spoke, as if she'd come up with an idea. Shen Wu, how's this? What is it? Kreischer was struck with inspiration. She drew a large X through their current blueprint and drew the Titan Core and the Demon Heart's Marner circuits such that even Li Xin Wu was able to understand it. Then, she began explaining. Changing the Demon Heart's properties during the planning phase is impossible. Then what about making two different types of circuits? As expected, depending on the way the Demon Heart was used, the Titan's functionality would change. If that's the case, then Li Xin Wu didn't need to think about it. Kreischer saw him nod his head, and she herself nodded and said, "First, make a simple circuit that goes straight from the Demon Heart to the Titan Core. If you activate this line, then the Demon Heart's defensive capabilities should transfer to the Titan. Let's call this normal mode." No matter how he looked at it, she really was a genius. He honestly didn't really understand what she was talking about, so he felt like he had become like Jin and just nodded his head. Kreischer then created an even more complicated magic formula atop the plan and said, "If normal mode is when the Titan is connected with the Demon Heart, thus reinforcing it, then the next mode is a bit different. You instead connect with the Demon Heart, and then that connects with the Titan Core. Let's call this Showdown mode. We're going to make these two lines and make it so that you can switch between them." While the former idea, where the Titan gains the Demon Heart's defensive and magical abilities, was a simple concept, this improvement was always possible. The latter idea was so complex that it could only be derived from Kreischer's genius. Since this method would first involve Li Xin Wu passing his power through the Demon Heart, thus reinforcing it, and then he would activate the Titan Core after. In other words, this mode will allow me to directly control the Demon Heart. You're making it so that I can control the Demon Heart myself and preserve its overlapping ability, and that power will spread throughout the Titan. Yep. Then you just need to use the Demon Heart's overlapping ability to overlap your Dark Flame and Shining Flame. Then, you apply it to the Titan. Because it's a lot more stressful on you, the Titan's safety and durability will decrease, but this is the only way. Sorry to say, but it's too puny. And ultimately overlapping the Dark Flame and Shining Flame falls to me. Well, I was the one who suggested it, so it's only right that I take on the burden. It was quite sudden, but fusing together two conflicting powers was totally like combining items. Wouldn't it be possible? But there's also something else I've thought of. If you can use the overlapping power properly, then this should be possible too. But Kreischer didn't stop there. Maybe she'd already thought of the theory and application. She drew the structure of the core, as well as the inside of the Titan itself, causing Li Xin Wu to sport a doubtful expression. Hey, this is in conclusion. Controlling the Dark Flame and Shining Flame so that they can be overlapped by the Demon Heart. There's a way to control them. I don't know what lays beyond that, but Li Xin Wu looked at the completed interior design of the Titan and shuddered. With this, he could definitely that might be possible. That night, they finished upgrading the Titan. The very next day, the troops from the surface arrived in the Underground Empire. Chapter 50 Part 3. Chapter 50. The Battle Against Seagold 3. Today was the day that Li Xin-Wu would meet with the second group of vampires and head towards the capital. He left the Metal Army base and arrived at the secret rendezvous location, but was at a bit of a loss. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Aramer Steelworker, the Empire's guardian. It's an honor to meet a steelworker for the Emperor." There was, of course, no problem with the quality of the army. 2 more level 8 generals had come, and they were definitely more powerful than the steel armor general. That wasn't all. Though they weren't part of the 12 generals, there were still 5 level 7 elites amongst the 500 level 6 elite vampires. The Emperor truly did send his best. However, it's been a while, Aramer Steelworker. It really has been a long time. An unknown woman acted like she knew him, with a really displeased expression at that. Beauty was a most apt term for this charming middle-aged woman, but it really didn't matter to Li Xin-Wu either way. LV8 Light General Sora von Lilane Elder Vampire. She must have known Aramer Steelworker for a long time. Li Xin-Wu had figured out her name but didn't know anything else about her, so he contacted Kai Paul and tried to get some info on her. However, he wasn't able to get much on her. What he did know was that she really wasn't a relative. You went so far as to become a golem and come down here, yet you weren't able to do anything right, let alone fulfill your mission, ultimately forcing me to come down to this wretched place. Ahar. Forgive her, Aramer. Madame Lilane is just happy to see you. She knows more than anyone how much you've sacrificed and what you've achieved here. Isn't that right, madam? How ridiculous. No matter how much you've achieved in the past, it doesn't matter if you fail now. I'm so ashamed that I was once at the same level as this man. The other level 8 general was a middle-aged man, called the Sun Spear General Judiker von Beladons. He was also an elder vampire as well, and he likewise acted like he knew Aramer, but Li Xin-Wu didn't know who he was either. They weren't suspicious of him, as he maintained Aramer's basic qualities, but oh my. It seems to me that Aramer has gotten just as strong as we have. Isn't that right, Aramer? HMPH. There's nothing for me to say. You'll see soon enough. Har, you're still the same. To think that he'd run into this kind of problem. He was briefly puzzled, but soon realized that the Emperor had sent generals with the same standing as Aramer himself. They had served the Emperor just as long as he had, and they had achieved just as much. Li Xin-Wu realized this and decided to throw out a feeler. If you all came down here, then what about the surface? Don't worry about the Emperor's safety, Aramer. One of the 4 heavenly commanders is still by His Majesty's side. Bingo, as expected. These guys were part of the 4 heavenly commanders. Had learned that the surface's 4 strongest generals were also called the 4 heavenly commanders when he was on the surface. He hadn't known who they were, but now he knew who 3 of the 4 were. Including Aramer, that is. So that's how it was. Aramer was part of the 4 heavenly commanders on both the surface and underground. Even though he had died the simplest death of the 4 heavenly commanders, he inwardly laughed, and the light general, Sora von Lilane, furrowed her brow once more and said, Curing von Begn, I don't like his attitude. He was the first to accept becoming a vampire, and he acts like he'd lick His Majesty's feet if he just asked him. Those words can be construed as disloyalty towards the Emperor, madam. I just want to maintain peace in the Empire. His Majesty knows how I feel. Moreover, I ended up becoming a wretched vampire too. So don't nitpick, got it? Who? As always, you're quite fussy, madam. And you're always noisy and annoying. Li Xin-Wu just watched the fussy woman and the chatty man. If he were being honest, then he felt like they were good people. But they were going to die anyway, so it didn't really matter. But it concerned him that they knew Aramer Steelworker from a long while back. If his identity was exposed halfway through the operation, then he would have to kill these precious soldiers right then and there. If he knew this would happen, then he would have absorbed Aramer Steelworker directly, though he'd feel a bit sorry for Kai Paul. No, there's no point in regretting it now. I can do it. I can act like him with just the info I have on hand. Only then can I call myself a true Joker. When he was still in South Korea, there was a voice phishing scam that worked by just knowing one's name and telephone number. It was the most simple, but also most advanced level of trickery that anticipated one's responses and behavior while leading them to give you what you wanted. But Lee Shin-woo already knew Aramer Steelworker's personality, and could perfectly replicate his appearance and voice. There was no way he couldn't do what so many other swindlers could. Then, the light general approached him, slapped his back, and said curtly, "You're just as slow as ever, Aramer. How long do you plan to dawdle around? If you're ready, then wipe that stupid expression off your face and give the order to march." It was really difficult to measure how close they were. But if they were close enough that she told him to hurry up and give the order, then despite the hostility that she showed him earlier, she didn't seem to really hate Aramer Steelworker. She was essentially acknowledging that he had the right to command them, including her. Lee Shin-woo snorted and said, "I'm glad you have my back. I hope you stay like that when you fight against Siegeld. Are you looking down on me? I won't be defeated like you. You won't get a chance to do anything, Aramer. Just think about a way to safely get into the capital. His Majesty told me that you knew where Siegeld was. Do you have a surefire method of finding him, or do you have an artifact that can find him? It's nothing so amazing. My subordinates scoured the underground for dozens of years, so I was able to find his bases. In exchange, I lost some of my precious subordinates, but he shouldn't be able to hide within the capital, especially if his goal is Jisharnu." As expected, the Sun Spear General shrugged his shoulders and narrowed his eyes. He was doubting him. No, a person who was about to joke around often looked like this. You stuck by Jisharnu's side for dozens of years, so you should know the capital like the back of your hand. Don't make it sound like I feel anything for Jisharnu. All I feel for him is hatred. Y'all make me feel nauseous. Har. I've never doubted your loyalty, Aramer. Anyway, be more friendly, like old times. You and I don't make me laugh. Ket, you've gotten even more rigid. Seems like Madame Lilane is going to have a hard time. I told you to shut up. Good, it worked. They weren't suspicious of him at all. It felt like they were tested him whenever he spoke, but he got a feel for it with his comment. Lee Shin-woo smiled and took a step forward. Are you all ready? Yes, sir. Good. The vampires were frozen stiff, as they couldn't interfere with the four heavenly commanders' conversation, and the several hundred level 6 golems Lee Shin-woo had prepared were likewise all lined up. Lee Shin-woo spared a glance at one of the golems, coughed, and then turned his gaze towards the rest of the troops. Listen up, that rebel, Siegeld von Rittadane, dares to challenge the Emperor, who rules over both the surface and underground, and had the gall to confuse His Majesty with his petty flames. Right now, he's headed towards the underground capital. He's going to use that poor ability of his to brainwash Jisharnu and attempt to tread upon the surface. Not only has he troubled our great emperor, but that dirty skeleton is trying to hurt our innocent citizens. We can't let that happen. No, we can't. We have to kill him. The vampires were enthralled and responded strongly. Li Xin-Wu's overwhelming pressure caused them all to unite as one. Even the Light General, whose hand was shaking the Sun Spear General's head, was surprised and widened her eyes. As one of the Empire's 4 heavenly commanders, I, Aramer Steelworker, order you were going to the capital. We'll destroy anything in our way and present Siegold's head to His Majesty. It's going to be dangerous. Those fools will try to stop us. The Lick may show up too. Even Jizharnu may come. But even so, can we afford to back down? No. The Emperor's forces knows no retreat. That's right, I'll tell you once more, so listen up. We're going to the capital. We're going to kill Siegold von Rittadane. I'll give you all this chance. Anyone who catches him, hurts him, or kills him, you'll be rewarded based on your contribution. Let's take back the Empire's eternal peace with our own 2 hands. His Majesty will certainly recognize those who have died and those who have survived. That's right. It'll definitely go as you say, Lord Aramer. The vampires had instantaneously become one and cried out. Though some of them were indeed loyal to the Emperor, Li Xin-Wu had instantly amplified their emotions through his speech. Even if there were some who may have opposed the Magic Emperor, with his LV9 high-rank command skill, which was amplified by his acting and instigate skills, his speech would cause them to yell "I." Even the Light General's heart throbbed, despite her not swearing fealty to the Emperor. Though in her case, it wasn't because of the contents of his speech. All right, then. March. We won't turn back until we kill Siegold. Yoo-woo. The soldiers were excited. The Light General and the Sun Spear General got a hold of themselves, but had raised an arm alongside the soldiers. They soon realized this and lowered their arms in embarrassment. I'm surprised, Aramer. When did you get so good at talking? It was as if you were a different person. I just realized that you need several ways to command. HMPH. You're still as dull as ever, but at least it seems like you haven't regressed. The Sun Spear General was shocked, but the Light General was still as sarcastic as ever. Li Xin-Wu didn't say anything and turned his gaze to the front. He was looking at the golem that had looked at before, and he spoke to that golem telepathically. It was an amazing speech. I see that's how you've been fooling us till now. If you're that amazed by my abilities, then just compliment me. Li Xin-Wu telepathically spoke to that golem, no, that empty shell that Sarah was in, and took a step forward. He had taken another step forward towards the fated battle. Chapter 50 Part 4. Chapter 50. The Battle Against Siegold 4. Don't you want to know what's happened on the surface during the time you were away? The Light General, Sora von Lillane. She seemed to have some strange feelings towards Aramer Steelworker. No, it was probably an ongoing thing. That's the conclusion that Li Xin-Wu came to. I'm happy so long as His Majesty is safe. You still say the stupidest of things. I told you before, without you, the Empire and the Emperor won't exist. Watch your mouth. At first, Li Xin-Wu had thought that there was some sort of bad blood between them. When he considered her and Aramer's personalities, he assumed that they had disagreed in politics or values. However, don't you want to know what's happened to your family ever since you stuffed yourself and your relatives into golems and went underground? His Majesty told me that he'd bestow upon me the highest position in the Empire, second only to his own. I trust that my family's still going strong. What unshakable loyalty! All the other members of the 4 heavenly generals got married and had kids, but you're the only one stuck in that metal shell of yours. Don't you feel miserable? Not at all. I got married too. though my husband died already. Li Xin-Wu was starting to catch on. Had thought, there's no way she likes this halfwit, does she? But after listening to her, that suspicion became absolute certainty. It seems like these two had feelings for each other when they were young. If not, then this beautiful lady had a one-sided love for Aramer. Why now, what a pain in the ass. He already had enough trouble as it was dealing with the women in his life, but now he had to deal with a woman who still loved an already dead man. It felt really awkward, since there was a higher chance that she would figure out that he was a fake. But she didn't know that Aramer was actually dead. And with a complicated expression, she grumpily quarreled with him. Don't you have anything to say? Should am I supposed to ask about your husband? Has your heart become metal as well? She responded despondently. Li Xin-Wu did his best to ignore her while Jin, who he had been riding on before, snickered. Jin was also disguised as a golem right now. Her body was originally covered in steel, so it was easy to disguise her. You usually talk a lot more. What's wrong? Is it too much for even you to accept a middle-aged woman? Knock it off, Jin. The more I talk to her, the more awkward it'll get. I guess I just have to hope that we arrive at the capital quickly. That didn't work as he wished either. Had created these golems as consumables. He adjusted them so that their cause energy would be depleted, in return allowing them to move faster and stronger than normal. Thus, they would be able to keep up, no matter how fast the surface's troops marched. But the issue lay with the vampires. Puke. That's an artifact created through powerful light Marna. Those retarding bastards. Did they predict the Emperor's course of action and prepare this in advance? You all know that Seagold can wield light, right? If this is enough to stop you, then you'll never be able to defeat him. I know we prepared a countermeasure, Li Xin-Wu said sarcastically, unable to hide his disappointment at how pathetic they were. But then, the Light General replied temperamentally. As her name implied, it seemed like she could originally wield light. And apparently, after becoming an elder vampire, she would hurt herself whenever she used the light element. Meaning that not everyone could be like Sarah or Seagold and balance both light and darkness together. In other words, her becoming an elder vampire had effectively sealed her greatest ability. She was a complete idiot. So what exactly is that countermeasure of yours? Did His Majesty perhaps exactly? The Emperor created an artifact that can convert the undead curse into a darkness element barrier. It's not very strong, but it's effective over a wide area and makes one unable to use the light element. How is it, Aramer? This is an artifact that was created by His Majesty himself. The Sun Spear General passed him a metal disc and Li Xin-Wu observed it. He obviously didn't ossify it. Not only was it not his, but the Emperor was a higher level than him. Above all, Li Xin-Wu's bone reinforcement had advanced recently, allowing him some control over it. As expected, it's growing. I don't need to feel restless. He assumed that his recent advances in bone reinforcement were due to his training in the monetization skill. As he studied this skill, which allowed him to transform his body into Marner, he became more capable of controlling Marner and matter. His monetization skill had gotten to level 5 just recently, and this was the fruit of that effort. He was sure that the day he mastered the monetization skill would also be the day that bone reinforcement and rule of bone fundamentally changed. But more importantly, he put that past him and observed the disc. It reminded him of the pieces of metal within those liquid hand warmers had used when he was a student. Arc Red Solar Eclipse 5. LV7. Durability 55. Options once activated, The object breaks into pieces and the magic contained within is released, creating a widespread barrier of darkness. A vampire's abilities are doubled within this area, and the power of light is weakened. But this artifact cannot block light that far exceeds its level. This is a consumable artifact that contains His Majesty's power. It's truly amazing. However, don't worry, we have a few more like this. His Majesty wants this operation to succeed no matter what. Doesn't us 3 of the 4 heavenly commanders being here prove that? That wasn't like me. I might have been scared of being defeated by him once before. Laugh if you want to. No, I'm not going to laugh at you, Aramer. The Sun Spear General sported a serious expression and patted his shoulder. On the contrary, you did well to survive against him. Not only did the Emperor realize how dangerous he was, but you also went as far as to sacrifice your subordinates to find out where his bases were and what his goals are. There's no one that can deny your accomplishments because of that. You're still the Empire's greatest shield. Keep your head up high. You're still as silver-tongued as always. Li Xin Wu replied and smiled bitterly. Then, the Sun Spear General smiled in satisfaction. The Light General watched their interaction and gritted her teeth, as if in disapproval. What about the other vampires? They were just moving their feet in silence, not daring to interfere in the 4 heavenly commanders' conversation. It's gotten quiet all of a sudden. It was the 2nd day of their march. Once it became daytime, the vampires set up camp and took a break. While vampires looked so human-like that they could be called demi-undead, they still possessed a critical weakness: they couldn't operate during the daytime. For undead, they're quite a strange species. Seems like they can reproduce too. It also seems like the undead traits are minimized, like the stubbornness and the impulsiveness. This must have been the reason why the Emperor decided to become a vampire, despite the undead being in imperfect existence. But did vampires overcome all the disadvantages that came with being an undead? If asked, Li Xin Wu would shake his head. Li Xin Wu could tell, as one who had overcome all of these disadvantages. The vampires possessed an imperfection, a more pronounced flaw than the other undead species. Their weakness during the day was one such flaw. They're not even in direct sunlight, but they're half asleep already. Their resistance to sunlight is weak, their senses weaken, and their mana becomes inactive. No, is this because the artificial sun is just that strong? Li Xin Wu observed the vampires and wondered how he should fight the Emperor when the time came. But then, he suddenly felt a presence from behind him and turned around. There stood the Light General, Sir von Lilane. She seemed completely different from before, when she agonized under the light of the artificial sun. I know you're surprised, but don't be so loud. Just listen to me. She was likely talking to him telepathically through darkness element mana. He didn't really know what was going on, but Li Xin Wu nodded his head. Then she sighed as if she were relieved and then continued. The others are affected by a vampire's natural weakness to sunlight, but I'm different. I could originally wield the light element, so I can move around during the day without any problems. Though I suppose you could say that I bear a penalty just as severe myself. He thought she was a dumbass for becoming a vampire when she could originally wield the light element, but that wasn't entirely the case. Li Xin Wu nodded his head in acknowledgement, and then she confessed something even more shocking. That's not all. I was able to sever my connection with the Emperor. You told me that your own connection with the Emperor was severed when you were encased in a golem's body. Isn't that right? How surprising. She was transformed into a vampire through the Emperor's power, yet she was able to sever the connection with him. What the hell was she going on about? That's what light is all about. The Emperor's strong, but he cannot use the light element. That's why he had no choice but to make use of me, and that's how I was able to grasp the Emperor's weakness. You listen to everything I have to say and then make your decision. Since I brought enough information to make even your loyalty waver, if I hadn't, then I wouldn't have humiliated myself and become a vampire and then come all the way down here to see you. Aramer would be fuming right now, Li Xin-Wu thought, but she continued sharply, so he kept his mouth shut for now. Your body, do you even know what happened to your body? You don't, do you? Let me tell you. It's gone. It's gone without a trace. The Emperor just realized this, but he did everything he could to keep you from finding out. He hasn't kept a single one of his promises to you. He's just using you. Now you don't have a body to return to. How did she hide these feelings from him all this time, he wondered, as her voice was so intense, even through telepathy. Li Xin-Wu saw tears flow down her cheeks and didn't say anything. Aramer, you're pretty good, he thought frivolously. When Shed asked if he had any interest in what happened on the surface, she probably wanted to tell him about this. I can give you anything you want as proof. I didn't come here to kill Ritadane. I came here to convince you. The Emperor's losing power. If you want to take your revenge, then now's the time. If you want to keep listening, then nod your head. If not, then you can kill me or let me go. Do as you wish. She finished, and then opened her arms wide and stood there defenselessly. But her eyes were staring straight at him. To think that not only did she have feelings for Aramer, but she would bring such a bombshell to light. Li Xin-Wu tried desperately to keep his lips from curling upwards. Does he take the safe choice and kill her here? Or does he risk exposing his identity? There was only one choice he could take. It looks like a storm's coming. The Joker nodded his head without hesitation. The woman in front of him just smiled sadly. Chapter 50 Part 5. Chapter 50. The Battle Against Seagulled 5. End of Volume 12. 3 days later, the group safely arrived at the capital. They had passed right through the Level 4 danger zone, Baron, and then headed straight for the capital. Though he wasn't here with the other heroes, he was still deeply moved. Is this really? Are you surprised? Obviously the Light General was astonished. The outer fortress was completely gone, exposing the inner city within. It's the capital, yet there are absolutely no defenses. How are we supposed to take this? Is this really the capital? Is the capital actually inside a hidden subspace? Calm down. It wasn't originally like this. The capital's defensive facilities were all destroyed in a recent battle. What kind of battle would have destroyed all of its defensive facilities? The Sun Spear General had been smiling ever since they'd been reunited, but even he was stuck between shock and confusion and didn't know what to do. But it's not like he could say I'm actually the heaven-defying general and the hero Li Xin-Wu. I aimed the cannon the Lick made at the capital and shot light at it, so Li Xin-Wu just remained quiet. The Sun Spear General seemed to come to his own conclusion and patted him on the shoulder. Now I get how much you went through. HMPH. This HMPH was Aramer Steelworkers' equivalent to thanks for understanding, my friend. It seemed to get through to them, as the Sun Spear General laughed, and the Light General just sighed. Li Xin-Wu was suddenly fearful of how effective his acting was. I'm sure you already know, but I'll say it again. It's impossible to move covertly within the capital. We need to move as quickly as possible and achieve our goal. Once we do, we have to get out of here as quickly as possible. We know already. That's why we've prepared so much. Li Xin-Wu saw the Sun Spear General take out 3 more of the consumable artifact, the dark red solar eclipse, and just nodded his head. Yeah, he needed to trust them. They were the surfaces for heavenly commanders. Weren't they? Even Armor Steelworker had been one of the 4 heavenly commanders. Then let's get going. I can't tell you exactly where Sigurd is, so we should send scouts out to look for him. Yeah, you know the capital best, so I'll leave it to you. Amazing. Li Xin-Wu picked some scouts from the vampires and golems and sent them off in various directions. Of course, Li Xin-Wu already knew where Sigurd's current location was, so scouts were unnecessary. He was just sending them to provoke the Imperial Army. They would also get in Sigurd's way, as well as help adjust his timing and start the battle. Li Xin-Wu sent his golems along the safest route, but had mostly dispatched them to pick up any more evil eye or that might be laying around. He really hoped that there was at least a little bit left. Then let's get a move on. Judicar, is the report system secure? Of course. Don't look down on the power of a vampire. I'm sorry, but I am looking down on it right now, Li Xin-Wu was instinctively about to say, but desperately restrained himself from doing so and quickly moved forward. In his place, the Light General snorted, but the Sun Spear General just ignored her. Li Xin-Wu realized something was off 30 minutes later. They marched through the inner city, which had been turned to ash by the cannon, and got closer and closer to the capital. While doing so, the Marner radar picked up something. It was neither Sigurd nor the Archmage. It was a Marner signature that Li Xin-Wu wasn't familiar with. But then, why was the Marner radar picking it up? That reason was extremely simple. Currently, the Marner radar didn't just detect the Marner that he was familiar with, but also any Marner level 8 or over as well. And at this very moment, there was a presence headed right for them. There were also 3 level 7 elites around them, as well as hundreds of level 6 soldiers as well. Aramir, how many level 8 undead remained within the underground empire that he wasn't aware of? He couldn't see their face, but he knew who it was. But the issue was, why were they coming towards them right now? He looked at the Sun Spear General, who had paused and was looking at him strangely, and asked, "I'll ask just in case, but you guys, no one followed you down from the surface, right?" "Of course not. We came straight from the palace. There's no way someone followed us. But for you to be like that, are you saying what I think you're saying? It might be tough, but we got to move as quickly as possible. I'll order some of these guys to buy us some time." Li Xin-Wu split 50 vampires and 100 golems from his main force and sent them away. He was clearly sending them to their deaths, but the golems always followed orders, and the vampires were psychopaths that were loyal to a fault, so they left without a single complaint. The main force marched on even quicker than before. He already knew where Sigurd was, so he picked the optimum route. While acting appropriately, the aftermath wouldn't matter. However, another 30 minutes later, Li Xin-Wu inwardly groaned. He knew they wouldn't last long against a level 8 opponent, but this was too much. They were taken out as soon as they met them. They weren't able to buy him any time at all. But here's where it starts. Were we able to throw off our enemies even a little? I guess it was too much to hope for. Then that means they have a way of tracking us. Their enemy was heading straight for them, which meant they had a way of tracking them in real time. Had said it in passing, but perhaps the Archmage really did have a Munan's eye one. If you could do that, then go after Sigurd. Damn it. Maybe the lick is already after him. You're right. As Jin said, the Marner radar had picked up 2 familiar level 8 undead fighting against each other around the capital's inner fortress. It was Sigurd and the Archmage, Fitain von Selden. However, Li Xin Wu had come here to prevent Sigurd from meeting either the Lick or the Emperor and turn them into anti-Skull. The fact that he was dealing with the Archmage right now wasn't good news for him. What should I do? Even if I go, the Archmage will lose to Sigurd. I don't have any time to waste. How about leading him to Sigurd? No, that's impossible, even for me. If that's the case, then how about using the Heaven Door's key and sending him off somewhere he couldn't just shoot the gate at someone like the maid Zenjutsuer too? The Sun Spear General was actually the one to stop him. You're the one who knows the capital best, Aramer. There's no point in us going first. I don't know who's following us, but if one of us has to stay back, then I'll stay. No, if you keep going this way, you'll eventually find Sigurd. Moreover, the one who's coming this way is probably Learfield von Tarman. You can't stop him. That's great. I always wanted to fight against him. They say his spearmanship is unmatched. As a spear user myself, I want to see just who's more skilled with a spear. Why wasn't he one of the Emperor's puppets? If that's true, then shouldn't he be jumping at the chance to catch Sigurd? Even though he was acting, Li Xin Wu was genuinely confused and trailed off. The Sun Spear General, Judiker von Beludens, spoke with a clear smile. He was being genuine for the first time since coming down here. Aramer, Madame Lilane isn't the only one who has something they regret. I, like her, regret not stopping you that day. I can't forget how I allowed my friend to sacrifice his bright future. So let me do this much. Judic Li Xin Wu believed that others acted rationally and in their best interests so that no harm would come to them. Thus, he didn't expect Judiker to volunteer to stay as bait. Human emotion truly was difficult to predict. The Light General and this guy were both difficult to predict. He strived to keep his emotions from showing. This also befitted Aramer's personality and spoke calmly. Don't die, Judiker. But if you do die, I'll be sure to pick up your bones. So don't worry. That was the truth. He couldn't let a single level 8 bone go to waste. I won't die, so don't worry, Aramer. I'm counting on you. Since His Majesty told us to strike down Sigurd without fail. His Majesty's orders are absolute. That's something you always used to say. Of course. Sigurd will die by my hand. Li Xin Wu extended a hand, as though he were hesitating. The Sun Spear General grabbed his hand and flashed him a calm smile. He said he wouldn't die. Yet his expression said otherwise. He looked like he was ready to die. Then let's meet up a little while later. Got it. Come back safely. He probably wouldn't come back. Since he could tell how strong he was, Li Xin Wu tried his best not to show it to someone else. One might interpret it as him stopping himself from crying, and turned around. The Sun Spear General just grinned and began walking towards the direction of their pursuers. It was like a scene straight out of a movie. To think he felt that way for so many years. Indeed, it's already been so many years. What's he thinking? You're all idiots. You and him. Aramer. Li Xin Wu's acting was so perfect that one might wonder whether Aramer really was dead, saying oh, Aramer really was alive. He spoke brusquely, but the deep emotion within them caused even Jin to tilt her head. So, how would the Light General fare? She fixed the scarf around her next, and looked at him unkindly. You were just acting like you were as tough as nails. You really fooled me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Or even when they age, men are always idiots, she said and looked at him warmly. If Jin didn't know that the Light General was directing that gaze at Aramer, not Li Xin Wu, then she would be putting up a huge fuss right now. Li Xin Wu then thought, if you keep being like this, then it'll become harder to kill you later. And thus, the vampire and the demoner, the hero, put the Sun Spear General's sacrifice behind them and began running towards Sigurd. 1 Tien Munin is one of Odin's ravens, like Hugin. 2. Chapter 51 Part 1. Chapter 51. Underground's Sun 1. The Sun General did his job, befitting one of the surface's heavenly commanders. He was able to hold out against the last remaining heavenly commander of the Underground Empire. Learfield likely possessed an artifact that tracked their movements, and so his subordinates attacked the Sun General along with him, rather than follow the vampire's main force. Li Xin Wu nodded his head in satisfaction as he checked what was happening through the Marner radar. No one else is chasing us anymore. Judicker's holding them back. That man hell die. You don't know that. HMPH. I guess it doesn't matter. I just hope he does his job properly. He strongly agreed with her, but he feigned indifference. The Light General changed topics as she understood how he was feeling. So, she didn't really care why the Sun Spear General had done what he did. After all, her biggest obstacle, got rid of himself on his own. She secretly formed a barrier so that her subordinates couldn't hear her and said, "Do we really have to kill Sigurd here?" "We do. I believe I already explained it to you. Did you? I'm glad to see you haven't been idling around all these years." The previous day, Li Xin Wu had acted surprised at the revelation that Aramer Steelworker's true body was gone. This was important and conversed with a Light General. In the end, he decided to get his revenge. Despite that, he was still committed to killing Sigurd, as Sigurd's vengeance wasn't only aimed at the surface's emperor. Hell eventually ravaged the surface. We can't drag innocent citizens into our affairs. We have to finish it here. You still care so much for the people who have long since abandoned you, I see. This world is nothing without humans. Li Xin Wu said and was momentarily silent. He took out what had prepared while she was resting yesterday. It was an envelope. This is just in case I die. I don't need it. You'll need it. No, I want to entrust it to you. Li Xin Wu recalled writing a personal note for himself, yet a friend of his, who he thought was quite close, had revealed it to the entire school. He used that memory to help him put on a convincingly sad expression. His face became naturally tinged in betrayal and emptiness. Seeing that, Jin wondered whether or not it was okay for golems to have advanced so far. Li Xin Wu just completely ignored her consternation and continued. I know. The best case scenario is me getting through this battle alive. But if I can't return to the surface, then I hope you can do this in my stead. I'd like you to prove that I existed. This is you don't need to look at it now. If I die and your feelings haven't changed, then open it. There'll be people who can help you. There's someone I met on the surface. He's a hero, but he's trustworthy. Either Light General couldn't formulate a coherent response and just stared at Li Xin Wu. However, Li Xin Wu was acting exactly as Aramer would, putting up a front that would work on Aramer's past lover, and that woman, who had loved Aramer so dearly, just bit her lip and accepted it. I won't let you die. I'll hold onto this envelope for you, but I'll never get a chance to open it. HMPH. This time his HMPH meant you always say something that causes my resolve to waver. At this point, Li Xin-Wu's acting was so perfect that it was almost impossible to differentiate him from Aramer. Xin-Wu, y'all definitely get an Oscar this year. I'm in character right now, so be quiet. You're not even denying that you're from the surface now, are you? Fortunately, his beautiful performance, which confused himself along with everyone else, would soon come to an end. After all, he started sensing traces of the Archmage and the Annihilation Flame Sword God close by. He really brought the rest of Anti-Skull with him. I'm sure of it. He's definitely trying to end it here. Sigurd was planning on bringing the Lich and the Emperor to his side no matter what. If that happened, Li Xin-Wu's forces wouldn't lose, but the already complicated situation would become even more complicated. But based on how it's going, we're actually at an advantage. Originally, Li Xin-Wu hadn't expected the Magic Emperor to send 2 of his heavenly commanders down. Moreover, to think he'd be able to use one of them to hold off the underground heavenly commander, Learfield von Tarman. Not only that, the Archmage wasn't staying next to the Emperor and was facing off against Sigurd. Yeah, everything's perfect. I'll kill him here no matter what. Even if I have to die. I told you to stop saying that. He instinctively muttered, and the Light General nervously yelled. He was supposed to add 1 or 2 times after it, but had deliberately omitted it. She obviously didn't know the truth. This kind of thing was important. He kept saying things that foreshadowed his death so that if he did die, they could say it really felt like he was going to die. QR. The closer they got to their destination, the louder the monster's screams became. They were probably summoned by the Archmage himself. Had he been visiting the high-level dungeons for that many years? Li Xin-Wu was speechless and tightened his fist. Surprisingly, his fist was covered in a blindingly bright golden Marna metal element. Marna. You have learned the LV1 high-rank metal element, and magic has increased by 100. The gold element, or more specifically, the metal element. It was an element that could only be wielded by individuals with a metal body, and although it originated from the earth element, it was both stronger and tougher than its counterpart, almost resembling pure physical force. That's Aramer, you're finally able to wield an element on your own. And it's a never-before-seen element at that. I'm leading the way, so it's only natural that I'm the one who discovered it. You always did hide your own achievements. You really haven't changed at all. HMPH. While the element specialized in reinforcing metal, it was also possible to concentrate it and fire it off like a brute like Aramer. It satisfied both physical force and Marna, and was a well-rounded element that increased one's attack and defense. And Li Xin-Wu was now able to replicate that extraordinary element. When did you learn that element? You didn't even absorb Aramer's bones. I actually just learned it right now. I thought it wouldn't work. I tried recreating it by basing it off the earth element, but it turns out I could do it. It just turns out you can do it. It just turns out you can do it. Had tried to replicate the element, but had ended up learning it instead. Li Xin-Wu didn't know this yet, but by acting as Aramer steelworker for the past few days, he was able to completely understand him, enabling him to use his element. You are exceptionally talented in handling the metal element. The high-rank metal element has become LV4 and magic has increased by 60. So it starts off at high rank level 4, maybe Aramer's was at this level too. Though his body was tough, he wasn't very good at handling an element. If Aramer Steelworker's friends hadn't come down and forced him to concentrate entirely on acting, then this wouldn't have happened. It was such a relief that Aramer Steelworker had wielded the metal element. If Aramer Steelworker had possessed an innate element, then even Li Xin Wu wouldn't have been able to replicate it so easily. Several coincidences had coincided, creating a miracle, and that miracle caused Li Xin Wu to advance even further. It was truly a feat befitting a joker. Huarp. It's a good thing, he thought, and used his newly learned metal element to form a sphere and throw it. He increased his arm's physical strength to an abnormal level through the magnetization skill, causing the sphere to rush towards Sigurd. Sigurd had sensed the distant projectile and tried evading it by erasing his entire presence, but he was facing off against none other than the Archmage, Fitain von Selden. The Archmage immediately froze the space around Sigurd, so Sigurd was unable to fully erase his presence. Ultimately, Sigurd had lost his arm from the shoulder down. Li Xin Wu inwardly tightened his fist and yelled, "Strike!" It was a perfect surprise attack, a perfect combination attack, and it was a perfect dead ball. Xin Wu. I came for revenge, Sigurd. Li Xin Wu, like always, ignored Jin's retort and yelled boomingly. Sigurd had belatedly freed himself from the time prison and retreated. He gripped his long sword with his still good hand and looked down at him. If looks could kill, then Li Xin Wu would have been torn in half by now. Aramer Steelworker, after all that, you still didn't die. My body, which you so lovingly broke apart, still throbs. This isn't nearly enough, Sigurd. I won't let you die quickly. I'll break your arms and legs and then kill you slowly. Sigurd was genuinely angry. Had lost everything in Beirin, so that's why he could speak with such hatred. Hearing Aramer's retort, Sigurd realized that he'd made a mistake in Beirin. If he'd finished off Aramer in Beirin, then he wouldn't be in this situation where the surface had sent reinforcements. And who is this errant you, Aramer Steelworker? Several monsters were fighting off Anti-Skull, and the Archmage, Fitain von Selden, who was holding his own against Sigurd, recognized Li Xin Wu as well. To be exact, he recognized Aramer Steelworker. Li Xin Wu yelled in a booming voice once more. "Lick, I have a lot I want to say to you, but let me tell you just one thing. Let's work together." Work together? You want me to work together with you, someone who rebelled against His Majesty, to fight against this dirty flame-wielding bastard? Yeah. Li Xin Wu firmly nodded his head and continued. We can settle things once he's dead. It'd be easier for you to fight against me than Sigurd, no. How entertaining. You led those dirty vampires here, yet you want me to bury my head in the sand. I know you have an ulterior motive. I really. The Lick smiled wickedly and swung his staff. At that moment, a massive buff was applied to the vampires. Like it? Fine, you rust bucket, let's work together. Archmage, you fool, you're abandoning me, who has His Majesty's best interests in mind, to join forces with the surface. What the hell is wrong with you? Sigurd von Rietadain, you fool. The Archmage's staff was clad in darkness once more. Try again once His Majesty forgets about that beam of light you shot at us. So that's what they thought had happened. This was great. Yeah. Now that he thought about it, the Archmage had retreated early on, so he didn't know who had shot the cannon. He mistakenly assumed that Anti-Skull was the one that had fired the cannon. Didn't I tell you that it wasn't me? Sigurd, you bastard. How dare you lie in front of me, Aramer Steelworker? Those that heed the Emperor's command all forces, charge, bury those lowly skeletons so that they can never look up at the sky. Li Xin Wu charged, and the Light General followed him, leading the rest of the vampires. This was a battle that would decide the very fate of the capital, yet the heroes weren't even involved. Chapter 51 Part 2. Chapter 51. Underground's Son 2. Because of the giant artifact that had once lain in Baron, the heaven-rending cannon now the heaven-defying flag-bearer, all of the capital's defenses were destroyed, and all those level 5 or lower were killed by the light blast right then and there. It was the capital, so it was only right that normal level 1 or 2 citizens had resided there, but now there was absolutely no trace of them. And thus the capital had received a blessing of light and had become a true city of death. The blast of light had substantially weakened the undead curse as well, and even the Imperial army, which consisted of level 6s or higher, was weakened. You unleashed that horror upon us, yet you insist that you're fighting for the Emperor. Shut your mouth, you traitor. That dirty light of yours will never shine upon the underground ever again. I already told you that wasn't me. I wanted to free you from your shackles. I never intended to eliminate everything in the process. I told you to shut your mouth. The Archmage and Emperor were rightfully angry. Even the undead Emperor, who had been content to quietly build his forces, decided to take this chance to wipe out any forces underground beside his own. And to uphold this order, the Lich was prepared to do everything and anything necessary. As Kreischer had said, that blast was the signal for the final battle. The moment the heaven-defying flag-bearer was shot, the battle had already started, but it had turned out a bit different from her expectations. Don't you hear the cries of our dearly departed citizens? That light of yours, which severs all links, is like dust. It's still in the air. Sigurd. That's right. The Emperor had decided to kill Sigurd, the one they assumed had shot the light blast at the capital, first, not the heroes who had come here under God's will, or the forces from the surface, or even the spy, Aramer Steelworker. Only Sigurd, who had formed his own independent force and specialized in light, even after undeath, had the ability to assault the capital. At least, that's what the Lich and the Emperor thought. You fool. You foolish Lich, think about it. You know how much us Retadanes loved and treasured the people. There's no way I'd do something like that. You won't fool me. Even His Majesty is aware that only you are capable of wielding such light. Your sword is blazing with the same light, and you're shooting at me with the very same light. The situation was really in his favor. If Li Xin Wu hadn't experienced converting the accumulated darkness within the cannon into light through dark shadow himself, then even he wouldn't be able to believe that had performed such a miracle either. Yet the Lich hadn't noticed the presence of Li Xin Wu's shining flame, despite taking a direct hit. Therefore, the Lich couldn't sense Li Xin Wu's light element. And thus, all suspicion was pushed onto Sigurd, who had come to Baron for the express purpose of using said cannon. You've been deluded for so many years. That's why I opposed the undead curse. Can you even hear me? Are you even looking at me? Fitain von Selden, where did your intellect go? Is it along with that soul of yours? Sigurd, you talk too much, even when your tongue's rotted away. The Archmage was no pushover, but Li Xin Wu as Aramer was also supporting him right now. He rode his golem horse, which he didn't have before, and rushed forward. Sigurd grit his teeth. This wasn't the same slow-witted Aramer. Aramer, what did you do? Tell me. What did the heaven-defying general who used you like a mere underling do? Don't you think it's strange that he's the only one not here? You're being used as well. It's not too late. I told you to shut that filthy mouth of yours. Li Xin Wu accumulated as much mana as he could at the end of his fist, and used the very same technique Aramer had used against Sigurd, the Metal God technique. This technique, which suppressed the opponent's mana, was impossible to block. even with the use of the annihilation flame. Moreover, the Lick supported him from behind, using his spatial magic at just the right time. Sigurd was able to protect his last good arm by using a ton of Marner, but the cost was great. Though a level 8's Marner reserves were high, they weren't infinite. He looked at the sky as if lamenting his situation, and then grit his teeth and yelled, "Fitain, please get a hold of yourself. My head's just fine." "You're still talking, Sigurd." Arimir. Metal and fire mixed together and melted, and when both of them were gone, Sigurd was engulfed in the Archmage's spatial magic. Li Xin-Wu moved away preemptively to allow way for Fitain's magic. He then moved back in instantaneously and threw his fist. If it hit, it would definitely inflict some damage. Critical hit. Herk. It was as though a sharp drill had pierced through his body and soul, ignoring Sigurd's authorities, and causing severe pain. Was this the power of the metal element? Was this also a part of an innate element? Sigurd felt an unfamiliar fear creep up on him, rather than the pain. Of course, it wasn't Arimir's ability, but the skill Li Xin-Wu received as a reward for destroying a part of the capital with a cannon, the special passive skill, Soul Strike. However, there was no way Sigurd would know that. "Who now are you prepared to face me?" Arimir, was this really Arimir? Sigurd was astonished as he parried Arimir's metal element reinforced strikes. Before, he was a bit weaker. He was a show-off, a spy that came from the surface, that relied upon his tough body and his status as one of the 4 heavenly commanders. What's worse, Arimir was much weaker just a few days ago when they had last fought. But then how was he attacking with such agility and precision now? Sigurd then voiced such doubts. "Are you really Arimir? Seems like you're the one who needs to get a hold of himself, Sigurd." Anti-Skull. You tried to escape the true blessing of death with such a crude method. That's why you've become like this. Normally, the Metal God General and the Archmage had absolutely no affinity. Yet they were cooperating so well now, whether it be their condemnation of him or their attacks. He couldn't get away due to the never-ending barrage of physical strikes and magical attacks. Even if he dominated the ambient Marna and tried to fight back, the combination of the Lig's spatial magic and the metal element's ability to freeze his Marna made it difficult to do so. Was it because they were both level 8? They knew exactly how to fight against him. Even he wouldn't be able to last against the 2 heavenly commanders' attacks forever. Push them back. Kill all those who seek to spread that filthy curse to the surface. The sun's hawk light general, please hurry and use the dark red solar eclipse. You filthy, lifeless corpses. Moreover, there was a level 8 behind him commanding the vampires and slaughtering Anti-Skull, so Sigurd was really feeling the pressure. Now that all their bases had been destroyed, everything would be over once his subordinates died. But ultimately, in the midst of the intense battle, Sigurd was just barely able to retreat using his annihilation flame. He then looked at the sky and muttered, "We're just in time. A Mehmet doesn't matter, die." Li Xin-Wu felt like the air was hotter than before, but decided to not worry about that for now. The issue was that Sigurd was in a strange stance. In most cases, when an enemy gets into a special position, it means they're trying to do something. It didn't matter what he was trying to do. Li Xin-Wu knew it would be all over if he killed him, so he concentrated all his magic into his fist and struck. "This isn't enough to bring me down." Ugh. However, Sigurd let it hit him. In an instant, part of his lower body disappeared. Although he'd lost an arm and a leg, Sigurd kept his balance and moved through the air. His spirit truly befitted that of a heavenly commander. "Kahark, if possible, I didn't want to hurt you, but you're a lick, so I suppose it doesn't matter. Try and understand. Sigurd had taken a direct hit from Li Xin-Wu's attack, but had simultaneously mustered up as much fire as he could and burned the lid's body. Even spatial element Marna couldn't erase the annihilation flame, and it went exactly as Sigurd had wanted, completely burning the lick. Li Xin-Wu furrowed his brow, as he couldn't understand what Sigurd was doing. But then, Sigurd extracted something from the lid's stomach. So it was here. Kark, were you aiming for that from the very beginning? I can't control it with my power alone. Do you remember, Archmage, when we were still on good terms, we managed it together? The two pieces of the controller will now become one. Kark, what rubbish. He didn't know what this controller was for, but he knew he was trying to do something with it, so Li Xin-Wu stopped him with metal element Marner and then attempted to kill him. But then, Sigurd disappeared. In the process, he had probably lost another piece of his body, but he wasn't dead. Ugh. And thus, the powerful energy Li Xin-Wu had emitted destroyed the Archmage's body. There was nothing more frustrating than killing one's ally. He really is fast. That's why I told you to practice with me, didn't I? I thought it would be enough to catch him. Li Xin-Wu realized that Sigurd had utilized Fire Shadow and immediately used his darkness to try to find and then destroy him. However, he soon opened his eyes wide open. He couldn't find any traces of him. That wasn't possible. He couldn't find him with his mastered darkness element. Even if he'd used his annihilation flame to erase his presence, Li Xin-Wu should've been able to find him. So if that didn't work, then either Sigurd had finally died, or he moved somewhere where there isn't even a speck of darkness. Had Sigurd mastered the light element? No, there was no way. Li Xin-Wu had done so with the darkness element, but it wasn't as easy as it sounded. At the very least, Sigurd's light didn't seem so absolute. Qark. Light general mmy skin my eyes. But then the vampires fighting against Anti-Skull began to scream simultaneously. The light general, having noticed that their skin quickly began to burn, realized one thing and yelled, "Aramer, look up." No way. He quickly looked up, and the sight caused him to go off character. But he thought they'd left him off the hook considering the circumstances. The artificial sun, which radiated light all across the underground empire, was coming towards them, with Sigurd von Rittadane smack dab in the middle of it. Chapter 51 Part 3. Chapter 51. Underground's Sun 3. When the surface's traitors, that's how the surface referred to the underground denizens, were chased out, they were forced to struggle desperately to survive. As the surface dwellers had exiled them out of fear and envy, there were several talented individuals amongst them, and there were some whose authorities rivaled even gods. This will be our new nation. Well, live here and survive. Of course, the one with the most talent was Jisharnu, the second prince who inherited the royal family's barrier ability, which was based on the darkness element. Although he hadn't been able to break through the magic emperor's barrier, he had managed to expand the space underground, create a barrier that stabilized it and kept it from collapsing, and protected the people. And thus, he had become ruler of the underground empire, the emperor. Nature can flourish underground as well. The spirits will help us with that. The elementalist leader, who had formed an alliance with Jisharnu, recreated the miracle of Mother Nature over the vast land that Jisharnu had acquired. The earth spirits would either flatten or uplift the land, while the water spirits were gathered to create rivers. Even more water spirits were gathered to create the sea. The fire spirits provided them with much-needed heat so that they could survive. And thus that woman became one of the emperor's consorts. My lord, I will create the sun with my light, one that shines even brighter than the surfaces. If you're in charge of the day, then I'll take care of the night. Let's support this newly formed empire together. The two with the brightest light and the blackest darkness worked together to create the underground empire's sun. The light user would be responsible for sunrise, while its descent would be managed by the darkness user. The sun wouldn't shine upon the empire without either one of them. Thus, they formed a new clan and were responsible for helping the emperor maintain the empire until the day of their descent. You wouldn't have known, Aramer, as one who's come from above, that my family was responsible for maintaining this sun for several years, and now I've fused together with it. It was impossible for Sigurd to control the artificial sun by himself. That's why Head sought to transform the capital into Anti-Skull through the heaven-rending cannon, but Head failed, so he decided to enter the capital directly. He lured the Lick out and then stole the other sun controller from him. Li Xin Wu and his group had interfered in the middle, which had made this a lot more complicated, but in the end, Sigurd had succeeded. With his controller, he drew the sun towards him, and with a Li's controller, he was able to fuse with it. While they were fighting, Sigurd had looked up into the air that hadn't been him acknowledging his defeat or giving up. He was trying to figure out how much time he needed to buy before he could counterattack. Though Li Xin Wu was called the heaven-defying general, even he couldn't have predicted this. Sigurd had surprised him a second time. You risked your life to enter the capital for that you'll soon disappear without a trace. So what's the point? I applaud your bravery, Aramer. I know just how much you've changed in such a short period of time. But now it's over. If your Marner was just a tiny bit stronger, then I wouldn't be here right now. You were so close. Sigurd, having successfully fused with the artificial sun, acted triumphantly, as if he hadn't been struggling against him before. Li Xin Wu had disabled at least half of Sigurd's body, but it didn't matter. What would he fear, now that he had access to the artificial sun? After all, the most powerful source of light in this world was now in his grasp. I grieve over the loss of Anti-Skull. If they were here, then they would have been happy to see a new world ahead of them. Are you going to use that sun to turn the undead in the capital into psychos? It's called Anti-Skull. The moment we become able to move forward, despite being undead, is the moment we become perfect existences. A perfect existence which can coexist with both light and darkness, a new species that can challenge God herself. Li Xin Wu looked up at Sigurd. It didn't matter that Sigurd hadn't mastered the light element. Right now, he was light itself. In other words, he was fused with an almighty item that bumped his light element to its max. It was an item on the level of his titan. This bastard. His plan really came together. Moreover, he was willing to do whatever it took to achieve his goal. I really am unlucky. Li Xin Wu had no choice but to acknowledge him. Sigurd had managed to control the super artifact that had shined upon the underground empire for so many years, so he must be feeling invincible. I had my suspicions. I thought it was starting to feel hotter, but I thought it was just because of Sigurd's ability. To think it was caused by the artificial sun's descent, he couldn't even imagine it. He thought Sigurd's objective was the Lick, but he was wrong. His objective had been to steal the Lick's artifact and take full control over the artificial sun. Each and everything he does surpasses my imagination. He'll probably try to use that thing to turn the undead into Anti-Skull. If missiles don't work, then fire a nuke, Li Xin Wu looked at the giant sun that shined before him, as well as Sigurd, who was completely hidden within the sun, and just muttered in astonishment. Now he understood there was no way even his darkness would be able to sense him if he was in that thing. Huke, to think even the artifact won't work. That pathetic darkness of yours can't protect you against this light. Give it up. Whereas, the light general stared at the man who'd cowardly brought a nuke with him. No, Sigurd, who'd assimilated with the artificial sun and activated the dark red solar eclipse. She was gritting her teeth, as the artifact had absolutely no effect. Ultimately, the dark red solar eclipse was nothing more than an artifact that used the undead curse. Even if it gathered all of the darkness in the area, it wouldn't be able to block the sun's light, which was further amplified by Sigurd. Warrior. Why your majesty kick? Kei. The vampires were unable to withstand the light and burned away, and the light general instinctively foresaw her impending doom. Li Xin Wu knew that she'd given up. Run away. I can't do that. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to use her much, but she still had a job to do on the surface, so the best choice would be to send her back. She shouldn't die here. But as expected, she didn't obey his orders. Li Xin Wu wasn't planning on dragging this out and inwardly sighed. He then activated both command and instigate simultaneously and yelled, Sora von Lilane, I told you to run. Cuke, why you coward are you trying to bear the burden alone again? Lilane. Surprisingly, Sigurd reacted to that name. Lilanar, I see. You come from a branch family. So they were still alive. Sigurd's voice resounded far and wide, revealing a secret that he really didn't care for. As expected, there was a reason she could originally wield the light element, though that really didn't matter right now. To think I'd have to kill a descendant of a branch family. But I suppose this too is fate. It seems like God has always given us such a cruel fate. The Retadane name has long since been removed from the family register. You traitor, you're just a terrorist attempting to spread the curse all across the world. Don't get so cocky. Sigurd's words actually reinvigorated the light general. She raised both her arms, causing the sun's light to subside ever so slightly. She was really trying to fight that giant light crystal with light Marner. He was absolutely gobsmacked. I've long surpassed the Retadanes. It'll make you regret using that light against me. You're talented enough to talk big. I didn't think a level 8 would show up in a branch family. Unfortunately, it seems like you haven't achieved balance yet. Soror. His wild card skill wasn't entirely ineffective against Sigurd. The artificial sun accumulated Marner above their heads, and Li Xin Wu, sensing danger, rushed over to the light general with Jin and stood in front of her. Q. Pure light shot out from the sun. One single property, the ability to annihilate the darkness that made up the undead, had been maximized. Even if she could wield light, it didn't matter. The blast could kill her instantly. He covered her, as if he were embracing her, and then screamed. Warrior. You're enduring it quite well, Aramer. His scream sounded as though the very world was on the verge of collapse. In addition, his outer shell was being melted away by the light. Sigurd was satisfied by his newly acquired strength, and the light general wept as she looked up at Li Xin Wu from his embrace. Li Xin Wu gritted his teeth and then spoke once more. Sorry, I'll be brief, run away. But her voice was even more anguished than Li Xin Wu's. However, he opened his eyes wide and then spoke even louder, so that she wouldn't forget his words. I said run away. Aren't you going to get revenge for us both? But when you get back, Make sure you take revenge. Li Xin Wu opened a gate behind Sorer. Head obviously created it through the heaven door's key, but she didn't need to know that. No one would expect an artifact of its kind to exist, as it could infinitely create portals between the underground and the surface. Most people would think it was a one-time use item. Arimer, are you going to leave me again? You should be able to do it with their help. I'll leave it to you. Arimer. Li Xin Wu softly pushed the screaming light general back. Her body disappeared within the gate and soon the gate closed shut. Sigurd was shocked at the realization that she was no longer here. That ability who you don't need to know. But there is something I've been wanting to ask you. Li Xin Wu was speaking so calmly, despite screaming so loudly before. He sighed lengthily as if enjoying Sigurd's subtle gaze. Li Xin Wu had used every means available to him to analyze Sigurd's state after head fused with the sun, and had come to the conclusion that you can't properly use the annihilation flame in that state, can you? Was he surprised by his question, or was he surprised that his way of speaking had changed? The sun's light abated momentarily. It seemed like he was using the special passive skill arrogance, which was used when a strong opponent was sure of their victory, as he obliged him. While the annihilation flame is indeed my specialty, it's not enough to control this giant artifact, which has condensed light energy for hundreds of years. But this is good enough. I can fulfill all my goals with this lightar, so that's how it is. I was wondering. So you can only wield light in your current state? Only light. If that's the case, then this battle is already over. Li Xin Wu, the wielder of max light resistance, shed his golem skin and smiled. The performer's smile lit up blindingly beneath the underground sun. Chapter 51 Part 4. Chapter 51. Underground's Sun 4. It had been strange from the very beginning. Sigurd had taken control of such a tremendous artifact, and was now capable of using light at its maximum potential, yet rather than use that light to supplement his annihilation flame, he insisted on using just the light element alone. He thought it wouldn't hurt to ask, and Sigurd actually gave him his answer. Well, it made sense. Intermediate, no, even high-rank annihilation flame wouldn't match up to a mastered light element. Well, at least when their opponent wasn't as ridiculous as Li Xin Wu and possessed maxed light resistance. Well, I guess it does happen in games. The boss changes their type or their attack pattern halfway through the fight, but it usually doesn't make the fight easier. Sigurd's only mistake was not assessing the situation properly. He wasn't aware that the unthinkable happened and two heroes who possessed max light resistance stood before him. Then again, Li Xin Wu would've still been able to win without it. Hey, do you have an arrogance passive too? You're being really condescending right now. What are you going to do if he returns to his original form? Jin, you've been a bit more prickly lately. All the nuisances were gone now. The sun looked down at Li Xin Wu and Jin, who'd returned to their original forms, and just shook. He was confident that had prepared for every possible variable. So why at this very moment, Sigurd von Rittaden's head was completely empty. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end of it. I feel bad that Sarah won't get her turn. Sarah, Li Xin Wu remarked abruptly, and Sigurd instinctively replied. Then, a golem that lay a step away from the battlefield awkwardly moved forward. Who? The golem's outer shell was halfway melted, but surprisingly, an undead popped right out. It was none other than the elder banshee princess, Sarah. I knew you would be able to defeat him without my help, but you were way too disheartened from losing your prey just once. To be honest, I don't think you really needed to prepare all that much. Sarah Sigurd couldn't understand what was going on. Even if he did, there wasn't anything he could do about it. Thus Sigurd stopped thinking altogether. No, that was actually a lie. Even if there was nothing to be gained, he couldn't help but keep thinking. He had so many questions, even though those questions had developed from a small twister into a raging typhoon. Sarah, why, how? Unfortunately, Sarah completely ignored Sigurd and just looked at Li Xin Wu, speaking curtly. I just wanted to watch you and my older brother from close up. You're being so cocky, but you won't lose him a second time, right? If that happens, then I really will look down on you. Sarah, who'd gotten her first breath of fresh air in a few days, stretched her arms and took a deep breath. She narrowed her eyes at Li Xin Wu, who was acting so conceited right now. Of course, Li Xin Wu had mostly expected that kind of response from her and just snorted. Don't worry. He won't get away from me this time. He has nowhere to run. Won't get away. Cute. Hearing that, Sigurd instinctively gathered his manner, but soon realized what Li Xin Wu meant. The sun had cast a giant shadow underneath it, and there were a dozen weapons burrowed within those shadows, restricting Sigurd's movements. I prepared this to use against your second innate element. Anyone can do this if they master the darkness element. Li Xin Wu couldn't find Sigurd before, as his shadow had disappeared. But now that he had assimilated with the sun, the world was filled with darkness that could imprison him. Shadow doesn't exist within light, but light always casts a shadow. The brighter the light, the greater the shadow, just like you right now. It had been difficult for Li Xin Wu to track Sigurd due to his small size and his incredible speed. Had given up his greatest assets for a slow and giant body, so there's no way Li Xin Wu would take advantage of that, would he? Heaven-defying general, how was he able to imitate armor steelworker so perfectly? Why was his little sister working with him, despite becoming an undead? No, where did it all go wrong? Where did he go wrong with his calculations, or his plan? What face lay behind his mask? Was he even really undead? What was he thinking? He couldn't figure out his motives, and he couldn't guess them either. Just a little while ago, he had been speaking to the Light General as armor steelworker himself. How exactly did he do that? Heaven-defying general. Shut it. Li Xin Wu drew one of the 12 swords restraining the sun, the shining bone sword. Once he gripped the sword, it became larger, longer, and sharper, resembling a claymore. The pressure exerted from the blade was stifling. He was using the rule of bone and Marner bone skills too. In addition, he used magnetization to reinforce the weapon. The magnetization skill could be used on weapons created through the bone armory, as they were classified as his bones. Did you get even stronger in that short period of time? Nope. I didn't think I'd lose you, so I didn't go at my full strength last time. You did the same, didn't you? In reflecting on it, you see, once I gained the wild card skill, I mistakenly thought that I always had full control of the situation. But you smashed through those delusions of mine, making me train even harder. Thanks for that, by the way. Li Xin Wu replied genuinely and simultaneously kicked off the ground. The blinding light descended upon him, but it didn't have any effect on the two heroes, as they possessed max light resistance. And thus, they soared through the air, as if they were a lightning bolt. Kahark. And so, Li Xin Wu stabbed his claymore into the giant center of the sun, where Sigurd was located. Rotten white blood spilled from Sigurd's body. It shined for but an instant before it was evaporated by the intense heat. Li Xin Wu kept his eyes fixed on Sigurd and said, "Sarah, if you have any last words, Then now's the time. I have nothing to say. Sarit was exactly as she said. She didn't get in his way and didn't speak excessively. She just silently watched their battle. There were still some parts of her that weren't all that reliable, but he was sure that she had indeed been reborn as a new person. All right, then work. The Shining Bone Sword's ability, Death God's Fury, which severed all spatial and magical interferences and cut the opponent without fail, was so overpowered that it overshadowed its other skill, but it did actually have another special passive skill. The special passive skill, the Death God's Smile. While wielding the Shining Bone Sword, if the user is attacked, or attacks, there is a high chance that the Shining Bone Sword will duplicate and automatically attack his foe. That skill had activated. There was an extra sword piercing through Siegold's body. And another. The claymores continued to multiply, causing the sun to eventually resemble a porcupine. Heaven-defying General QRR. But then Siegold's pain and hatred doubled, burning the swords away. Had he undergone some sort of unattainable awakening in the midst of that awful pain? Surprisingly, the artificial sun's light began to mix with his flames. And those flames even became transparent. That's right. When faced with his own death, Siegold had become able to supplement the sun's light with his annihilation flame. If he was able to freely use both the sun's light and his annihilation flame, then there would be no one left to stop him, whether it be the Archmage or the Emperor himself. The intermediate dark shadow element has become LV3 and magic has increased by 40. The beginner shining flame element has become LV7 and magic has increased by 10. The intermediate dark flame element has become LV7 and magic has increased by 20. But that wouldn't stop Li Xin Wu. How? As I said, you're way too big. Siegold attempted to hide any traces of his existence within the sun's annihilation flame, but with Li Xin Wu's dark shadow, he was able to tie him down to his darkness and make his presence even clearer. The sun, which had once been so bright, now had a hideous dark spot on it. There's no escape. At the same time, he used his shining and dark flames to devour any of the flames he couldn't reverse. A part of those flames became Li Xin Wu's strength, and this time it was Siegold who was burnt. I won't lose you this time. The sun's annihilation flame disappeared. The Shining Bone Sword multiplied again and again, piercing the artificial sun repeatedly. At this point, it was difficult to make out Siegold's original body. Since wild cards already activated, the swords lodged within the sun's shadow simultaneously rose upwards. He didn't need to restrain it anymore. Once head countered the annihilation flame, this entire area became Li Xin Wu's domain. You're not the only one who came prepared. Though the artificial sun had descended so far down, such that it could almost reach the floor, only darkness could be seen around it. While they fought, Jin, Li Xin Wu, and Sarah quietly but quickly dominated the Marner little by little, making this area their domain at this very moment. The ownership of this domain had been transferred to Li Xin Wu entirely. So I always wanted to say that. The dozen Shining Bone Swords, which rose from the darkness, were instantly suffused with a huge amount of magic. Siegold already knew what was coming, so he desperately tried using his annihilation flame to avoid it, but it didn't work. But what if he were to use Fire Shadow instead? If he tried that, it would just mix with Li Xin Wu's darkness and disappear. If I die, who will avenge our citizens? There's no need. No one wants a psychopath who's willing to damn the entire world just for some paltry revenge. Sari said sarcastically, and Li Xin Wu took a short, deep breath. He asked himself if he missed anything, but he didn't. This battle truly befitted his status as a joker. Li Xin Wu was satisfied with his performance. If you kill me, then the sun will never shine upon the empire ever again. That's okay. The shining bone swords emitted darkness simultaneously. Their slashes were absolute, their trajectory unforeseeable. And dozens of these slashes mutilated the artificial sun. Not even a speck of light or fire was left behind. It was completely gone. Since the underground doesn't need a sun anymore, Sigurd had died. There was no annihilation flame, nor a sword god left. The first and last anti-skull was gone. Chapter 51 Part 5. Chapter 51. Underground's Sun 5. It was momentarily silent. The battle was over once the fire and light was completely extinguished and darkness reigned. You have hunted a member of the 12 generals, the LV8 Annihilation Flame Sword God Sigurd von Rietadane. All contributing heroes receive 50 million Pirium, and all stats are increased by 100. You have acquired 15 permits to God's Secret Shop. Proficiency in all combat-related skills has increased significantly. You have received God's Grace. The Invisible Heart skill's maximum level has increased by 15. The Wild Card skill has become LV5 and all stats have increased by 30. You have acquired the title, He Who Brings Down the Sun. All stats have increased by 30. The high-rank light and fire elements have become LV7 and LV8 respectively, and magic has increased by 40. The monetization skill has become LV6, and health and magic have increased by 20. You feel as though you can take your skills in a completely different direction through monetization. All of your innate skills have responded and are attempting to change. The soul-seeing eye skill has become LV6 and all stats have increased by 20. Each and every line caused his heart to pound. His invisible heart skill had finally surpassed 200 max lives, yet there was no change. On the other hand, had defeated the artificial sun, yet had gotten such a bombastic name in return. He thought the stat bonuses would be pretty good or something like that. But there was something more important than all that. That he had somehow won. I barely got him. Oh, it wasn't easy. He sighed forcefully and muttered. Jin, who'd supported him through the battle, tilted her head and asked. Li Xin Wu just replied curtly. No matter how perfect the stage or the script is, there's no guarantee that the play will be a success until the curtains close. I guess that's true, and I was actually kind of worried at the end when the sun began emitting annihilation flame. I was lucky that his awakening had just begun since I could take care of it with my elements, but if I had made a single mistake while bluffing, then that bastard would've beaten me. I had no idea that you were engaged in such intense psychological warfare. That's just how perfect Li Xin Wu's acting had been. Of course, had gone a step further by appearing as armor steelworker and then returning to his heaven-defying general form, confusing Sigurd in the process. What's worse, Sarah had popped out of a golem, causing his entire thought process to come to a grinding halt. Thus, he was able to push Sigurd into a corner. Bluffing was necessary in a battle to the death. Showing what you don't have, but not showing what you do have. Although Sigurd's annihilation flame was perfectly suited for this task, he was still pushed back by Li Xin Wu. That was a cause of his defeat. I thought he lost for a completely different reason. So I'm absolutely speechless. You two, could you please be quiet? The two, somewhat lethargic due to the pleasure and exhaustion from the battle, were scolded by Sarah. I would appreciate it if you gave me some time to pray. Sarah, who'd inflicted significant mental damage to Sigurd, clasped her hands before the wreckage of the artificial sun and closed her eyes. There were teardrops at the edges of her eyes, befitting a true banshee. To think she'd treat him like family now of all times. Li Xin Wu, who was absolutely flabbergasted, just snorted. "Weren't you the one that asked me to kill him ASAP? Yes, I did. I still consider him my older brother, when he's not intending to kill me or this world." To him, that meant that the only good Sigurd was a dead Sigurd, but he didn't tell her that. Sarah seemed to feel a sense of shame, as she didn't pray for very long. Seeing that, Li Xin Wu was about to go off to collect the loot. However, Sarah quietly said, "If my older brother had met you under different circumstances, would he have been alive right now like me? Would you have not had to kill him?" Nope. There was no hope for him when his vengeance was targeted at not the Magic Emperor and his forces, but humanity as a whole. "I see. Thank you. That makes me feel a little better." He could hear the bitterness in her voice, yet her expression seemed more peaceful than before. Perhaps that was a question she was asking herself, not Li Xin Wu. After becoming a hero, she had resolved to kill her older brother herself. She hadn't thought that she was in the right. The fact that she even had to ask Li Xin Wu was no, there was no point in thinking about this anymore. Sigurd was dead now, the end. Good work. I wasn't helpful at all. I just watched on the sidelines. But I'll do my best for the remainder of the battle. Of course you will. You have to earn your keep. Li Xin Wu scolded Sarah and stretched his hand towards the wreckage. Then, he was flooded with a string of messages. "Lucky strike, you have acquired 899,550,410 Pirium. The lucky strike skill has become LV7. You have acquired the LV9 light-tinged annihilation flame sword god's frontal bone. You have acquired the LV8 annihilation flame sword god, Sigurd von Rietaden's finger bone. You have acquired the LV9 annihilation flame-tinged artificial sun. Through bone reinforcement, it has been changed into the LV9 annihilation flame bone core. Originally, Sigurd would have dropped all of his equipment and artifacts as well, but by fusing with the artificial sun, all of said equipment had been destroyed. However, Li Xin Wu was content with this. Since he not only received 2 of Sigurd's bones, but also received the artificial sun's core. This is the sun that shone upon the underground empire. It's very different, but yeah. Sigurd's influence had caused it to change once, and Li Xin Wu had caused it to change a second time, resulting in the annihilation flame bone core artifact. The inside of the small bone core was illuminated by a transparent light, and its exterior was an unusual shape. However, the amount of flames it contained within were immeasurable, and it was hard for him, who possessed LV8 high-rank fire and LV7 high-rank light, to even hold it. Seeing that, Jin knew exactly what Li Xin Wu was thinking. "You want to use that on the Titan, don't you?" "Of course I do. Crasher and I managed to cover the Titan's weaknesses, so I thought the Titan core was perfect. But now that I think about it, there's something above perfection, isn't there?" "I see. If that's what you think, then I suppose it's true. In your original world, that is." First, Li Xin Wu very carefully stored the annihilation flame bone core into his inventory. Then, he collected the 9 million Pirium from the opponent that gave him the most grief and gripped the level 8 and 9 bones in both hands. So this is purely Sigurd's, and this one's been affected by the artificial sun. A bone Samali want one. I'll pass. I think level 8's enough for me. Li Xin Wu wasn't being honest with her. He just wanted to see her reaction, as she hated bone reinforcement. He grinned and absorbed the level 8 finger bone first. At that moment, Li Xin Wu was afflicted with sharp pain. This would always happen whenever he absorbed a high-level existence's bone, but the bone of one who'd trained for so many years was very different. Absorbing the LV8 Annihilation Flame Sword God, Sigurd von Ritadene's finger bone through bone reinforcement. Strength has increased by 60 and agility by 70. The high-rank light element has become LV8 and magic has increased by 20. High-rank fire resistance has become LV8 and magic has increased by 60. The high-rank combat sense skill has become LV10, allowing you to see a glimpse of the realm beyond. The skill is now maxed and will have both a direct and indirect effect on your skills. Agility has increased by 140. You have learned the fusion element, begin a fire shadow LV5. Magic has increased by 50. I'm the only one who can right His Majesty's wrongs. I will return the Empire to the surface no matter what. Sigurd von Ritadane. He had a level 9 bone waking, so his expectations hadn't been high, but surprisingly, the bone had an abundance of power and memories within. Sure, Li Xin Wu was happy about his light element and his fire resistance leveling up, but he was most happy about his maxed out combat sense. Logically speaking, Sigurd had far outstripped Li Xin Wu in terms of basic combat abilities. Who by absorbing Sigurd's bone, Li Xin Wu had inherited his combat abilities. Thus, his combat sense had risen to high rank LV10, maxing it out. And the change had undergone wasn't the easiest thing to explain. Of course, it's not like his combat abilities completely transcended Sigurd's now, but if he trained enough with these memories and experiences, then he would eventually get to where he wanted to be. It really is way better to steal someone else's abilities than to just train on my own. He thought like a thief and turned his attention to the next skill. It was none other than Fire Shadow. I was probably able to learn it as quickly as I did because of how high my fire and darkness elements are. Had Sigurd used Fire Shadow for a long time? No, absolutely not. He specialized in light and fire, so he only gained this ability after becoming undead and acquiring the darkness element. The fact that Sigurd had even obtained another innate element just by acquiring the darkness element was unbelievable, but Fire Shadow really wasn't much compared to the Annihilation Flame. It was just that Li Xin Wu, who'd absorbed the memories and knowledge, specialized in fire and darkness, which allowed him to learn it right off the bat. So what does that element even do? Sigurd couldn't even use it properly when he fought against you. This maximizes the darkness element's ability to link people. In a way, it was similar to Lightning Bind, but contrary to Lightning Bind, which allowed the Magic Emperor to control his subordinates from long range, Fire Shadow reflected Sigurd's desire to rush over and save his subordinates, wherever they may be. In other words, it focused on protecting his forces, rather than reinforcing them directly. But it seems like Sigurd didn't understand this ability fully, even though it was his ability. As evidenced by how he made his subordinates sacrifice themselves, or how he only used it as a transportation ability. Li Xin Wu looked down at the shadow cast by the flame, and smiled. That shadow stretched out, touching Jin's and then Sarah's shadow as well. They both flinched simultaneously. Whenever the fire's shadow erupted from the ground, he could feel his connection with them deepen. The beginner fire shadow element has become LV7, and magic has increased by 20. And thus, Li Xin Wu came to a conclusion. The fire shadow element wasn't a simple transportation skill, it was a wide area buff skill that affected anyone connected to him. Chapter 51 Part 6. Chapter 51. Underground's Sun 6. Li Xin Wu tested out the fire shadow element several times and felt as though this element suited him more than Seagulled. Fire shadow would connect him to his subordinates, strengthen them, and protect them. This ability, which would buff his contractees, was similar to the lightning bind element, but also completely different. It feels a bit unpleasant. It feels like you're right beside me at all times. In testing out the ability, so bear with it. This is strange. It's a buff. It feels like some unknown power is strengthening my every move. My fire-using subordinates will likely experience the most extreme change. While the Magic Emperor's lightning bind specialized in controlling his subordinates' power, Fire Shadow was the opposite. It used the user's power to strengthen their subordinates. Lightning Bind forcefully took control of one's body at long range, whereas Fire Shadow allowed the user to transport to their subordinate's side. They were both opposite extremes. The reason Seagull's soldiers were forced to immolate themselves to summon him was all due to his inexperience with it. Seagull's skill in the light element had far outstripped his skill in the darkness element, thus disallowing him from using the fire shadow element properly. This is fun. Plus, it's really useful. It was definitely something I needed. Li Xin Wu hadn't been able to strengthen his subordinates with the darkness element, so he was overjoyed that had gotten an innate element with the ability to do so. Fire Shadow would likely strengthen his darkness as well. To be more specific, he felt as though he would find new possibilities. Like with the overlapping ability. Oh, this works. Li Xin Wu found that he could only transfer the effects of his skills or elements. With this, Li Xin Wu could have some fun. But because Jin and Sarah resented him for this, he soon stopped. If you do it again, I'll get mad for real. I'll cry for you. Do you understand what this means? Do you have any idea how much strategic value lays in this ability? Stop. Use it when you need that strategic value. Yes, Marm. I'm so sorry. After had gotten familiar with the fire shadow element and raised it to beginner LV8, Li Xin Wu lifted the next item. It was none other than the level 9 bone. Was it just him, or was there light coming from the bone? He soon realized that it wasn't him seeing things. This bone, which had undergone a deep fusion with the artificial sun, was already part artifact. He took a deep breath and tightly gripped the bone. Then, he activated bone reinforcement. Absorbing the LV9 light-tinged annihilation flame sawed God's frontal bone through bone reinforcement. Strength and agility have increased by 200, health by 100, and magic by 300. The high-rank light and fire elements have become LV10 and have been maxed out. Magic has increased by 480. Li Xin Wu somewhat knew what to expect, as had absorbed the level 9 Garuda's bone before. Yet, he was absolutely gobsmacked. It wasn't just the effect of Seagull's bone. The abilities from the bone fused together with his own, causing him to reach a new level. He had maxed the light and fire elements in one go. It's hot shit, it's really hot. Had been looking forward to this, but the after effects of mastering two elements simultaneously were huge. It felt as though the bright light and the hot flames were erupting from his cells and exploding. When had mastered the darkness element, all he needed to do was feel and think about the darkness element. But this was different. The various elements asserted their existence within him and went wild. Li Xin Wu's mind was in a daze. Fortunately, he had a close association with both the fire and light elements. A flame-wielding swordsman appearing within the Ritadane family, which had inherited the light element for generations, was no coincidence. Li Xin-Wu studied these two elements in depth and then closed his eyes. High-rank fire resistance has become LV10 and has been maxed out. Magic has increased by 50. Eventually, his fire resistance had been maxed out as well. The element had been maxed out, so it was only natural that the resistance would follow suit. Then, the unpleasantness, which was akin to wearing clothes that didn't fit, disappeared. He felt great, as though he'd just dipped into a warm hot spring. Yeah, I shouldn't overthink it. I shouldn't separate myself from the two elements. Just like how I can become darkness and the other way around, I can become fire and light as well. When he'd mastered the darkness element, Li Xin-Wu had transformed his entire body into darkness. Like that time, he transformed his body into fire and light, filling the entire area with the two elements. When he became one with the darkness, he had collected it at a single point. But it was different with the fire and light elements. He switched between expanding and contracting them, as well as heating them and cooling them. Surprisingly, his monetization skill, which had leveled up not too long ago, had leveled up once again. The monetization skill has become LV7, and health and magic have increased by 20. You have reached the peak of light and darkness. You have satisfied the conditions required to fuse the two elements together. You have acquired the title Chaos Spawn. All stats have increased by 30. The power of all your elements increases by 10. Ultimately, the light and fire completely disappeared and nothing remained. Then, Li Xin-Wu appeared from within the void and landed on the ground. The darkness element is strengthened when the light element is maxed out. It was a natural phenomenon. Contrary to others, who geared more to one side or the other, Li Xin-Wu had chosen the right path. Have you become a god? You'd become like this too if you max an element. Isn't that what a god is? At first, that's what I thought too, but I found that gods aren't pushovers. I have no idea how they all become gods so easily. Sarah asked, and Li Xin-Wu teasingly replied. Then he caught his breath. He knew that it wasn't over yet. He'd won big, of course, but he had yet to receive Sigild's greatest ability. You have acquired the fusion element. Intermediate Annihilation Flame LV1. Magic has increased by 100. It was the Annihilation Flame, which was both a fusion and innate element, and was created by combining the essence of both the fire and light elements. Because he had mastered both the light and fire elements, the Annihilation Flame started off at the intermediate level, despite it being Sigild's innate element, though there was still the matter of it being capped at intermediate level 10. They're fundamentally similar, but it's also completely different from Shining Flame. Shining Flame was used to vaporize anything and everything. On the other hand, the Annihilation Flame was collected inside one's body and burned one's self. But that didn't mean that it would vaporize the user. The burnt body and soul wouldn't be destroyed, and something else would be substituted in their place. And thus, the user would appear in a completely different state, unbeknownst to their opponent. That's why he felt as though Sigild's Annihilation Flame was greater than the Daryuder's Shining Flame. And that's why I had such a hard time dealing with him, but it ultimately became my power. It was a complicated ability, so he would need to practice with it to use it to its full effect, but Li Xin-Wu was quite talented himself. When he fought against Sigild, he'd gotten a good grasp on how the Annihilation Flame worked, so if he just practiced it a little bit more, then he could truly make it his own. Your magic stat is over 10,000. You have acquired the title, He Who Begins to Resemble Marna. Magic has increased by 100. Your body is saturated with a higher quantity and more powerful mana. The monetization skill grows more quickly than before. Li Xin Wu felt relieved as he thought his body was finished with all the changes. However, another unexpected happened. Had gotten a title for passing the 1000 magic mark before, but apparently, there was a version of it for passing the 10,000 mark too. Li Xin Wu really had no way of knowing that this existed beforehand. Regardless of Kreischer's genius, or Jin's child of light, their stats were nowhere near close to 10,000. As expected, monetization and this title's goal align. Honestly, he was really lucky. His priority was the monetization skill, yet by passing the 10,000 magic mark, his body had been transformed to be more suitable for the skill. His stats, which had originally been balanced, were completely all over the place, but it didn't really matter. Once the Joker mastered the monetization skill, their pre-existing body wouldn't matter. A single battle caused you to change so much. Is this man always like this? That's not the first time someone's asked me that. Normally, one needs time to digest what has happened and will grow from it slowly, but he grew so much all at once. That's why Xin Wu got so strong in such a short period of time. Is there really any other reason besides that? He truly is loved by God. So is that the recent trend? If God loves you, she turns you into a skeleton, is what she wanted to say. But Jin remembered everything Li Xin Wu had done thus far and just kept her mouth shut. It really did feel like Li Xin Wu was loved by God. Whereas, Li Xin Wu had no idea what they were talking about and was drawing out the remaining essence from Siegold's bone. It consisted of memories of Siegold and the Archmage creating the artificial sun together, and even then, Siegold was already level 8. This sun will continually shine upon the Empire, and no one will be able to drop it from the sky. One day, when we return to the surface, this sun will become unnecessary. When that time comes, I will come and collect it. Siegold von Rietadane. How ironic. Before Head died, Siegold had said that if he died, then the sun will never shine upon the Empire ever again. Siegold had stated that He'd collect the sun once they return to the surface. Did he keep his promise, since he assimilated with the sun, or should he say that he was indeed an undead, as he had forgotten his promise? Well, anyway, it'll turn out exactly as you said, Siegold. There was no longer a need for the sun underground, as there would soon be a victor. By retrieving his light, Li Xin Wu felt the Empire fill with darkness and took a deep breath. With this, the Empire's darkness would become even stronger, and anyone who had relied on the artificial sun would lose their way. The end was near. Neither side would back off now. The unavoidable final battle was approaching. Shall we make a break for it? All right. Li Xin Wu checked his Marna radar and confirmed that the Sun Spear General, who stayed back to stop Learfield von Tarman, was dead. He then checked that the remaining golems had accomplished their mission of collecting the bone he left behind, nodded his head, and opened a gate. His party soon disappeared from the capital. Though the underground capital, which had lost all traces of light, had regained its silence, that silence would certainly not last for very long. Chapter 52 Part 1. Chapter 52. Wars Scenario 1. Li Xin Wu. Shadow Joker. He who begins to resemble Marner 24 others. LV8 Status Effectiveness 300. Strength 4,255, Agility 4,505, Health 4,308, Magic 10,545. Passive Skills: Soul Strike MAX, Combat Sense MAX, Wildcard LV5, Acting LV21. Invisible Heart LV4 LV209, Rebellion LV8, Marner Acceleration LV9, High Rank Marner Bone LV9, High Rank Command LV9, High Rank Assimilation LV8, Lucky Strike LV7, Soul Seeing Eye LV6, Monetization LV7. Active Skills Disguise LV9, Instigate LV9, Bone Reinforcement LV12, Rule of Bone LV11, Bone Armory LV11, High Rank Regeneration LV5, Sacrifice LV1. Elements Darkness MAX, Light MAX, Fire Max, Intermediate Dark Shadow LV3, Intermediate Annihilation Flame LV1, Beginner Shining Flame LV7, Intermediate Dark Flame LV7, Beginner Fire Shadow LV8, High Rank Water LV4, High Rank Wind LV3, High Rank Earth LV3, High Rank Metal LV4, High Rank Ice LV1, High Rank Acid LV4, High Rank Lightning LV6, Absorption LV15. Resistances Holy MAX, Darkness MAX, Light MAX, Fire Max, Beginner Shining Flame LV1, Intermediate Dark Flame LV1, High Rank Water LV3, High Rank Wind LV3, High Rank Earth LV4, High Rank Acid LV3, High Rank Ice LV1, High Rank Lightning LV5. 23,613. Height was just a joke, but if things go well, I think I can really get to level 9. What do you have to do to get your stats to rise by the thousands? Who knows? It just comes naturally to me. Following the battle, Li Xin Wu had returned to the Metal Army base. His loyal subordinate, Irem 290, presented the Sun Spear General's bone to him, and he then re-examined his stats. Compared to Siegold's bone, the Sun Spear General's wasn't anything special, but it leveled up his water resistance and element which he seldom used, causing his magic to increase significantly once more. Even if it's rotten, it's still a herring. Or, even if he's just an extra, he's still one of the 4 heavenly commanders. But Xin Wu, are you really okay with just absorbing others' bones all willy-nilly like that? That was a huge problem for you before. My shoulders hurt a little, but this much is fine. Honestly, it's just a scam. I can just fool the world into thinking that I'm the legitimate owner of this karma. That's how it works. Jin couldn't understand him, and just tilted her head, but to Li Xin Wu it was a simple matter. It was unclear how the world perceived a legitimate owner of karma, so as long as Li Xin Wu fooled the world into thinking he was that legitimate owner, everything would be fine. So I can just kill the heaven-sundering General, Learfield von Tariman. Is it really that simple? His dark shadow lets him distort order. That's right. To put it bluntly, Li Xin Wu was using dark shadow, which reversed coursing effect, to act like a gangster. If he'd gained this power earlier, then he would have acted like a swindler even earlier and plunged this world into chaos. How will you handle all that karma? Think about it this way: just put it back before you get caught. Stop. It sounds like you're a high school girl sneaking out of the house in her older sister's clothes. Li Xin Wu joked around with Jin and was greeted by Kreischer. Once he was done giving her a progress report, Kreischer immediately rushed outside and was mesmerized by the sunless underground night sky. There had always been a slight presence of light, even during nighttime. But now that the artificial sun was gone, it was completely dark. Now morning would never come for the underground, like it had been when the first residents of the underground empire had come. The sun's gone. The yang energy has dwindled, but in exchange the yin energy has gotten even stronger. It's great that I've gotten stronger and all, but the emperor and the archmage probably got stronger too. Li Xin Wu knew he couldn't have allowed the sun to remain, especially because Sigurd had fused with it. Despite that, he couldn't help but worry. He was worried about the powerful archmage, Fitain von Selden. Even so, Li Xin-Wu had destroyed his physical body twice, and was especially worried about the Emperor, who he assumed to be at least level 9. If those two's darkness was further strengthened, then could Kreischer even do something against them? Unlike Prince, Kreischer didn't want to be useless as always. She was being really disrespectful towards Prince and furrowed her brow in anguish. Her helping Li Xin-Wu study the Titan may have been good enough, but that wasn't enough for her. Now that it's come to this, I studied the Titan and gathered plenty of data. And because of you, Xin-Wu, I've gotten a grasp on innate elements. Maybe it's time for me to change too. She'd prepared herself for this, but she hadn't taken the plunge. So, in a way, it may have been for the best. It was better for her to throw away her pride as a magician. While she was making a huge decision, she suddenly overheard someone speak. It truly is dark. It would usually brighten around now, like the surface. Though I haven't known about the surface's brightness for very long. Daener. It was Daener, once the princess of the Underground Empire, now an immortal. She, who should've been in the Spirits Spring training with the spirits, had shown up in a one-piece outfit and was heading towards her. In that short period of time, she had seemingly fully adjusted to her body, as she seemed much stronger than before. When did you get here? I came right over once I heard from the hero. I believe the hero was going to call me if the situation worsened. As Sarah had pointed out, Li Xin-Wu had prepared several cards for Sigurd. One of those cards was the squad stationed in the Spirits Spring. Because Li Xin-Wu had formed a contract with the Spirits Spring, he could create a gate to the Spirits Spring anytime, anywhere. Thus, he could call over more personnel, surpassing the gate's limitation more quickly than usual. Dana had been prepared to jump into the fight against Sigurd if necessary. But as you are well aware, Li Xin-Wu hadn't needed Sarah, let alone Dana. It truly is dark. I've never seen such darkness, even when I was strapped to the heaven-rending cannon in Baron. This is the first time I've seen such a thing ever since I was born. Yeah, it's scary since it's so dark. I'm not scared at all, since I now know that there's a true sun on the surface. Contrary to everything she'd learned, the surface was very different from what she'd expected, and she was deeply moved by what she'd seen. The underground was changing so quickly due to the machinations of just one man. And regardless of how events progressed, the Underground Empire would soon meet its end. What would happen to her then? She thought about it and then smiled bitterly. She dare not think about it. After all, she hadn't expected that she'd be sublimated into a greater existence, an immortal. The hero must have some sort of scenario mapped out already. Everything will go as he wishes, and I have no complaints there. On the contrary, seeing such exceptional ability from the man I love causes my heart to pound. But how much can I really do on his stage? Can I really help him? Coincidentally, she was thinking along the same lines as Kreischer. Li Xin-Wu was so talented that they felt stupid for pledging their aid. Kreischer, who had no idea what she was thinking, tilted her head at Dana, who was vacantly gazing at the sky, and asked, "Are you sad now that your fiancé is dead, or did you want to be there when it happened?" "Pardon, fiancé, you're talking about Sigurd?" "I'm not sure. I regret not being able to sock him in the face, but we weren't close enough for me to feel sad over his passing. He was my fiancé in name only, and I also have someone I love." "You sound like the main character of a romance novel." Kreischer said, dumbfounded, and Dana looked askance at her and repeated, "You seem to not have any dreams. It must be because you're a magician. Most elementalists are pure and have a wild imagination. Everyone carries a story within their hearts. It's just that my story is a romance." "Then what about Shin Wu? Shin Wu's an elementalist too." I heard there was a darkness magic book on the surface made of human skin. It sounded more like a book a demon would carry around rather than an elementalist, but Kreischer could understand completely. You can appraise someone so calmly, yet still like them. He's extremely cruel and not considerate of others, but he also cares for us immensely. I like him, but sometimes I think he spoils us too much. I don't really get it. His heaven-defying general persona's really cool, but I think he'll need to study love a bit more. Kreischer always thought he'd been the prime candidate to practice on. If he, a mere skeleton, was able to draw the affection of so many women and form such complicated relationships with them, then he would be really helpful in her understanding of love and human feelings. If Li Shin Wu had heard her, he'd probably be really mad. "Persona, you were both out here." "Oh, it's you, Sarah." Dana was somewhat perplexed at Kreischer's speech, as she spoke as though she wasn't human. But then, Sarah appeared at such perfect timing. She floated over to them and then looked at the night sky, which had once occupied the two's attention. "The Empire will soon disappear without a trace. You know that, right?" "Yes, somewhat." "Were you perhaps thinking about what your role was in all this, Sarah?" "No. As long as the Empire perishes, I'm happy. Since it's no time to be worrying about our methods. I don't care if Li Shin Wu uses me as a chess piece or puts me on his stage, so long as he destroys the Empire." "You were thinking quite lavishly, it seems, Dana." Sarah wasn't concerned with Dana's petulance or her puffed-up cheeks and just said what she wanted to say. Her attitude had changed so dramatically that it was hard to believe that just a short while ago she was praying for the dead. "If you have any unfinished business on this curse-ridden world, then you should deal with it before everything ends." "Oh my, I should get going." "What about the hero? It's just you, Sarah." Dana's cheeks puffed up even more. Sarah, feeling her gaze, smiled as if entertained and turned around. At that moment, Li Shin Wu entered the chatting channel and was met with Lloyd H.K. "Silene is Shin Wu. Silene's been captured. We have to go and save him." Li Shin Wu. "Oh, no. What sad and surprising news. What an obvious trap. Moreover, there was an idiot right here who wanted to go headlong into that trap. A signal for battle had been lit in such an unexpected locale." Chapter 52 Part 2. Chapter 52. Wars Scenario 2. Lloyd H.K. "Shin Wu. Silene is Li Shin Wu. Sina, I get it already. So please don't cry and take your time. Irian Rupert, we've been anxious lately since Witaden disappeared, but Li Shin Wu. I'm sorry. You're the one who's suffering the most." Li Shin Wu. "No, it's fine, so please go ahead and explain." "Wait, why would he suffer from Sarah's death?" He urged them to get to the main point whilst tilting his head. Then, Irian continued as if she understood what he was thinking. "Irian Rupert, anyway, we've been really anxious lately, but all of a sudden, Silene Viesa came into the channel." Li Shin Wu. "He did he?" Li Shin Wu checked, confirming that Silene was still accessing the chatting channel. However, he wasn't talking, likely because he was in a situation where he couldn't. That meant he wasn't dead yet. He was really surprised since he expected Silene to be dead already, but he pretended like he wasn't. "Wait a sec. This is what is this har? That's hilarious." More importantly, he didn't want to believe it, but he felt like something was off with the chatting channel. It wasn't the normal chatting channel. Contrary to Li Xin Wu, who was feeling a bit anxious, Irian calmly continued with her explanation. Irian Rupert, but I think he encountered one of the 12 generals. I don't know which one he met, but I believe he's been captured. He's been imprisoned. Li Xin Wu, one of the 12 generals. Li Xin Wu thought about which of the 12 generals it could be. Lloyd H. Those damn undead. To think they'd take Silene hostage. Li Xin Wu, I see. So he's been captured alive. I wonder why they've taken such a merciful approach. How shocking. It was so obvious what was going on. Li Xin Wu's acting ability couldn't handle their stupidity, and he let his insincerity slip. Irian noticed, seemingly more anxious than before, and yelled desperately. Irian Rupert, we know how shocking it must have been to lose Sarah. However, Li Xin Wu, we would appreciate it if you helped us. We can't just leave him out to die. He's your junior, someone who greatly respected you. Who lost? Who exactly? He was shocked because of who their delusions had run this rampant during the time that Li Xin Wu and Sarah were out of touch. Li Xin Wu was astounded and remained silent, but then Lloyd continued where Irian had left off with a loud voice. Lloyd HK. If we work together, we can take down one of the 12 generals. We have to hurry. It'll get even harder if he calls for reinforcements. Xin Wu, help us. Irian Rupert, Li Xin Wu. Both seniors asked seriously. Li Xin Wu closed his eyes in thought. He already knew what to say to these incorrigible idiots, but he wanted to organize his thoughts before doing so. Lloyd HK. Xin Wu, if we work together, then we should be able to save our comrade from certain danger. Li Xin Wu, I'm sorry, but they were about to try persuading him once more, but then Li Xin Wu firmly said. Li Xin Wu, I can't go right now. I'm sorry, but it looks like you'll have to give up on Silene. Please don't go anywhere. I'm sure you already know about the Underground's son, yes. Lloyd H.A. Li Xin Wu. Li Xin Wu didn't even reply and just left the chatting channel. He then checked his Marner radar and sighed deeply. Had hoped that he was wrong. Then, Sarah and the rest of his party trickled in. He only called Sarah. So why were all of them here? He tilted his head and asked. Sarah, I want to ask you something. What is it? Can a person use the chatting channel to affect another's Marna? In other words, is it possible to use Darkness Marna to find the other hero's location or info? In response, Sarah sported a strange expression. It was as if she was saying, I never even thought of that. She looked straight at him and said, What's with you all of a sudden? You know that the chatting channel is a part of God's domain. Yeah, I thought so too, but I sensed Darkness Marner within the chatting channel. Isn't that strange? That's right. That was the main source of Li Xin Wu's uneasiness. What's worse, he felt an attempt at a forced connection in order to figure out his location. Had led that Marner to an entirely different location, but it wouldn't have been possible had it not been for his maxed-out darkness element and dark shadow. The chatting channel is a domain comprised of God's Marner, so how could another person's Marner interfere with it? That's extremely hard to believe, but if you sensed it, then you're probably right. It seems like you were able to control your Marner as you please within the chatting channel too. Sarah was well versed in Li Xin Wu's abilities. Ched felt it was strange and thought about it, furrowing her eyebrows, and then said, This has never happened before. If it did, I wasn't aware of it. I could have asked Ethan Cruz if he were still alive. That really makes me feel sorry for myself. He ignored Sarah's sarcastic remark and heard Kreischer's cautious voice. Shin Wu, the fact that they've intruded upon God's power means that if we make a mistake, then no new heroes will be summoned, so we have to end it. I don't think I have to worry about you two, but just in case, Jin, Kreischer, don't go into the chatting channel. While he was at it, he sent Prince a private message telling her not to enter the chatting channel. Fortunately, he wasn't too late and she obeyed his warning. Prince Altair Silene Vieser, he's already dead to me. As expected of a veteran hero, Prince was busy exploring dungeons on the surface, so she didn't have the time to come down and save Silene. It was quite fortunate actually. Silene Vieser was likewise already dead to Li Shin Wu as well. If Silene Vieser had brought the darkness marner within him by entering the chatting channel, then he was playing in the palm of their enemy's hands. It was already too late to even consider saving him. Did Irian and Lloyd not realize this? They probably didn't. They were unsure if they could even take down the weakest of the 12 generals, yet they wanted to save him. It was all just hot air. Prince Altair Lloyd'll probably trust in his abilities and try saving him himself. He's probably cursing at us too. I'd be happy if that's all that happens. Prince Altair, we weren't originally good friends, so it's not surprising. Still, Jun Lloyd's in danger, isn't he? Yes. Li Shin Wu replied honestly. The battle had already begun. Their foes had succeeded in hacking into Silene's hero abilities and were attempting to track down the other heroes, so it didn't matter whether the two heroes went to save him or not, they were in danger. They're in incredible danger, as they have no way of stopping the enemy from tracking them down. Of course, they won't be caught immediately, as they're still quite far away. Prince Altair, but if the Archmage himself goes, then I threw them off their trail too, but it shouldn't slow down someone skilled enough to hack into the chatting channel for very long. Prince Altair Prince was dead quiet. Li Shin Wu could easily tell how she was feeling and smiled bitterly. Why are you being so honorable now? It's not like you. Prince Altair, you're one to talk. Even I have a sense of shame. Okay, I know how much you've helped me and I know that I'm leaving all the tough stuff to you, the fight between the surface and underground. He's glad she knew. Li Shin Wu nodded his head and said, So what are you getting at? Prince Altair, well Junior, can't you save Lloyd for me? Is it too much? Is it impossible? I can't believe you're actually asking me that. Prince Altair, you told me to ask. You told me. I'm shocked. There's a limit to how brazen you can be. Prince Altair, hey. It really was fun playing around with her. It was fun talking to her. He felt the stress from those idiots, Lloyd and Irian, wash away and took a deep breath. And then he said, I'll try. Don't hate me if it doesn't work, since I'll bring you Lloyd's bone. Prince Altair, what's the point of bringing me his bone? I don't like bones, you know. I'm being really generous here. I guess you don't know me that well. Prince Altair Jr. Despite his small talk, Prince's voice died down, since she knew just what she was asking of him. Prince Altair, thanks. Aside from the bone-ish, thanks for everything. So just relax and clear the dungeons, Sina. Prince Altair, don't die. You're not allowed to die. I don't die even when I'm killed, so don't worry about me. After he was finished, he stood up. Everything was looking at him, but they already knew what he was going to say. If he was going now, then that meant total war. I really wanted to combine the Annihilation Flame Bone Core and the Titan before then. We haven't practiced enough soup. I guess it can't be helped. Would you like me to bring the others from the surface? They're all waiting for your order, hero. I'm ready to cry whenever you need me. Crying for you is I guess I'll tell you at the end. They all seemed much livelier than before, especially Sarah, whose change was surprising. It was as though Siegold's death had released her from a heart demon one, as she acted her age now. But unfortunately sorry to rain on your parade, but it's not yet time. I only called Sarah, remember go back to work. Especially you Crasher. I'm leaving the Titan to you. Huh, think about it. Why is the capital only now trying to find where the heroes are? There's no way they'd focus on the heroes. Think about it. They've basically taken no damage from the heroes. They took the most damage from either Anti-Skull or the Heaven-Defying General. Of course, the Heaven-Defying General is actually a hero, but they don't know that. Then why they're trying to clean up? In other words, they're trying to reduce the number of variables. Thus, the Archmage, not the Emperor, has come forward. That's right. Li Xin-Wu had already figured out that the Archmage had messed with a chatting channel. How did he do it? It was simple. He had used Darkness Marner within the chatting channel, so Li Xin-Wu was not only able to hide his location, but could also trace the Archmage's Marner back to its source and found Silene Vs's location as well as locate Lloyd and Irian on the side. So I checked with the Marner radar and Tartar the Archmage was there. I see. Our enemies are trying to kill the heroes to reduce the number of unknowns. So, as a result, you not only figured out that the Archmage is outside of the capital, but what his motives and location are as well exactly. Since he knew the Archmage's plan and location, he was now in the driver's seat. All he needed to do was wait for the right opportunity. You're not going to save Lloyd. You're using him to lure the Archmage out of the palace so that you can kill him, am I right? Yep. You're the same as ever. You don't need to be so thorough. You don't have to be so cautious. Li Xin-Wu just shrugged his shoulders. To be honest, he had already sent his Irem brigade to the coordinates and planned to use Fire Shadow to get there when it was time. But he didn't really need to tell them that. Then I'll get going. Didn't you say you would wait for the right time? That's not it. Li Xin-Wu used one of the permits to God's secret shop and smiled bitterly. I was just wondering if the secret shop was affected like the chatting channel. I'll be quick. The secret shop. This'll probably be my last trip to the secret shop, he thought, and was about to activate the permit, but then someone grabbed onto his hand. It was none other than Sarah. She sported a complicated expression, but she was definitely holding onto his hand. She briefly hesitated but soon mustered up her courage. May I come with you? Iana thought that was weighing her down mentally. Though you should know that as you are reading this on Waxiaworld. Chapter 52 Part 3. Chapter 52. Wars Scenario 3. He could tell, looking at them from side to side. They were definitely sisters. The two of them looked incredibly alike and were beautiful enough to be considered the most beautiful in the Empire. So the mood between them was quite unfortunate. Guten Morgen, the mood wasn't all that great within the secret shop. In the midst of the two sisters' staring contest, Li Xin-Wu spoke carefully. Since Plain wasn't giving him her classic greeting, he had to do it. Hello, Mr. Xin-Wu. Plain twisted her head around and bowed towards Li Xin-Wu. Sarah's eyebrows twitched at Mr. Xin-Wu, but Li Xin-Wu ignored her and replied, If you have some things to say to each other, then I can leave. No, I'm fine. I don't really have anything to say to her. Moreover, we can't really be called sisters anymore. Read. Now, Mr. Xin-Wu, What did you come here for today? Li Xin Wu looked at the two testy women and thought they sure like playing around. Who was it that begged him to save her sister again, and who was it that asked him to bring her to the secret shop again? They definitely had a lot to say to each other, yet they were holding back for some reason. Li Xin Wu had no way of figuring out why, but if they persisted, then he'd just go about with his business. I had some questions and wanted to tell you some things too. First, I killed Seagold. Sorry, I don't have any keepsakes to give you since they were all burned. I see. I already knew since I heard from her, but thank you for telling me in person. In the end, you had to deal with all of our family's problems. I'm sorry. What's with you all of a sudden? Isn't that your specialty? Crap. Sarah finally began talking. She just pressed something. Something more fearsome than the button for a nuclear bomb. Li Xin Wu briefly paused but soon decided to calm them down. Unfortunately, Sarah was faster. That's the way you deal with things. You run away, as if you're avoiding reality, and leave all the work to other people. Ho, that's rich coming from a halfwit like you. You didn't realize how weak you were, yet you tried to get revenge anyway. And then you lost all your comrades. In the end, you didn't do anything right. I don't want to hear that from you. You're not willing to get your hands dirty, yet you're willing to stand on the sidelines, selling weapons in exchange for such precious armor. I'm not sure if she's never gotten her hands dirty before, but at this rate, she probably will. Li Xin Wu thought and urgently tried to interfere, but hey, shouldn't we stop this? Y'all just say things that'll hurt each other. Sarah, do you have any idea how I felt becoming God's apostle? I did it so you wouldn't have to do it. If our roles were reversed, then I would've killed older brother in one hit. One hit I would've killed the emperor and the likes of Selden and brought peace to the empire a long time ago. Talk is cheap. There were rumors that you talked your way into your saintess position. They were probably right. Eek. Crap. It's all over. The two had forgotten all about Li Xin Wu and were duking it out. The counter between them was shaking immensely. I was managing the communication between the heroes and God, as well as helping the heroes grow, while you went wild, unaware of the undead curse's effects on you. To you, who became an undead, my job must not seem very important. I'm asking just in case. But this isn't a specialty store that sells tea leaves. Do you understand? I'm so glad that you, who doesn't even know what a real battle is, didn't become an undead. Shall I tell you what our older brother's last moments were like? Did you even land a hit on him? I believe you didn't even cry once during the battle, even after Mr. Xin Wu turned you into a level 8 Elder Banshee. I did mentally. I just thought my intervention wasn't necessary. You wouldn't know how important reserve forces are since all you're good at is yapping and picking tea leaves. Li Xin Wu even thanked me for making things go so smoothly mentally. PFFT. 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 You want to spit out blood instead. Why is it that when these two sisters met, they showed a side that he'd never seen before, and why hadn't he noticed that black personality of theirs before? Li Xin Wu watched their intensifying sibling spat, took out some popcorn he'd prepared in advance for moments like this, and sat down in a corner. He'd made it since Prince wanted to eat it so badly, yet he was the first one to take a bite. This was the first time he'd made it, but it was delicious. Li Xin Wu wanted to drink some cola with it. Then they started to drag him into it as well. And what's with Mr. Xin Wu? Mr. Xin Wu what? Are you trying to seduce a hero now? Too, you're so old, so how can you be so indecent? You're trying to be so charming to a man who was once a level 1 skeleton, or what? Is it that you're so old now that you'll become a skeleton yourself soon? Look who's talking. It doesn't really matter, does it? You've become undead now, so you transcend things like age. Moreover, what's wrong with how I call him? You, who even at that age didn't know how to talk to a man without hitting them with your hammer, must think that a man and woman speaking amicably means that they're in a relationship. Sorry to say, but it's not true. That's because once I became older, all that was left were undead and monsters. Or what? Did you want me to date someone like Ethan Cruz? And in the first place, you're the one who told me I didn't have a chance with the other male heroes whenever I came here. It's because you're clueless when it comes to relationships. You would've been ruined if you dated trash like Ethan Cruz. If you'd even bothered to learn love through books, then you would've known that my and Mr. Shin Wu's relationship isn't like that. Oh wait, do you? Why did Ethan Cruz have to be cursed out for something he didn't even do? While Li Shin Wu shook his head, Plain alternated between him and Sarah, as if she'd figured something out. Sarah noticed this and spoke in disgust. There's nothing between us. It looks like you're the one with your head in the clouds. It must be because you've only learned about romance from books. I know that, as a saintess, men would just respect you. They didn't ever approach you. They did, they just weren't good enough for me. Moreover, all the heroes tried flirting with me too. Didn't know that, did you? All of them, everyone aside from Mr. Skeleton over there. I'm not her skeleton anymore, you know. If you want to fight, then keep it to yourselves. Had rather they not drag him into this, but it seemed impossible. Li Shin Wu sighed and began boiling some water. Had gotten quite thirsty from eating popcorn, so he decided to brew some tea that had bought on the surface. Are you brewing tea here? He thought it'd help the extremely agitated Sarah relax. It worked as expected. He didn't think it would work, but to think it would be this easy. He smiled slightly and poured the boiling water into the teapot. You must be thirsty, so please drink a cup before you go on fighting or what not. Fighting? We're not fighting. Besides, I like alcohol more than tea. Something that can wash away all this frustration of mine. He knew she'd want alcohol instead of tea. Li Shin Wu took out something he'd been hiding for this moment. It was a new Care Century label wine bottle. Mr. Shin Wu, is that perhaps it's our factory's newest brandy? It's harder to make, so we've only just started making it. Brandy Care Century label. Brandy was a generic term for any distilled fruit wine, but this brandy distilled Care Century's red wine and fermented them in oak barrels. The price of brandy depended on the grapes and the manufacturing process used, and was a luxurious drink. On Earth, Cognac, an area in France, was renowned for their brandy. So it was only natural that Plain's eyes would sparkle once he said brandy. Whereas Sarah looked speechless. You were making that too? What exactly are you doing underground? Li Shin Wu. Preparing for the future. We'll be unemployed once we're done with our mission as heroes. I have to prepare for my later years, don't I? Preparing for your later years. I anguished over whether I could defeat the Emperor or not, but you were trying to find a job at first. She didn't expect much, but her eyes widened as Li Shin Wu's answer exceeded any expectations she might have had. Whereas Plain just gazed at him, wondering when she'd be able to taste the brandy. Plain knew him well enough to not be surprised about him preparing for his later years. On our world, we mixed brandy and tea together. Is it the same here? I'm not good with alcohol. I just like drinking alcohol by itself, then why don't you try it? Li Xin Wu cruelly and boldly added the brandy to the tea, as if he had no intention of listening to them in the first place. Of course, Li Xin Wu added only a small amount of brandy to Sarah's cup, so that she could smell it but not taste it. On the other hand, he dumped so much brandy into Plain's cup that it was more akin to brandy with a smell of tea. You're not being considerate of the drinkers. How aggressive. But isn't it strange that men like that are popular? I suppose that's how it is in my older sister and Dana's romance novels. But in real life, it's the worst. Li Xin Wu ignored her grumbling and drank his own tea. He could smell a soft scent of brandy mixed into his tea, which really fit his taste. While they were good enough on their own, they tasted better by mixing them together. Brandy tea was a good example of this. Li Xin Wu was satisfied. Plain, who sipped on her own tea, smiled and said, "It's quite good." Is it because of the quality of the brandy? I still like tea as is. But it's not bad. If I had to pick a side, I'd say I like it, but compared to regular tea she could've just said she liked it. Plain just looked at Sarah and sighed. As her older sister, she couldn't stop worrying about her. He's too good for you. HMPH. I don't want him. Hey, I'm right here. Don't go giving me to other people all of a sudden. Li Xin Wu stopped their delusions and cleared his throat. Anyway, can I ask you something now? It's regarding the chatting channel. The chatting channel? You should talk to me about that. Head asked Plain, but he heard someone else respond from elsewhere. Li Xin Wu tilted his head and then, the environment changed. He saw a beautiful flower garden in full bloom as if it'd come straight out of a fairy tale, along with a white table. Had seen these things a few times before. It was God's garden. Come over here and sit. Brew me some tea too. With a lot of brandy. You could just make it yourself. Li Xin Wu was astounded, yet he pulled out a chair and sat down anyway. Across from him sat that damn god, appearing before him as both an old woman and a high school girl at the same time. Chapter 52 Part 4. Chapter 52. Wars Scenario 4. God carefully took a sip of the tea with her thin, pale pink lips and sighed in satisfaction, as if enjoying the tea's scent. She then said, "Get straight to the point. This is all your fault." That sounds like a load of bullshit, but let's hear what you have to say. Li Xin Wu gently opened his eyes and glared at her. She pushed her red hair to one side and shrugged her shoulders. It's true. At first, I could only influence the world one, or as you understand it, the surface and the underground together, so much. And I've been dividing that limited influence to summon the heroes, give them power, and develop them. Do you understand me thus far? So why is your influence on the world limited in the first place? Gods are absolute beings, aren't they? Had asked something similar before, and he was ignored back then. But he believed that now God would acknowledge him. God seemingly thought to herself regarding that, and then nodded her head and spoke. Yeah, I guess it's time for you to know if someone possessing a high-level presence or magic moves, then that's enough to shake the world. One person's karma changing affects other people's karma as well. Of course. That's how this world works after all. This was especially true for this world, such that he could see it with his own two eyes. Moreover, Li Xin Wu had experienced it with his own body, hadn't he? By switching between his form with limited immortality and his human form, had learned that when obtaining a terribly great karma, there was an equally heavy cost associated with it. At the time, Head thought that God was just toying with him, but that wasn't the case. While it was a great risk, her bestowing immortality upon him was meant to reduce the side effects of bearing this kind of karma to its minimum. Of course, her not telling him in advance was just to mess with him. However, he understood her true intentions and nodded his head. God looked a bit moved. You're beginning to transcend humanity too. You see, most humans would be confused around now. But that's the essence of karma, isn't it? Understanding it shows the difference between a transcendent and a mortal. By forming connections with others, your karma became distorted and developed in a completely different direction. So that may be why you were able to pick up on the essence of karma so quickly. God then lowered her empty cup. She tapped on the cup and it refilled with tea. She had restored Li Xin Wu's special mixture of tea and brandy. She gulped it down in one go and sighed. She then asked Li Xin Wu, "Do you understand what I just did?" "Time." "Right. It's time. To be exact, it's creation using time magic. Recreating something that is gone. It's quite simple for me, but if used in the world, then it would be too much for it to bear and a city may vanish right then and there. That's what karma is. And that's the main reason why I haven't been able to intervene so much. Li Xin Wu tilted his head. While Li Xin Wu had understood the result, he couldn't understand the process. But the result did tell him something. For example, if Li Xin Wu were to use the very same time magic for creation, then he was confident that he wouldn't cause the same adverse effects. Why? You ask, can't you just trick it? It seems pretty simple to me. The world. You've already been doing that. I've seen you twist order around such that it's unclear who the true owner of your karma is. I was really shocked. But that's impossible for me to do, since I can't use that innate element. If God were both omnipotent and omniscient, then she'd be able to do everything Li Xin Wu could do. However, she thought innate elements were special and claimed that even she could not fool the world. But if that's the case, then why are innate elements powers of the gods? Yeah, he naturally came to that conclusion. Had he become a god at some point, but he soon rejected that notion, as he felt he was still lacking in several areas to be called a god. Moreover, there are way too many people in the world who wield innate elements. Aside from me, there's the dark flame ghosts, the Garuda, Seagold, the magic emperor, the undead emperor, Jisharnu, should be able to too. And based on the energy tampering with the chatting channel, the archmage must be able to too. They don't become gods per se, but you could say that they've met the conditions to transcend karma itself. That's actually why I'm concerned. Like you said, there have been way too many individuals with innate elements. You're an exceptional irregular, but the events hundreds of years ago had too much of an effect. I should've stopped it myself, but why didn't I? There was definitely a way to minimize the chaos and stop it. But by allowing the humans to take matters into their own hands, I ended up having to intervene more than before. I was so foolish. Let's get back on topic now, shall we? As one ages, they gain a specialty. It was talking about one thing, and then suddenly going on a tangent. Before it was too late, Li Xin Wu slapped his cheek and spoke. Then God went oh my and nodded her head. Anyway, that's why my influence is limited. If you were in my place, then you wouldn't even have to worry about this and could just kill Jisharnu or Gerald yourself. Dark Shadow. That thing's really overpowered. Remember, you may think that annihilation flame or what not is overpowered, but it's not. It's Dark Shadow. Got it? God was being jealous while sweating buckets. Li Xin-Wu tried to steer the conversation back on track. So the surface's emperor is called Gerald. It really suits him. I don't know what his public name is, but his name is definitely Gerald. But what were we talking about again? That's right. First, give me another cup of tea. You could just restore it like last time. But it feels different. That's karma for you. Perhaps there was something he still didn't know about karma. He poured her another cup of tea while pouting. She took it satisfyingly and returned to their original conversation. I should tell you how I bestow power upon the heroes. First, the summon. I summon those fated to die in another world and send out someone dying from this world. This is the basics of summoning. It's done to reduce the summoning's adverse effects on the world as much as possible. And the power I bestow. I told you this at the beginning, so I don't need to go over it again, do I? This is my influence. It was all going according to plan up to here, but the problem started afterwards. The secret shop. The secret shop maintains balance by accepting Pirium for its goods. Of course, there were some issues with it as well, but there are some issues that can be dealt with because most of you heroes are otherworlders and not from this world. It seems like bestowing power upon otherworlders, rather than the original inhabitants of this world, has a much less adverse effect on the world. Well, what do you think? It's quite a delicate balance, isn't it? You get how much I love this world, right? Then what's the problem? Was MS Goddess over here always such a chatterbox? If not, then was it because of Li Xin-Wu's actions thus far? Either way, he wouldn't be happy, so he just urged her to continue. God continued her explanation, whilst grumbling. The quest rewards. I see, especially the 12 general quests, right? Yep, exactly. God scratched her head as if she felt like this was a pain in the ass. The reason the 12 general quests were set up that way was because I thought beating them was just that difficult and that they wouldn't be defeated so frequently. At the time, I didn't think a hero would show up that would kill 7 of the 12 generals by himself. As I thought. I kind of get it. It all happened because I was too good, right? Yeah, you bugged player. If Li Xin-Wu were to liken the situation to a game, then it would be something like when all the goods are pushed onto one side, then the game's balance breaks. With the emergence of an irregular like Li Xin-Wu, God's delicately balanced influence broke. It's quite ironic. But the situation's less severe than it could have been, all because of your Joker karma. If you didn't have it, then the hero system would have failed a long time ago. You don't seem to be aware of it, but you've already halfway transcended the world, meaning you're not recognized as one of the inhabitants of this world. Of course, that probably doesn't matter to you, since I just need to trick it. Li Xin-Wu replied plainly. To be honest, he already knew that. As his Joker karma grew stronger, he felt more and more isolated from this world's rules. Even God acknowledged that as well. But who cared? If he stayed on this world, then it would become his home. Li Xin-Wu was already prepared to kick back and live peacefully on this world. Anyway, most of my power went to you, which made the problem even worse. Not only am I less and less able to interfere with what happens in this world, but the power I've already used is also starting to weaken as well. And he just happened to take advantage of this opportunity, the Archmage. That's right. It would have been impossible with normal Marner, but that bastard has learned an innate element. At first, Li Xin-Wu wasn't 100% sure it was the Archmage that had invaded the chatting channel, since the Marner pattern had remembered differed from the one within the chatting channel. So then why wasn't Li Xin-Wu able to confirm that it was the Archmage? Even though he was familiar with his manner, it was simple. As Li Xin-Wu had suspected, the Archmage was using some sort of manner he wasn't familiar with. In other words, he was using an innate element. He didn't even want to think about it, but there was a high chance that had awakened an innate element from his battle with Li Xin-Wu and Seagulled. "You're just an undead, yet you're growing," thought Li Xin-Wu, though he wasn't one to talk. "In any case, you can't use the chatting channel anymore. That's not all. The other heroes probably won't be able to go to the secret shop anymore." He seems aware of how dangerous it would be to invade the secret shop, though, as he hasn't dared to enter, so I don't have to worry about playing. Wow. Do you get it? I can't summon new heroes or provide you with supplies anymore. Everything's on you now. You have to do it. If you fail, then it really is the end. If that happens, then I'll have to intervene and start everything anew. Of course, Head roughly expected this, but he felt somewhat odd hearing it from her. Li Xin-Wu contemplated on what Shed said and then asked, "Does that mean the world will end? If you're playing a game with your character, Hero R, but you find you can't beat it, then what do? You erase that character and try again with Hero DDDD. Be more creative with your names. So I ask of you, Hero R. It's really tiring to make a new game from scratch, and it's really sad too." She genuinely bowed before him. He couldn't even imagine her doing this, considering how their first meeting went. "Hero R." Li Xin-Wu shrugged his shoulders and stood up. If he failed, he would die too. There was no need to answer her. One more question. "What is it? Oh, Plains a virgin. Isn't that hilarious?" "Thanks, I really wanted to know that." "No, not that. Sarah's a virgin too." "I knew that already." "So what exactly is Invisible Heart?" Dodd's eyes widened slightly, but she didn't seem surprised. Perhaps she was waiting for him to ask her that. She soon narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Even if I were to tell you, you wouldn't understand. But if it's you, you may be able to figure it out by yourself soon enough. You're really no help at all, you old bag." "Then, take care, Li Xin-Wu. It's been such a long time since I've played around with someone who could understand my level. Come back and play with me again." The next moment, Li Xin-Wu had returned to the secret shop. Plain and Sarah were watching him with eyes wide open, as Head disappeared and suddenly reappeared. He remembered what God had said and in embarrassment, turned his head around. "What's the matter, Mr. Xin-Wu?" "Never mind. It's nothing." "Nothing at all." Li Xin-Wu couldn't handle the awkwardness any longer, so he was thankful that the Irams had suddenly sent him the report that had been waiting for. One T in the word she uses can mean either the world or above ground surface in Korean. That's why she clarifies it. Chapter 52 Part 5. Chapter 52. Wars Scenario 5. The human and elvish heroes, Lloyd and Irian, were heading towards the location of Silene Vieser's distress signal, a level 4 danger zone and a city nearby Baron, as fast as they could. Whilst doing so, Lloyd's face remained tense and displeased. "I can't believe it. I thought he valued his comrades more than anyone else." But you can't really blame him, Lloyd." Irian, who was running beside him, just smiled bitterly. She, like Lloyd, had attempted to persuade Li Xin-Wu within the chatting channel, but she was doubtful that their rescue attempt would even work. Li Xin-Wu has the right to prioritize his life over another's. Moreover, do you remember, Lloyd, when he was still a rookie, Shino asked for our aid, yet we abandoned him. We also did the same with Jin as well. Jin, she muttered and felt a dull pain in her heart. Though she doubted his plan, she still ran beside him nonetheless. Perhaps it was her atonement for not mustering up the courage to save Jin before he learned how to be a hero from us, so it's the correct choice to make as a hero. Ugh. Still, back then there was nothing we could do. I know. I couldn't do anything either. And Li Xin Wu is likely in the same position right now. He told us, didn't he, that he can't move right now? I don't think he's lying. I know because I'm an elf. Are you saying he's right? It's not a matter of right or wrong. You already know, right? Lloyd's unfriendly expression remained. Irian sighed softly so that he wouldn't hear her. Following their extermination of 2 of the 12 generals, Lloyd had been affected by Li Xin Wu in a variety of ways, 2 of which being his desire to improve and an unerasable shame. Lloyd was always hot-blooded and somewhat exhausting to deal with, but he became even worse following that event. In any case, after the events of that day, Lloyd has continued to train without taking care of himself. Because of that, I was somehow able to reach level 7 too. Lloyd must think that he's stronger than Li Xin Wu at this point. In her honest opinion, he had absolutely no chance. Even if 2 Lloyds were to attack him simultaneously, Li Xin Wu would still win with ease, she thought, but she was afraid that saying that would hurt Lloyd, so she couldn't be honest with him. But then, Silene Vieser's distress signal came at such an auspicious time. That probably made Lloyd remember how Li Xin Wu had saved Jin. It's unfortunate, but Ritadane died too. Lloyd must be thinking that Li Xin Wu failed to save his comrade this time, so if he were to succeed with Silene, then he'd be a greater hero than Li Xin Wu. She couldn't help but sigh. This pointless competition, which would allow him to be outdone by Li Xin Wu, had caused him to make such a foolish decision. Irian thought she may actually die this time. She hadn't taken Li Xin Wu's warning lightly. But what could she do? She loved the idiot. So, she'd decided to go with him, regardless of the danger, so she thought, but then she felt her temper flare. Following him to their deaths without voicing her opposition would be nothing more than a dog's death. And so, she stopped running. Lloyd, I don't think Li Xin Wu was wrong either. But please understand, Irian, with how powerful we've become, I don't think we can turn a blind eye to our comrades who are in danger. Lloyd. He kept piling on the excuses, yet Irian's calm voice stifled him. Her unyielding voice had caused him to shut up. I'm not going to talk about that anymore, Lloyd. I was against it because I thought it was too dangerous, but I came along since you were willing to stake your life on it. Since it would be better for us to die together than to let you die alone. Irian, do you still not get it, Lloyd? She really didn't know what to do with him. Irian smiled bitterly and said, I love you enough to risk my life for you. Ha ha, Irian, you love me? Wait a sec. Ha, you mean like, as a friend? You really think I can't differentiate between the two? Not you. The love that all our parents shared. Talking about that love. You understand, right? Hey, I know dull and all, but that kind of hurts. Lloyd's face reddened instantly. He hesitated and was unable to reply, truly a trait befitting a hero. But Irian sighed in relief, as she had avoided the worst situation after all. Lloyd hadn't said something like, I don't think this is the time for jokes, and rejected her. I'm afraid of dying without telling you my feelings, so I'm telling them to you now. You don't need to answer me right away, so let's get going. Let's go. We have to go save Silene. Roman, too, got it. Yeah, we have to rescue him. No matter what. And so, Lloyd began running once more, albeit awkwardly. Irian stuck closer to him and just smiled. It was so easy. So why hadn't she done it all this time? She almost felt as stupid as Lloyd. Then again, that's why we get along so well, she thought, and smiled softly once more. Unfortunately, her smile didn't last long. They went through the city and entered the facility where Silene was trapped, but suddenly, their body and minds tensed up. TCH. So only you two showed up, huh? Why, you're the lick. They had anticipated some traps, but they didn't know what types of traps there would be, as well as who would be waiting for them. And the person waiting for them far exceeded their expectations. LV8 Archmage Fitain von Selden. To think a level 8 lick was awaiting them. What the hell is this? Sinner. Why are you here? They hadn't expected him to be waiting for them, with dozens of high-rank undead at that. No, undead heroes. Seen even our great seniors who we've only heard stories about. Why are you all here? There was no way they could have expected this. The Lick had known about the heroes long ago and collected the heroes that had died within the Empire. Now that I think about it, one of you was quite sharp, but he must not have known that I was tracking you as well. With my new power that connects space through darkness, dark space. The dark space, what are you talking about? As I thought, you don't know. It just means that that lucky fellow will soon become like you. The Lick was delighted, as had finally attained an innate element, something had never achieved in the past. However, Lloyd and Irian couldn't understand him, as they didn't even know what an innate element was. The Lick just clicked his tongue at their reaction, and extended both hands. Now, come over here. Don't worry, I'll try and keep you intact. Since you'll soon be a part of our Imperial Army. Kayak, Undead Cuk, Silene Vieser, who debated them here, had become an undead as well. The undead curse had affected him in the worst way possible. Although he had become an undead, he still hated the undead, so he was trying to strangle himself. However, an undead wouldn't go down from just strangling them. So he, who had lost his life to the Archmage and was imprisoned here, just rolled on the floor, continuously trying to end his life despite being unable to. It wasn't enough to call the sight horrid. It was much, much worse. Why did you kill Silene? What did he do wrong? That's just junk. To think he couldn't even accept his new life and tried to end it. How could he be so foolish? He was quite skilled, so I recruited him into the Imperial Army. But if he keeps making such a fuss, then I have no choice but to leave him behind. Now then, I have high hopes for the two of you. The Lick, unable to conceal his excitement, continued. To think your first reaction upon seeing this many undead was sinner. I'm astounded. You consider them heroes, not undead, I see. It's proof that you've overcome the curse like us. I don't doubt that you'll be able to accept reality, even after becoming undead like us. Hearing that, Lloyd understood. Even if they were previously his seniors, the first emotion that should have come to mind was hatred. This was the effect of the undead curse, something that even the heroes couldn't avoid. Then why perhaps it's because I met Shino that one time. What did he think back then when he saw Shino Rendu rush into the fray to save his comrades, despite becoming an undead? Was the first thing he thought of killing him? No, it wasn't. Had said that he was happy to see him, that it was unfortunate that this had happened to him, and that despite everything, he was thankful. That's what had thought back then. Yeah, now that he thought about it, that's when everything changed. But did he reject those feelings? Nope, not at all. On the contrary, those feelings were natural. It was only natural for a human to feel that way. It didn't matter whether they were an undead or not. It doesn't matter to me if they're undead or not. The hero, Lloyd HK, gritted his teeth and gripped his sword. The approaching scene of the level 6 undead hero that had met just once several years ago was cut down, and he then declared, "They were all heroes with such noble souls. I'm not cutting them down because they're undead. I'm putting them to peace so that their wills aren't defiled any longer. And you, Lick, I'm not going to what?" The Lick, seemingly interested, brandished his staff and intensified the darkness surrounding the undead heroes. Though he faced a power akin to a necromancer's, Lloyd didn't back down. Seeing that, Irene followed suit, gritting her teeth and raising her bow. "Going to forgive you. I swear I'll kill you, in place of all the heroes you've killed." Ha ha! Truly a response befitting one of God's heroes. I think I've heard that same line about 10 times now. The Lick laughed in excitement, and Lloyd merely gritted his teeth. Though Head said all that, he was getting pushed back bit by the wave of undead heroes. It was unavoidable. The more confident you sounded, the weaker you appeared. "Sinners, I'm sorry. I promise I'll avenge you." "Can't you say something original? Every word you say is so cliché that I can't take it. Are all heroes as frustrating as you? Is that it?" Entry number 2, Li Xin Wu. "I'll try coming up with something original." Then the Lick, who was floating in the air, heard a voice coming from behind him. "Hi, the name's Li Xin Wu. I'm right behind you." None of the undead had sensed him. Even Irene, with her astute senses, couldn't sense him, nor could Lloyd. And even the Archmage what? I don't have a heart, so let's try breaking yours. This man, who'd managed to fool the super-mode Lick, was obviously Li Xin Wu, who'd come after finishing his preparations. "How about it original enough for you?" In one hand he gripped a crystal shrouded in deep darkness, and in the other he gripped the Death God's shining bone sword and winked, and the Archmage screamed, "Arie, my heart, how do you have that?" He's the one who wanted them to come up with something, so he couldn't help but be disappointed by the Archmage's reaction. Li Xin Wu snorted and raised the dark red crystal. It was quite the appetizing crystal, which contained the Archmage Fitain von Selden's soul. Chapter 52 Part 6. Chapter 52. Was Scenario 6. Once Li Xin Wu had realized that the Lick had invaded the chatting channel, he had first split the Irems into 2 squads and mobilized them. "We've found him, Master." "As I expected. Hooray for the Marner radar." First was the area where Silene and the Archmage were located. It was a small city situated near the level 4 danger zone, Baron. He sent the Irems, satisfying the condition for Fire Shadow, and then waited for the right moment. He could, of course, defeat the Archmage without all this preparation. An innate element Li Xin Wu knew, as someone who often used innate elements, that someone who'd just awakened an innate element couldn't contend with someone who possessed 5. If the Archmage had simultaneously reached level 9 as well, then it would be a different story. However, he wasn't there yet. Not at all. But security is strict. Okay, I'll go personally. Then why had he sent the Irems ahead of him? This could be explained by the second preceding battle. Li Xin Wu and Sigurd were ahead in terms of pure power, and the Archmage's space element had been sealed, leading to his head being split apart. However, he was a Lick, a being that could revive itself several times. As long as his life vessel remains intact, he could regain his physical body and revive himself any number of times. This was really a case of the pot calling the kettle black, as he possessed a revival ability of his own invisible heart, but it was so cowardly. If Li Xin-Wu just went and killed him, then it'd be such a waste of a good opportunity. The lick was outside of the capital, but if he killed him, then he'd just revive himself. Please be careful, master. They are powerful. They won't be able to notice me. Don't worry. Li Xin-Wu had split the Irems into two, sending the other squad to a different location. Where, you ask? Security's tight. It's perfect. The Lord Archmage commanded us to be wary of Siegeld von Ritaden's Marna response. With this artifact, the anti-skull Marna detector, which was personally created by the Archmage himself, we should be able to find him, even if he completely erases his presence and reappears. He had sent them to a secret facility within the capital which housed the container for the Archmage's soul, or life vessel. I thought he was an idiot, like any undead, for leaving the capital, but it looks like he's not. But to think they've created an artifact specifically for Siegeld. It seems like they really were worried about him. Though I'm not sure if that thing can actually detect the annihilation flame or not. The Marna radar's top priority was to locate the Archmage and the Emperor's life vessel. And once he'd created the Marna radar, he checked the locations of their life vessels, but it's not like he could be like, let's go destroy their souls now. The Archmage's life vessel was stored in an extremely vital building within the capital, and Selden would stay around it when he had nothing better to do. On the other hand, the Emperor's life vessel was located in the deepest part of the palace. In other words, it was near impossible for anyone to steal their life vessels undetected. If I didn't have annihilation flame, that is, at first, he thought he had no other option but to fight head-on and destroy the Archmage's life vessel before he had a chance to recover. In terms of destroying the life vessel, charging headfirst or fighting them head-on wasn't much different. But with Siegeld's annihilation flame, he had another option. It was unlikely to work with the Emperor's life vessel, but he was confident that he could steal the Archmage's life vessel in his absence. Why didn't the Archmage hide his life vessel in the palace too? He thought of several reasons. 1. The Archmage wasn't entirely loyal to the Emperor, or 2. It could be dangerous to store two life vessels in the same location. If it was neither of the two, then perhaps two life vessels couldn't be placed near each other. From what I'm seeing, that seems like the most likely option here. This black crystal, which was protected by countless undead, shook its surroundings and emitted an uncanny energy. Seeing that, Li Xin-Wu nodded his head. Had always been curious as to how a life vessel was made, but he could make a guess after looking at it. It mostly consisted of the space and darkness elements, as well as layers upon layers of unknown magic. The life vessel required careful storage, and another life vessel couldn't be placed in its direct vicinity. And it looks like that crystal took a piece of the source of darkness too. That's what comes from just taking a little bit of it. If that's the case, then what exactly is the darkness that lay beneath the palace? Hey, wait a sec. Li Xin-Wu thought, but then tilted his head. The source of darkness was beneath the palace, and the Emperor's life vessel was beneath the palace as well. If that's the case, then did that damn Emperor use the source of darkness itself as his life vessel when he actually saw the Archmage's life vessel? What had once seemed a delusion had turned out to be a reality. Hey, that means that killing the Emperor and purifying the Empire are one in the same. It didn't matter anyway. In the end, he needed to do both. Li Xin Wu thought about the steep obstacle he'd have to face within the palace and sighed deeply. He soon refocused on his current situation. If he wasted any more time here, then Lloyd and Irian would die. Honestly, he really didn't care what happened to them, but he didn't really want to see Prince cry. First, let's make a backup. The Archmage's life vessel was stored very carefully. Just because he'd found the life vessel didn't mean that it was smooth sailing from now on. Not only were several level 7 elite undead standing guard, though many of them had been annihilated by Li Xin Wu's light blast, but there were also dozens of space-type traps that activated upon the entrance of an intruder, and by touching the life vessel, several more traps would activate. Lastly, once the life vessel disappeared, another trap would be activated. And even with all that, the Archmage usually remained close to his life vessel, so he really was careful. The intermediate annihilation flame element has become LV2 and magic has increased by 20. In good, except for that last trap. But Li Xin Wu's power, or more specifically, annihilation flame, allowed him to ignore most of the traps. By erasing his presence, the traps didn't have anyone to target. There was an error in the activation process, so the traps didn't even activate. It was simple. Good. I switched it out. As for the final trap, which activated upon the life vessel's disappearance, Li Xin Wu switched the real-life vessel with a fake created with his disguise skill, preventing the trap from triggering. In the short period of time in which he switched the two, Li Xin Wu had also used his shining flame on the magic circle which made up the trap, and erased coursing effect. And by adding in his acting skill, he was able to do it with ease. Though he was forced to use a significant amount of mana for this brief distortion, Li Xin Wu's level wasn't just for show. He was able to replace the real-life vessel with a fake one before his mana bottomed out. The fake won't last for very long. But it didn't need to last that long. He had the Archmage's life vessel in his grasp and planned to go straight to the Archmage with it in tow. Artifact. All clear. Treasure. All clear. I want to fight. I want to eat meat. He took a peek at the undead, who stood guard without even knowing what he'd done, grinned, and left the facility. Annihilation flames totally overpowered. It seems better than Dark Shadow. He sent a message to the other Irem, and then activated Fire Shadow, allowing him to instantaneously travel to a far-off location where the Archmage was oppressing the heroes. With a single glance, he saw his seniors, the undead heroes he hadn't killed yet, with his juniors, as well as the Archmage, who looked down at them in satisfaction from midair. Li Xin Wu felt had hit his limit with Annihilation Flame, so he chose to reveal himself then and there. His intro had enough impact to cause the Archmage to freeze completely. And time begins to move once more. How do you have my heart? That's not what's important. The fact is that I have your heart in my hands. Li Xin Wu smiled at the Archmage and squeezed the crystal. But surprisingly, the once frantic Archmage had regained his composure. But you didn't break it. You came all this way and brought it to me without breaking it. Ho! At that moment, Li Xin Wu was truly surprised. Li Xin Wu could tell that the Lick was trying to use his mana on the life vessel. It was the space element. He was using the fusion element of darkness and space, the dark space element, on the crystal. The power of space flowed through the darkness, an element that allowed him unlimited control over anything consisting of darkness. It was truly a formidable ability, especially when he considered that it was difficult to use the space element effectively against another level 9. While this could be replicated with a maxed-out darkness element, Dark space set itself apart. The darkness encroached space, and the ability to control said space was maximized. Perhaps dark space was the element most compatible with a darkness element. Your biggest mistake was your arrogance. You should've known that I'd have awakened a new power upon seeing yours. Uvo. The life vessel was already in the lid's hand. Li Xin Wu was astonished and applauded him. The next moment, a black flame ignited over the Archmage's palm. Now, the life vessel had returned to Li Xin Wu's hand. It was quite obvious, but he had used his maxed-out darkness element, dark shadow, and dark flame together. Of course, the Archmage didn't really understand what had happened. Regardless of how great his innate element was, there was no way that he could overcome Li Xin Wu, who possessed 5 of them. It was nice. I'll give you an 8. Darkness blazed upon his palm and devoured the life vessel. The reason he hadn't destroyed the life vessel and come straight here was because of the off chance that the lick would explode, taking Lloyd and Irian with him, fully destroying and absorbing the LV8 Archmage Fikain von Selden's life vessel through bone reinforcement. You have completely absorbed the magic source, and magic has increased by 230. The soul is returning to its owner. Once all traces of the life vessel disappeared, Li Xin Wu felt a full amount of mana welling with him. It wasn't like Li Xin Wu's mana, which had acquired through bone reinforcement or through adapting to his circumstances, but purely the Archmage's own mana, one who'd followed the path of a magician his entire life. He couldn't even begin to describe the satisfaction and the joy he felt. I guess I can't take in an entire soul, even with my abilities. Jidugark. With a life vessel's destruction, the Archmage's soul was forcefully ejected and returned to him. However, the Archmage wasn't able to withstand the pain. He screamed and started rolling around in the air. Had lost control of his mana and spread it out everywhere, but it was all stained by Li Xin Wu's darkness and eliminated. Destroying his life vessel, the return of his soul, as well as the lig's anguish from its return were all great experiences in killing liches. It would help when he killed the Emperor. You made one mistake, Lick. Warrior. Li Xin Wu quickly stabbed the Lick with a death god's shining bone sword and then said with a somber expression, "You met me." While the Archmage's magic was high, his actual defensive capabilities were quite low, so the shining bone sword cut him to pieces. Fortunately, his bone showed up properly this time. Chapter 52 Part 7. Chapter 52. Wars Scenario 7. You have hunted a member of the 12 generals, the LV8 Archmage, Fikain von Selden. All contributing heroes receive 50 million Pirium, and all stats increased by 100. You have acquired 15 permits to God's secret shop. Proficiency in all combat-related skills has increased significantly. You have received God's grace. The invisible heart skill's maximum level has increased by 15. The beginner shining flame element has become LV8 and magic has increased by 10. The high rank assimilation skill has become LV9, and agility and magic have increased by 30. You have given a Lick, one who defies natural order and lives with an imperfect soul, eternal rest. You have acquired the title Immortal Hunter. All stats have increased by 40. The Rebellion skill has become LV9 and all stats have increased by 20. Whenever the conditions for the Rebellion skill are met, all stats temporarily increase by 27. Now, even if he killed one of the 12 generals, his combat skills wouldn't level very quickly. That's because most of his skills were high level already. With his high rank assimilation skill reaching level 9, most of his skills were level 9 now. It felt like it'd evolve once it reached level 10, but getting there was the problem. At the very least, he realized that he couldn't reach level 10 with God's rewards anymore. He was disappointed, but he was also happy about his stat growth. Killing one of the 12 generals increases all my stats by 100, and with a new title and the rebellion skill, all my stats increase by an additional 60 apiece, so my total stats are 24,553. The title's amazing, but rebellion's quite surprising as well. To be honest, Li Xin-Wu hadn't put much interest in the rebellion skill, as it required him fulfilling 2 of its conditions before he overcame a level difference of 1. However, this skill would grow whenever he performed some great feat, and before he knew it, it was already level 9. Whenever he met one of the skill's conditions, his stats would increase by 27. If he met 2 of them, then his stats would increase by 54 instead. Just using the Titan would meet one of Rebellion's conditions, and fighting a huge army would meet another. So just those 2 conditions would increase his stats by a whopping 54 if he took into account his stats, which were at the cusp of level 9. As well as the Titan, he felt like he could really take a level 9 opponent head-on. Not a weakened opponent like the Gerudo, but someone like the magic or undead emperors. But the problem was that the Lig's loot was nothing to write home about. You have acquired 541,609,990 Pirium. You have acquired the LV8 Archmage Fitane von Selden's parietal bone. TCH, I guess I've been too lucky lately. It's right before the final battle, yet he only drops 1 bone. If he dropped 2, then I might hit level 9, but I'll absorb the bone later. I have something more important to do. He had something more important to do, obviously. It was reforming his undead seniors. Li Xin-Wu, how did you know? More importantly, how did you manage to kill the Archmage? I'll tell you later. We have to deal with our seniors. Are my juniors there too, huh? Li Xin-Wu ignored both Lloyd and Irian, who stared at him dumbfoundedly, and turned his attention to his undead seniors. They, like Lloyd, stood vacantly, but unlike him, they stood still because their master had died. The lick looks like some of them are dead already. That's too bad. Hope we meet in our next life anyway, everyone. Do you guys remember who killed you and who you need to kill? Qark in the past had tried desperately to persuade his undead seniors with dramatic flair, but that was unnecessary. Li Xin-Wu spoke naturally as if he were speaking to a friend, yet his neither soft yet loud voice resounded throughout the area, such that the undead could all hear him. You all remember, right? It's too much of a waste to die here. Hating yourselves for becoming undead is proof of your ambition and your intelligence. Ambition, intelligence, my intellect. I'm a hero, that's right. You're a hero, handpicked by God herself. You're not going to stay here and rot whilst attacking your juniors, are you right? I am. No matter what rubbish came out of his mouth, the undead heard whatever they wanted to hear. Li Xin-Wu didn't adjust his speech for them, on the contrary, they adjusted his speech themselves. This was neither the power of acting nor instigate, it was on the level of magic at this point. What are you doing, Li Xin-Wu? What the undead Lloyd, who was unaware of his darkness element, or the acting and instigate skills, realized that there was an extraordinary amount of power within his words. But still wasn't conversing with the undead a bit too much. His seniors had already become undead beings which shouldn't exist, yet instead of giving them a pain-free death or a peaceful rest, Li Xin-Wu was tormenting them even further. Open your eyes. Your enemy isn't here. Do you want to die unavenged, or do you want to continue struggling? That's up to you. Hey, Li Xin Wu Lloyd, stop. Ever since Li Xin Wu had arrived, so many strange things had happened. Not only had the Archmage died, but the undead had stopped. But he still needed to stop him, or so he thought. But when he tried to step forward, Irian stopped him. Irian, just sit still, Lloyd. Doesn't it look like they're paying attention to him? Yeah, it looks that way, but what's your point? It seems like he's trying to persuade them. Persuade the undead. No, our seniors who met an unfortunate demise. Didn't you say so before that they're not undead, but our seniors? I think so too. In the past, he would never have been able to see them that way. The undead were the undead, end of story. And they were also beings that must be defeated. He wasn't entirely sure if Shino Rendu was the catalyst, but the undead heroes were capable of reverting to their original forms, and Lloyd had become able to acknowledge them because of it. If that's the case, then he would have to acknowledge their newfound potential. They'll fight on the heroes' side again. Can he really do it? Yes, like Shino Rendu. Shino Rendu's not on our side. He fights for the heaven-defying general. He himself told us that the heaven-defying general's on our side. Perhaps he was once a hero. There's absolutely no way they're not completely off the mark. Though I wasn't once a hero, but am still one now, Li Xin Wu whispered in a corner, and only inwardly replied to his seniors, who were undergoing an identity crisis. In the past, he wasn't able to persuade all of his seniors. But since then, his acting and instigate skills had grown by leaps and bounds, as well as him acquiring several innate elements related to coursing effect. Plus, he had the wild card skill now too, which combined the power of all those skills together and allowed him to manipulate a situation to his liking. So now he could bring you to your true enemy. Open your eyes. Fight them. We have to put an end to the undead curse. That's your final duty as one of the heroes. Arsilene, you don't need to suffer anymore. You don't need to hate every undead anymore. Don't let the curse consume you. Now's the time for you to control the curse. Sinu Li Xin Wu, now's the time. You've all been waiting for so long. Now we'll bring peace to the underground ourselves. Kyuk. Kyu. At that moment, the darkness that had been welling inside him spread throughout the clearing. The darkness, which felt incredibly warm, completely covered the undead heroes. Silene Vieser, who had continued strangling himself, had, at some point, sported a relaxed expression, and was letting the darkness do as it willed. The final battle is near. Heroes return as heroes once more. A considerable amount of darkness filled the clearing, which was then sucked into the undead heroes. Lloyd and Irian shook while watching, and one of the undead raised their heads with an incomparably clean appearance. You're right. Though I retained my intellect, I had forgotten my purpose for so many years. I can completely remember being violated by that lick day by day. The undead hero's once rotting flesh had become indistinguishable from human skin and appeared to him as a middle-aged man. His tattered leather armor was dyed in black and shined brighter than new clothes. I have a goal: to be acknowledged as a hero, strike down evil, and return goodness to this land. Even I, who had been killed by the Empire's undead, have a goal. Soon, another stood opposite from him. She, who was once a ghoul, had regained her beautiful appearance. Her once tattered white robes were pressed by the crisp darkness, turning them into black robes which covered her entire body. I no longer hate myself or the living. I finally realized that I was trapped in a delusion ever since I became an undead. I've been completely freed from the curse. I thank you, Junior. You, who possesses such an astounding power. You, who possesses the ability to set the darkness right. Another undead hero, who just a short while ago had rampaged about, whilst carrying a scythe as tall as he was and whose appearance was indistinguishable, had been restored by Li Xin Wu's darkness. He had returned to being a lively, elvish young man. Hu Yuk, Senior Omen 2 and Senior. Because he remembered everything that had occurred, tears flowed from his eyes. The young man no longer hated himself. Silene, how's it feel becoming an undead? It's not much different, is it? Senior Li Xin Wu jokingly winked at him and raised a hand. His hand, which had clearly been human, had instantaneously turned to bone and clacked. Your appearance doesn't matter. You can always change it. What does matter is what's inside. Silene, what's inside you? Silene Vieser, who'd returned to life, looked down at his hands. As he was once a boxer, his hands were once covered with blisters and cuts. But now, he had been reformed and his hands were completely clean. They were only slightly, very slightly pale. But the power within them, he was much more powerful than before. I have hatred inside me. Silene tightened his fists and replied. Within those lively, human-looking eyes of his blazed a blue goblin fire, which proved what he was. Hatred towards those who made me like this. Hatred towards my once foolish self. Hatred towards reality itself. Hatred towards the undead empire. Good. Hatred is one of our most important emotions, one that proves that we're alive. It's fine to have, so long as you direct it in the proper place. Li Xin Wu confirmed that had reformed all 27 undead heroes, 6 level 7s, 14 level 6s, and 7 level 5s, and smiled in satisfaction. He then looked at the level 6 Avenger, who gazed upon him with blazing goblin fire, and declared, Let's go, Silene. I've prepared the perfect stage for you to unleash your anger. Chapter 52 Part 8. Chapter 52. Wars Scenario 8. Now then, the vanguards up front. Come up if you want to. You stay in the back. You go up front. Li Xin Wu. Li Xin Wu gathered the 27 new undead heroes and began forming a squad out of them. Seeing that, Irian realized one thing the skeleton hand had shown earlier. Perhaps that was, are you actually the heaven-defying general? Irian, that's ridiculous. There's no way he's bingo. What? He figured that by coming to rescue them, his identity would be exposed. After all, it was far too late in the game to be worried about that. However, before coming here, Head thought, their reactions will be a pain, but looking at them now, that didn't seem all that true. Why, you're the heaven-defying general, yes. Li Xin Wu quickly affirmed, and Lloyd gaped. Li Xin Wu grinned and briefly switched his face to that of an undead, and then switched back. Lloyd's mouth had widened so much that it seemed like his jaw and the roof of his mouth would separate. As I thought, if that's the case, then everything makes sense. If I hadn't seen your undead transformation just now, then I wouldn't have been sure. Did you always have the ability to transform into an undead? If not, then it's the opposite. I'm an undead, but I can transform into a human. Well, my human form is perfect, so there's not much difference either way. How no? Why did you? While Irian seemed to get the gist of things, Lloyd was still confused. Lloyd's expression reminded him of Prince, causing him to grin. He then turned around and said, Now then, there's a lot I have to tell you. Please follow me. Without an ounce of hesitation, Li Xin Wu led the 27 undead heroes, as well as Lloyd, who couldn't accept reality and was tottering around and Irian to his base. And thus, Li Xin Wu had unified the remaining heroes underground, undead or otherwise. Objectively speaking, their forces surpassed the imperial armies. Perhaps the disparity between their forces was wider than he thought. So we were the only ones out of the loop. I feel stupid for suffering. I didn't keep it secret on purpose. Rather, I only told those who were in the same area as me. There was the case with Sarah too. I know what you're trying to say. Could you not look at me like that? How long are you going to use that past events against me? It inevitably took longer to convince them than Prince. But upon meeting Crasher, as well as Sarah, the Banshee, they had no choice but to nod their heads. Humans were quite simple. Even if an individual didn't agree with something, if the majority agreed, then the individual tended to accept the majority's viewpoint. Even Prince, if she acknowledged you, then I should too. So what's your relationship with Prince anyway, Senior Lloyd? All I know is that the two of them think of their relationship differently. What? Lloyd, who'd even gone so far as to send a private message to Prince, was forced to accept the cold, hard truth. Regardless of whether Li Xin Wu was a good guy or an evil bastard, it was because of him that they had survived. Plus, he now realized that he didn't need to strike him down just because he was an undead. So we can't use the chatting channel anymore. But didn't you already kill the Archmage? All that was left was explaining the current situation to them. First, he explained that, as a result of killing Sigurd, the Underground's sun was no more. They just assumed that the night had gotten longer and that the sun wasn't rising. He then explained what had done thus far, which of the 12 generals had killed, and explained the details of the final battle concisely. We've been shown there's a chance that an outsider can enter a domain protected by God herself. Of course, all of the heroes are on our side now, and the Lick is dead, but someone else might try a different approach to tamper with the chatting channel. So, he requested that they not use the chatting channel, at least until the Emperor was dead and the Underground Empire was completely purified. What's worse, they could no longer use their permits to access the secret shop, so they were speechless. Man, this sucks. The curse is directly connected to the source of darkness. It'll be difficult for us until we can figure something out. We can't buy the medicine anymore, and what's worse, we can't buy supplies from the secret shop either. That's how it is. Well, it doesn't really matter, since the final battle is near. To be honest, Li Xin Wu could always break through the Archmage's curse and enter the secret shop, but he decided not to tell them that. If he wanted to bring them to the secret shop, he would have to form a contract with them. Not only was that a pain in the ass, but the final battle was right before them, so bringing them to the secret shop at this point wouldn't do much, if anything. To put it bluntly, he didn't plan on giving them any important assignments. I've saved up a lot of supplies, so you won't have to worry about that. It's really surprising that you can travel to the surface. How about we go to the surface and group up with Prince? It's a good idea, but it's a bit iffy to bring so many strong people to the surface all at once. He was lying. Li Xin Wu was 100% sure that if he sent this anachronic human and elf to the surface, then something bad would happen. Thus, he had to do whatever was necessary to stop them from going. Fortunately, Lloyd was persuaded immediately. Is that so? I'd like to purify the undead curse together, but I guess we could all just go up there after the battle's over. Of course. We're really close. Really. Ooh, the surface. I'd really like to see its natural environment. There might be a lot of spirits up there. Now that you mention it, the elf, Irian, was more attuned to the spirits and nature than Li Xin-Wu was. Li Xin-Wu hesitated briefly, but ultimately suggested, "Senior, would you like to be my partner?" "Partner? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Once you've purified the Empire, you'll have to settle on the surface. You're not planning to live dangerously fighting monsters forever, are you? That's where I come in. I can offer you a lifelong job. So, for now, well, you'll see what I mean if you follow me." "What exactly are you talking about?" She followed him, arriving at the grape vineyard directly connected to their wine factory. He could get there in a flash with the Heaven Doors key. The atmosphere was completely different, but Tyrion quickly noticed. There was no way she wouldn't. "No, wait. This is the vineyard I entrusted to you. Welcome, Paul Zero. It's the elf. It's been a long time since I last saw a living, breathing elf. Nice to meet you." Having noticed him, the dryads flew towards him, but once they noticed Irian as well, they began to chatter. Whereas Irian was dumbfounded at the sight of the dryads. "How is this possible? To think there were still spirits within the Empire. Do you remember the Forest of Death? There were some dryads resisting the curse there. I brought them here and cured them of the curse. Because of them, the grapes you raised grew even livelier than before. The Forest of Death at the time, I remember us talking about it in the chatting channel. If that's the case, then that means you were already strong enough to get through the Forest of Death back then." "Well, yes." Lloyd smiled hollowly. He couldn't even feel his inferiority complex flare. Li Xin-Wu was in a completely different league. When he realized how outclassed he was, something with him snapped. But he actually felt relieved. Head had an urge to become stronger, and the undead curse had only intensified that urge, making him impatient. However, that impulse had disappeared right then and there. "I was a fool. There's no need for me to be more hero-like than someone else. I'm not feeling frustrated or powerless," was just an example of Lloyd's incredible mental fortitude. Once Head stopped comparing himself to Li Xin-Wu and looked at himself objectively, he became able to do things at his own pace again. If Li Xin-Wu had known what Lloyd was thinking, then he'd say something like he's like a hero straight out of a fairy tale. "Wait, the energy from when I raised the grapes is still here." "No, it's not just here, but it's evolved." "Hey, elf. Come over here. There's a place where the grapes aren't growing that well. Spread your elvish energy. It's best if elves look after fruit." "I understand. Let's go together." Irian followed the dryads and disappeared amidst the field of grape trees. With the dryads' help, Li Xin-Wu had grown the grapes quite well, but he couldn't match up to an elf. Elves were masters of the forest and fields, so if they were to intervene, then the quality of the grapes would skyrocket. As a result, the value of the Care Century Elemental brandy would rise as well. To think that the sole elf on the continent was looking over the grape trees, she was invaluable. "So please do your best, Senior. They say that a half-elf is born with an elf's authority." What's with you all of a sudden, Roman? To it that obvious? It is that obvious. Even the most demoted of men possessed the ability to spot couples. Compared to when Head met them last, he felt something qualitatively different between the two of them. They'd taken at least another step forward. At any rate, if this happens, then by the way, what do you think of one man marrying several women, Senior Lloyd? You have to love one person to the very end. I believe that that's the best I can do as a person and as a man. I suppose that's Irian right now. Why are you not like a hero in this aspect? Never mind. It sounded like Lloyd was criticizing him, or at least, it came off that way. Li Xin-Wu decided to change the subject. What do you think of Senior Prince? Prince Shi's a good friend. I told you before, didn't I? It would've been hard for me to endure without her. I see. Li Xin-Wu hesitated briefly, but then he glanced at Irian, who was going around the grape trees, and carefully whispered into Lloyd's ear. To be honest, Prince begged me to save you. She was even willing to do anything to ensure your safety. Prince really cherishes me that much, yes. And Prince is a girl. A girl who's been with you for a very long time. She already told me, so I know that, huh? Even the slow-witted Lloyd couldn't misunderstand when Li Xin-Wu was spelling it out for him. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. No, wait. There's no way. Don't joke around, Xin-Wu. So you get it. Please think about it by yourself. You'll find an answer. Hey, wait. Why are you telling me this now? Why now? I can't be the only one with girl troubles, Li Xin-Wu thought. However, Li Xin-Wu didn't say anything aloud and merely gave him a thumbs up. Behind him, Lloyd was suffering from the truth that'd been laid bare. Serves him right. Chapter 53 Part 1. Chapter 53. The Final Stage 1. Li Xin-Wu had forgotten something: absorbing the Archmage's bone. Once Head brought Irian and Lloyd to his base, he immediately absorbed the bone, absorbing the LV8 Archmage, Fitane von Selden's perical bone. Magic has increased by 120. You have learned the innate element, beginner dark space LV5. Magic has increased by 50. His expectations must have been too high. Though Head absorbed an Archmage's bone, his magic had only increased by 120. Moreover, Li Xin-Wu hoped that by absorbing the bone, he would master the LV9 high-rank Marner Bone or Marner Acceleration skills. The skills had certainly grown, but he wasn't able to master them. More useless memories. Though just learning his spatial magic is huge for me. Ugh. His magic seemed so complex and developed, yet it's still in the realm of enlightenment and elements. But wait a second. Why is this? Li Xin-Wu tested the dark space element and tilted his head at the mysterious feeling. It was almost like this feeling was familiar. An absolute ability that linked two spaces through the power of the darkness element. Yet, this ability was similar to one of Li Xin-Wu's abilities. However, that ability was in the form of an artifact. Li Xin-Wu couldn't understand the inner workings of the ability on his own, but by learning the dark space element, he would just gain the Heaven Door Key's power through his intuition. Dark space and the Heaven Door's key are resonating. You can now absorb the Heaven Door's key through bone reinforcement. Li Xin-Wu widened his eyes. That's right. The Heaven Door's key. When Head first gotten it, he couldn't absorb it, so Head given up on it. But he had found a way to absorb it now of all times. What if absorbing it causes it to change in some weird way? The Heaven Door's key has a similar activation mechanism to dark space. At the very least, you'll be able to create a gate just like before, so don't worry. Li Xin-Wu wasn't worried about bone reinforcement's blast area anymore. The artifact, the Heaven Door's key, reacted to Li Xin-Wu's dark space and kept buzzing. Li Xin-Wu grabbed the Heaven Door's key and briefly closed his eyes. Head activated bone reinforcement, absorbing the Heaven Door's key through bone reinforcement. Magic has increased by 500. You have completely understood the fusion element, dark space, and the element is accepted by your karma. The unnecessary facets are removed, and the very essence of the element is strengthened. Dark space has evolved into the new innate element, Heaven Space the beginner Heaven Space element has become LV10 and has evolved to the intermediate level. Magic has increased by 100. The Dark Space element, strengthened by the Heaven Door's key's power, evolved, gaining the ability to merge all elements together, not just darkness. He could not only use this element to transport himself, but others as well. Not only that, his spatial abilities had far exceeded the Lay's now. This wasn't just a transportation ability. The Heaven Space element could merge his other innate elements as well. In other words, he would be able to use all his elements simultaneously, which would increase his attack power significantly. Game over. Shin Wu, you're being really arrogant. It's your arrogance passive. Right. Thanks, Jin. Maybe I already have it as an active skill. Jin's desperate dissuasion kept him from going off the deep end. Now that he thought about it, the Lick had quite the overpowered ability, but he had killed him anyway. Though had finally gained spatial magic, there were several people who could resist its effects. An innate element can only be stopped with another innate element. And all the people had fight from now on should have innate elements. There's really no point in arguing over whose ability is better. I have to use this innate element's specialty to grasp my opponent's weaknesses. That's what's important. Another point in his favor was that the Heaven Space element was really compatible with his wild card skill. The space element was, like Annihilation Flame, the best skill for him to go here or maybe not. Not here, or maybe I am. Combining Heaven Space with either Annihilation Flame or Dark Shadow, the possibilities were endless. He already had a few ideas. He should get a chance to try them out in the field soon. If he used them in tandem with Wild Card, then an equally leveled opponent, or even a higher leveled opponent, wouldn't be able to easily notice him. I guess you could say that I've only just assembled all the pieces. Our goal is to attain victory with the least amount of casualties possible. But we had one problem before that. We didn't have anyone as strong as the magic and undead emperors, and that's also why you were so hellbent on upgrading the Titan. But the Titan can only be used for a short period of time. If something happened, an emergency, there would be nothing I could do. But now I think I can take them on with this. Shin Wu was a coward. So if he looked really confident, then it could only be for two reasons. First, when there was a clear-cut retreat path, and second, when there wasn't a clear-cut retreat path. Whether he was safe, or whether he was sure to die, there was no reason to worry about both of them. And right now, he was closer to the former. Moreover, having gained Heaven Space had caused his stats to be 25,323, level 9 required one's stats to be a total of 25,600. He could reach level 9 with just 277 more stats. If everything went well, he might be able to level up mid-fight. And if he reached level 9, then he'd be on equal footing with those damn emperors. Even I'm a bit shocked to think that he, who had only been here for 2 years, would be on equal footing with the 2 level 9 emperors that had ruled for hundreds of years. Even he couldn't have imagined this when he had asked God for a growth-type ability. It was only possible by taking everything that they'd built, but it also wouldn't have been possible without his Joker Calmer. The Joker. There was nothing better to describe him. It didn't just accurately represent his ability, but his position in the world as well. Shin Wu. Right then, the door swung open and Kreisha rushed into the room. She held a small bead within her tiny hand, a small bead that was encased in bone, which resembled a shell of some sort. The Titan cause ready. The energy's fully charged too. Not only can you transform whenever you want, but I think the active duration time has increased by a lot too. It was only natural that the cause capacity would increase when they had fused it with the artificial sun. Li Xin-Wu quietly took it and gripped it. The fire trapped within periodically thumped like a heart. And Im also finished with the other installation. You did it. You pretty much did everything. Kreischer, it would've been impossible if not for your ability. Li Xin-Wu and Kreischer exchanged meaningful smiles. Jin, in a fit of meaningless jealousy, raked the ground. Li Xin-Wu ignored the tantrum, got on top of Jin, and declared, "All right. It's great that we finished in time. Call everyone and tell them to gather. It's time for the final battle. Finally, are we assaulting the capital?" "Nope." Li Xin-Wu cold-heartedly shook his head. Jin and Kreischer just looked at him strangely. In response, he sported his own doubtful expression. "Did you really think I'd launch a direct attack on the capital with this many forces? You weren't going to." "Obviously not. There's no telling how many of ours will die if we attack head-on now that the sun is gone and the Emperor's power has increased." It made a lot of sense. The undead Emperor, Jisharnu, was monstrous enough to use the source of darkness itself as his life vessel. Unlike the Archmage, the Emperor didn't possess such superb transportation abilities, but if you got in range of him, then you'd start the battle in a whole lot of pain. Even though he had the golem train and the Thorn Wall was destroyed, they still had to get to the Emperor undetected. Then our forces will act as a diversion. They'll lure all of the Empire's undead away. The undead to the surface. Hearing that, Jin wondered whether Li Xin-Wu had gone crazy from all of the stress, or if the undead curse had finally gotten to him from the consecutive bone reinforcements. However, Li Xin-Wu's expression remained serious. Had he seriously gone insane? Jin furtively raised a leg. "If it's broke, then kicking it will fix it." Shed never tried it on a person before, but kicking him at light speed should have some sort of effect. "I'm not going to invade the surface. You've been by my side for a while now. You can guess what I'm thinking, right?" Li Xin-Wu looked at Jin as if she were ridiculous for even considering it, and retorted. Indeed, Jin was always by his side. Shed also heard his thoughts the most out of anyone, albeit indirectly. Thus far so you were prepared to fight both sides. You were increasing your forces on the surface, as well as your forces underground. Yep, that's right. I was prepping forces on both sides. Yes, so I thought you would use both your forces to wait a sec. I've already mostly figured it out. Unlike Jin, who was tilting her head, Kreischer looked at Li Xin-Wu with shining eyes when he was in heaven-defying general mode. Xin-Wu wants to destroy both the surface and underground's imperial armies. Yeah. Thus far, we thought Xin-Wu's forces on the surface would take out the surface's imperial army, and his forces underground would do the same for the underground's imperial army. But he expects fierce opposition from both sides. At this rate, our casualties will be huge. At the very least, weaklings like Lloyd, Irian, and Prince will die. That's right. Even though most of the Magic Empire's 12 generals had died underground, the Underground Empire's 12 generals were nearing extinction, and all of the level 5 or lower undead were all gone. Both sides still retained a significant amount of forces. Both sides retained their elites, the elites that had been there for hundreds of years. He couldn't look down on either the quality or the quantity of those troops. Xin-Wu must never planned on fighting them straight up. Keep going. The forces that you've developed, maybe they weren't meant for fighting. Huh. A diversion. Li Xin Wu had definitely said that. If that's the case, then Li Xin Wu's goal all along was the surface and underground's imperial armies. Xin Wu plans on using the heaven-defying general's troops to lure both armies towards each other, causing them to clash. Is that even possible? Jin, who was quietly listening beside them, said stupidly. So the heroes, who risked their lives to fight and grow, as well as the religious order's forces, they were all clowns on a stage. It is. Li Xin Wu grinned and said. Jin, who was connected to him, instinctively took a step forward. You'll see soon enough. Chapter 53 Part 2. Chapter 53. The Final Stage 2. Your Majesty, please listen to the people. The Light General, Sora von Lilling said so coldly that it felt like he'd fall onto the frozen floor. There was even a curtain within this gloomy, dark room, and the secluded Emperor began to murmur to himself. She'd always been cold, but after returning to the surface, she became much more passionate. Her voice felt akin to a hot, sharp edge. He knew why. It must be because his loyal subordinate, Aramer Steelworker, had died. To think these two had been in a relationship. Moreover, he didn't think Aramer would go so far as to sacrifice himself to save her. To be honest, him dying was only beneficial to him, as Aramer's body had gone missing, but he wasn't going to tell her that. I was suspicious that Siegeld had stolen Aramer's body, forcing him to follow him, but if that were true, then this woman wouldn't have come back alive. He either died, or he was taken by them. The Emperor pondered, but Sora cut him off like a sharp blade. This is the limit. We can't hold it off anymore. We have to do something. Your Majesty, you are personally needed, or you need to send all of the remaining 12 generals and the remainder of the elite troops. The Emperor groaned quietly. To be honest, the current situation wasn't good for him. Originally, the Emperor was going to wait for the undead curse to spread to the surface. When his people discovered the existence of the curse and became antsy, he would only then intervene. He never had any intention of dealing with the source of the curse. Once he'd taken care of the curse, he'd then create a barrier. It was inevitable that the undead and their energy would seep out of the barrier once more, so the people would come to rely on him once more. The situation's not good. No, it's not. I'm sure you're already aware, since your eyes see everything on the surface. Lillian, are you mocking me? Your Majesty, please leave everything to them. A new voice said. It was a tuxedo-wearing man, with both hands together and on standby near the curtain. It was the Spirit Sword General, Kjorin von Begna. He was the most loyal subject of the Empire and was part of the 4 heavenly commanders, the Empire's strongest. He cut his opponents down with his sword, which was hidden in shadow. Thus, he was called the Spirit Sword General and had only become stronger by turning into a vampire. I'm referring to the alliance of religious orders, led by the woman who claims to be Kay's disciple. Force those unsightly fools into your service, and let them and the ignorant people fight against the underground's undead. It's a good chance to shut them all up. Who, Kjorin? That's impossible. Unfortunately, Kjorin wasn't very intelligent. Did his overzealous loyalty damage his brain? Though he didn't particularly like Sora, he agreed with her nonetheless. The people are far too discontent. Moreover, they have someone they can rely on. It might work if they and the undead destroyed each other, but if they were to win, then the people would wholeheartedly support the religious orders. No, they were already close to doing so. The limit that Sora had mentioned was referring to this. If the Emperor waited any longer, and he left saving the Empire to Izuna and the religious orders, then it was entirely possible for them to take his people and form an entirely new nation. This is all because of him, Ritadain. If he hadn't caused such a commotion on the surface, then this must have been his goal, putting the Emperor into a situation where he was forced to intervene or mobilize all of his forces. That's just how much Sigurd had wanted revenge. He felt goosebumps, even though Sigurd was a lower level than him. It felt as though there was always a sword beneath his neck. Even now, the Emperor felt uneasy as he didn't know when Sigurd would come for him. If I go, then it would be the perfect spot to assassinate me. Even so, we have no other option. Your Majesty, you just told us yourself that you had to intervene. Huon. The Emperor toiled over his choices. Honestly, he'd rather stay here and hide, with double or even triple the soldiers stationed to protect him. However, that was an unattainable dream. If by some chance, those two hypotheticals were just wishful thinking. Sigurd von Ritadain. He's probably still alive. I, too, would like to kill him right away. He can't hide forever, but we can't catch him from in here. We have to go out to do so. And we have to go out to kill him as well. Sora remarked, as if ignoring the Emperor's opinions, yet the Emperor couldn't bring himself to say anything. Not only was it the truth, but she was also the last remaining light magician in the Empire. She was crucial to stopping Sigurd. She, too, knew this fact all too well. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about a weakling like him. Gerald von Inard anguished once more. He knew his hand had been forced. The Emperor thought about how he could get what he wanted without being coerced. Ultimately, he came to a simple conclusion. You go, Kjörin. Kjörin von Bedner. It was best to not move exactly as your enemy wished. That policy had always kept the Emperor alive time and time again. Your Majesty. You'll be my stand-in. I can't just leave here. So I'll leave everything to you. Take the rest of the 12 generals with you, besides the light general, and all the elite troops as well. You must perform better than Izuna and her forces. For a second, the Emperor's loyal clansman, Kjörin von Begna, couldn't believe what he was hearing. But he wasn't hearing things. The Emperor had opened the curtain and stared at him seriously. He was confused, but he quickly got on one knee and bowed to him in spite of this. Roman, to understand. I will break Sigurd von Ritadain and Gisharnu, and bring them to you no matter what. You won't be able to beat Gisharnu. However, he won't likely be on the front lines. Kill Sigurd von Ritadain. He's the one keeping the underground afloat, so if you kill him, then Gisharnu will retreat back underground. Understood. Gerald placed his hand atop Kjörin von Begna's shoulder. The Emperor's lightning bind flowed from his hand into Kjörin's body, further strengthening him. This act served two purposes: helping him, as well as forcing his loyalty and preventing insubordination. Sora von Lillane. Yes, Your Majesty. The light general looked at the Emperor with unconcealed contempt, yet the Emperor shamelessly gave her an order regardless. You will replace Kjörin as my protector. If, and I mean if, Sigurd comes for me during the chaos of the battle, then the only one who can detect him early enough and respond is a light user. Are you forcing me to stay behind? I am essential to the survival of the Empire. If any harm befalls me, then you won't be safe either. Sora gritted her teeth and shook. The Emperor acknowledged her anger, but wasn't going to try to understand it. Moreover, there's a high chance that Sigurd comes for me. Light General, if you truly want revenge on him, then it's best that you stay by my side. Do you really think he can sneak in when you have so many magic traps set up? He went around the empire eluding even my sight. Do you really think he can't do something more? The sound of her teeth grinding could be heard once more. However, the emperor trusted that she, as one of his clansmen, as well as one affected by lightning bind, wouldn't be able to refuse his command. I understand. I will do as you say. You disgust me though, so I'll stay this far away from you. Light General, it's an honor that the Emperor requires your services, yet you dare to get lost already. Ugh. In response to her rage, her body radiated light. Mercurin wouldn't dare approach her and just shrunk back. Though had been strengthened by the Emperor, it didn't matter. It might be different for the Emperor himself, but Curin had no way of overcoming the Light General's light. Sora snorted and said, "You're my stand-in too. Kill all the undead. Make sure they can never tread upon our soil ever again." HMPH, I like the sound of that. Then, Your Majesty, I'll come back after fulfilling your orders. My loyal friend, if you succeed, then I promise to give you a suitable reward. It's an honor. The Spirit Sword General deeply bowed his head, paid his respects to the Emperor once more, and quietly left. The Emperor merely stared at the recently emptied space, but soon closed his eyes and turned his attention to the shaking Sora. I'll give you a chance to get your revenge. I promise you. I would have liked it better if that chance came quicker. Sora said hatefully and seething with rage, and then turned around. The Emperor's gaze was automatically fixed onto her back. Her elegantly curved body, having no signs of age, her captivating, flowing hair, and her scent, all of which remained unchanged even after becoming a vampire, aroused him. However, he wasn't stupid enough to go after a woman who'd just lost her lover and was filled with malice. Yes, a rose had thorns, but these thorns were filled with poison. Where are you going? I was given an unexpected mission, so I have to go and prepare. Surely you can stay here by yourself for a short while. Of course I can. Return after you've prepared yourself. 2 hours should be enough, right? HMPH. She snorted, as if she could see right through him, and left. He wanted to force her onto her knees with his lightning bind oh so badly, but for some reason, it didn't work on her. Perhaps it was due to her element. There were so many facets of her that were displeasing to him. I should dispose of her once Retadines being dealt with. I can just nurture another light user. Sora, who'd left the Emperor's dark room, dusted her body off as if something dirty had gotten onto her. She then rushed over to her residence. Within her bedroom, which only she could enter, a single small bird awaited her. How did it go? No, it was a golem in the shape of a bird. Moreover, a young woman's voice came from the golem. Sora, as if she'd done this a few times already, walked over to the bird, or Rem, and smiled elatedly and said, "The Emperor's doing exactly as you said he would. I'm ready to open the gate whenever." "That's perfect. Well, take care of the rest. I'll leave the rest to you. Hero Izuna." Of course. Her voice, coming from the golem, was a bit delicate, but it was unmistakably the vigorous voice of a young woman. "Since I'm fighting for the one I love as well." Chapter 53 Part 3. Chapter 53. The Final Stage 3. The hero Izuna, or Yi Jin, spoke with a light general and sighed lengthily. They were in the very same mansion that Li Xin Wu had visited before. "Her drive's really scary. I talked to her across a long distance, yet it feels like the temperature's gone down 10 or so degrees. What I want to know is why she's so willing to betray the Empire, The same empire she's protected for so long, so much so that she's even willing to risk her life. She must have some weird circumstances, Senior. Yi Jin turned around and sighed deeply. Prince had been watching the conversation from behind her. Prince, who had summoned a small fire demon's hand and had been juggling a fireball, stopped and tilted her head. What kind of circumstances? She was always more concerned about the Empire's people than her loyalty to the Emperor, and it was complicated enough with the relationship involved, but to sum it up, she's taken Mr. Xin Wu's bait and become one of our allies. Mr. Xin Wu said had used a magic formula that replaced her love with anger. It almost sounds like that magic actually exists. However, Prince acknowledged it. She didn't know how Li Xin Wu had caught the light general, but she had indeed taken the bait. There was no reason to doubt this. Then it'll soon begin. You have a huge responsibility, don't you? Can you do it properly? If you can't, then I, your dependable senior, can help you out. I'm fine. Yi Jin smiled confidently, but once she saw Prince, who was shaking like a newborn fawn, she shook her head with a stiff expression. Rather than entrust Prince with any sort of responsibility, it would be better to use a golem instead. Since Mr. Xin Wu entrusted this to me, I'll prove to him that I'm not incompetent and I'm good enough to walk beside him. But it seems like you've been caught by Junior as well. That's why I'm so happy, the fact that I've been caught and that I'm not letting go. Oh, is that so? What beautiful love. She hadn't expected that Prince had no choice but to nod and take a step back from Yi Jin's energetic voice. Yi Jin's emotions were too profound for Prince to understand, as she was still emotionally immature. Yi Jin snorted and smacked her chest a couple of times, calming herself down. Now, all that was left in her mind were Li Xin Wu's instructions. You have to take control of the army. The Imperial Army will, of course, resist this. That's when it gets real. You don't need to control them completely, you just need to lure them in a certain direction. Yi Jin truly thought that Li Xin Wu was a genius. Had he been planning this ever since he'd first come to the Underground Empire? It didn't matter if he did or didn't, she was astonished nonetheless. She was even more shocked by how that plan had developed. We're splitting up the Underground's undead forces into two groups, the good undead and the bad undead. What the hell are good undead? Are they my juniors undead? They either won't attack us at all or will pretend to attack us. Of course, we have to play along. The problem's the bad undead, the Underground Empire's Imperial Army. So we have to exactly. Yi Jin nodded her head. We have to lure them to the surface's Imperial Army. It shouldn't be too difficult since Mr. Xin Wu can use Fire Shadow to communicate with both sides. It still sounds really tough, but it doesn't sound impossible. How many of those innate elements does my junior have anyway? It's so unfair. Getting both the surface and the Underground's forces in one place was more than half the battle. All that was left was killing the rest. This was the most important task. They had to succeed no matter what. Then, don't we have to draw out the Emperor somehow? Junior's only making him more afraid, which will make him more likely to hide. We're the ones in trouble if he comes outside. Not only is he level 9, but he also possesses an innate element. There's a chance that he could mess with Mr. Xin Wu's carefully constructed scenario. We can include or exclude him in the plan, it all depends. And right now we pick the latter. Then what about the Emperor? The Emperor? Yi Jin paused. She hesitated, as if she was thinking about what to say, but soon continued quietly. Her head was slightly bowed and her face was red with embarrassment. Mr. Shin Wu said he'd take care of the rest. He said he'd use the light general to set up a gate and that he'd use said gate to drag the Emperor underground. He's going to drag the level 9 Emperor underground. Can you even do that when your enemy is a higher level than you? That's why he left the light general beside the Emperor. I don't know the details, but I heard that by using both the fire shadow and heaven space innate elements together, you can substitute a person's body for a gate. Junior is already fighting somewhere beyond my imagination. Her prince sported a fair-off expression. She had only just learned of the entire plan. Li Shin Wu would do all the important stuff alone, while the underground and surface gathered in one place and performed for him. It makes absolutely no sense, but I can't complain. Mr. Shin Wu is actually more delicate than people give him credit for. He'd rather put himself in danger than let his allies endanger themselves. He's so cool. Sounds like Junior just picked the most rational choice, but as a result, we weren't given anything important to do, since we're nowhere near his level. No, sorry. Never mind. Prince had acknowledged the difference in their abilities, but the timing wasn't great. Since Yi Jin's enthusiastic eyes continuously lost their fervor. Get a grip, Yi Jin, if we fail, everything's over. Your job's most important in cementing our positions as heroes and protecting the Empire. It has nothing to do with strength. That's true. That must be why Mr. Shin Wu gave me this job. Yeah, exactly. Good. She somehow managed to cheer her up. Prince sighed in relief, and Yi Jin forcefully stood up. Her battle dress, the phoenix feather, swayed, discharging a weak heat. It seems like everyone's gathered already. It's finally time. Senior, let's go together. All right. Though they were technically excluded from the important mission, it didn't mean that they were completely immune to danger. After all, luring the undead and fighting against them wouldn't be an easy task. She might even die this time. In spite of her fire demon training, she may be hit by a stray arrow or spear and fall. However, let's go. Okay. The two left the residence side to side and went to the assembly area within the capital. And their elite priests and paladins from the sun god religion awaited them, as well as the elites from the various religious orders that Fade allied with. And the one representing the Imperial Army was HMPH. You're quite good looking. One of the Empire's 4 heavenly commanders, Kurin von Bedner. Befitting one of the Empire's strongest, he was powerful indeed. However, Yi Jin, who shouldered the people's will, and had grown immensely in such a short period of time, was around mid-level 7 in terms of strength. And with Li Shin Wu's artifact, she could handle Kurin, so she remained undeterred. You're pretty enough to seduce 2 men at once. I wonder how strong you are. Can you even swing that spear properly with those thin arms of yours? Unfortunately, you're not good-looking yourself. Are you called the Spirit Sword because of your dark face? What? Right now, Yi Jin was neither the childish junior hero nor Li Shin Wu's girlfriend. She was the hero Izuna, who had taken her master's place due to his untimely death. The rumors regarding her, Lawrence, and Kay's 3-way relationship were really convincing. And thus, the story that Izuna arose, angry at her lover's death, had originated from here. You impudent wench, you're just a peasant, yet you think you're able to go around the capital due to your affiliation with the religious orders. This is only because the Emperor allows it. I'd rather you prove your skill with your sword rather than your mouth. If possible, towards our enemy. Or is the Emperor content with waiting until the undead run rampant on the surface? Isn't that why we're fighting? Him, and a hero must always be confident, even if their opponent is a heavenly commander who's representing the Emperor. Her level 9 battle dress, as well as the great spirit that resided within her, the level 8 Xenon, supplemented whatever she lacked. Though Curin had just recently been strengthened by the Emperor, he wouldn't be able to take her down. Damn it. Why do I, His Majesty's representative, have to worry about a mere wench, and why do I have to act more cautiously around these peasants? But he had already been warned by the Emperor, as well as the Light General who had warned him several times. If he were to fight Izuna here, then whether it was justified or not, it would result in the complete collapse of the royal family's power. The citizens had already sided with Izuna and the religious orders. Siegeld von Rittadane, you bastard, how did you manage to unite so many humans in such a short period of time? It was truly frustrating to admit, but Izuna was right. He would need to prove his abilities with his sword, not his mouth, against the invading undead. Only then would he be able to ensure the stability of the Emperor's rule. All right. I'll do just that. I'll put you in your place. I represent the sovereign of this great empire, the father of the nation, His Majesty. My words and actions are equivalent to His Majesty's. I hope you do. It doesn't matter to me, so long as the undead are all destroyed. It had been revealed early on that Izuna only pointed her flames at those who threatened the safety of the Empire. How great it was to sacrifice such dirty power to accomplish such a lofty goal. Her words had a profound effect on all those present. You will, Lady Izuna. Lady Izuna will protect the capital. No, the entire empire. Lady Izuna, Lawrence, and Sir Kay must be blessed by God. I'll believe in you, Lady Izuna. Hooray for the Sun God religion. Hooray for the Sun God religion. Their reactions were tremendous. Izuna inwardly smiled at the cries of the capital's citizens. This was the effect of Li Xin Wu's lecture. What's worse, she had memorized Li Xin Wu's screenplay and had just been following it, yet at this moment, her command skill was growing. Then, the Pope of the Sun God religion approached her and whispered, "You talk just like your master, Kay. I'll ask one last time, you went in some sort of strange relationship with him, right? You might not want to hear it now, but keep this in mind. If we want to oust the Emperor and take control of the Empire, then we can't have a scandal like that. If you break up with Lawrence at the last minute, then things will become really complicated. You get it, right? Of course. I love Lawrence. Then that's enough. I'll believe in you. Your relationship with Lawrence has to last a long time. Please don't worry, Pope." Li Xin Wu was both Lawrence and Kay, so she wasn't lying. She grinned at the Pope, who was already looking past the battle, and raised her head. "Lady Izuna. Izuna, please protect the Empire. Will she be able to do the same things Sir Kay could?" She locked gazes with countless people. There were those who trusted her, those who hated her, and even those who used her to project someone that wasn't here. But honestly, she didn't care about any of it. Ever since she'd come to the surface, she'd fought for only one man, and one man only. And she would continue to do so until the very end. "Let's move out." The fake hero raised her voice and said, "Today we restore peace within the Empire." Chapter 53 Part 4. Chapter 53. The Final Stage 4. She was the Spirit Princess, the Spirit General, and the Spirit's Springs Contractor. The immortal, a never-before-seen species, Dana, suddenly raised her head. She'd gotten the signal. Ever since she'd come here, she'd been waiting for that signal. The hero is calling us. It's time. Xenon's gone to the front. Yeah, I feel like Paul Zero's calling us. The spring spirits had prepared for battle as well. No, perhaps they had waited for this moment over any other. Their hatred and anger towards those who'd abandoned and imprisoned them, they had nurtured their anger and hatred until it was ready to explode. Are you all ready? You remember what he said? Yes. We know. I'd like to kill all the humans, but I know that we can't. As the spirits were abandoned by humans, their anger was indiscriminately directed at all of mankind. But if they weren't careful, then they would bring ruin to humanity. Li Xin Wu had used their anger to goad them on and had turned their anger towards someone else. He limited their targets and had reset their goals. As a result, in order for our descendants to live on the surface, we must side with the humans. Well, act like we're on their side. Well, give the humans who embrace us another chance. If they accept us, that is. But we can't forgive the Emperor and his associates. The spirits, all pumped up, each had something to say. Yeah, that was plenty. Dana smiled and turned around. Senior flew beside her. When's our turn? When can we meet Paul Zero again? We have to wait a little longer. When the humans begin to despair and start praying for their salvation, that's where we come in. To disavow the Emperor and all that's under his control. As expected of Paul Zero. He's trying to change everything with one single battle. But still, the Empire's vast. Though this battle will determine the fate of the Empire, if the battle takes place in an isolated location, it will be difficult to overturn the common perception that has developed over many years with just one battle. Yeah, Senior agreed and gazed at the spirits that filled the spirits spring to the brim. Right now, they were divided into two groups. One group would participate in the battle between the humans and the undead in order to restore the spirits' status, and the other, the rest of the Imperial Army's elites, will be in this battle. Miss Jin made it that way. Therefore, the forces protecting the cities, the soldiers, and the knights commanding them are minimal. That's probably true, but those soldiers won't attack us. Right, not only are the soldiers citizens of the Empire, but attacking them will cause the people to hate us more. No. You're right. That's why the golems are going to attack the Imperial Army. Seeing Senior's head tilt, Dana smiled faintly and continued. The hero, through Rem, has already taken control of all the golems within the Empire. With the addition of his innate elements, even the Emperor cannot retake control over the golems. Those golems, which are spread all across the Empire, will attack the Imperial Army all at once. How do you think the people will react? They'll lose all faith in the Emperor, but so many people will die. It's ultimately all just an act. Our true goal isn't the soldiers who are just following orders, but the vested rights of the ruling class. The golems were ordered to execute the corrupt nobles and knights only, and after killing them, the golems will act like they're turning against the people as well, but then that's where we come in. Exactly. Well, destroy the golems and save the people. If we maximize the spirit's spring's mobility and the golems match our movements, then it's certainly possible. It'll be quite the show. You're actually calling it a show. It was just a poor show. However, it would still fool the people. When the golems drew near, the appearance of the spirits, who would appear like lightning and rush to their aid, contrary to the Emperor or the nobles, who were afraid of the spirits' power and ostracized them, the people were taught that the spirits were wrongful existences. The nobles that had abandoned them and the spirits that had saved them, it was clear which side they'd choose. Even more so once the emperor and the nobles that had abandoned the spirits were out of the picture. But Dana, you must know that even if things go according to plan, that is nothing we can do about the resulting casualties. They truly are unavoidable casualties. If we took into account the lives of each and every soldier, then we wouldn't be here right now. The hero is also aware of this fact. Wow, Paul Zero will really go to hell when he dies. Hoo. Don't worry. I'll follow him down to hell and assist him. Dana, you still don't know Paul Zero well enough yet. One day, Paul Zero will control hell too. Oh my, it'd be well worth assisting him then. Har. The two women smiled meaningfully and turned towards the spirits. Their power then simultaneously took control of the spirits. Everyone, get ready. The stage that the hero has prepared for us. It requires our very best acting. Chin up, everyone. This is the first step towards our future. Whereas Shino Rendu was speaking to his own troops, though its purpose was different. Countless Pauls were following him, and there were countless more undead following behind them, trying to kill them. Is that the fastest you can go? If you're that slow, then those undead bastards will catch us. No, sir, we can run even faster. Obviously, the Pauls were undead, so their stamina was limitless. To be more specific, of the two domains that governed one's body, defense and stamina was essentially limitless. This was why it was so difficult to face an undead in combat. If the undead weren't able to catch them now, then they would never be able to catch the Pauls in their game of tag. Honestly, this short play of theirs had gone on for 2 hours already. Thousands of Pauls were being chased by tens of thousands of undead. What's worse, their pursuers' numbers were continuously increasing. Well, kill all of the underground's undead. Well, erase all proof of the curse's existence. That's our job. That's what Paul Zero ordered us to do. For Paul Zero, his great goal of purifying the entire empire, all of our efforts have been for this. Lord Paul Zero were right here. They uttered such nonsense that it was difficult to distinguish whether they were his troops or a part of his fan club. Regardless, the Pauls continued to run diligently. They looked quite funny, but the result was by no means a joke. Looking back, Shino Rendu was shocked. To think that I would be able to do something like this. No, this is also Lord Paul Zero's will. He really is amazing. No one could have ever imagined it. To think he'd both be the one who caused the war that would decide the continent's fate, as well as the one who would end it through this battle. Li Xin Wu was attempting to eliminate all of his enemies on the surface and underground, and simultaneously eliminate all sources of the curse. That was also the reason that had ordered the Pauls to lure so many of the undead over. Not yet. We haven't gone east yet. Draw out all of the undead hiding about. Bring out all of the undead that are snooping around the city walls. You cowards, the heaven-defying general is calling you. He told us that he'd take you to the surface. Follow us. You poor souls who've lost your egos, we will bring you true salvation. GDUQera. Obviously, this was happening all across the underground empire. Shino Rendu was but one of the brigades luring the undead. There were also a small handful of elites with exceptional aggro abilities that lured thousands of undead towards them. Li Xin Wu had meticulously divided the underground empire into parts and had sent his Pauls off into different locations. Had ordered his Pauls to lure the undead to the surface. Several of the heaven-defying generals' corps were currently fulfilling this order of his. Though their locations and their destinations differed, the result would be the same. They would lead the undead to the surface before proceeding with this mission. Li Xin-Wu had dug several passageways to the surface. He had set up these regional passageways so that they would gather in one single location. The golems had been helping him with this for months now, leading all the undergrounds undead to the surface, and bringing them peace. Once they get there, all would dance upon his stage. What was the difference between them and Shino Rendu? At the very least, Shino Rendu knew what his role in all this was, and he had been prepared for his role beforehand. It's ironic. They had dreamt of returning to the surface, but fail be killed after getting a taste of it. The relationship between Sarah von Ritadane and Shino Rendu was also ironic. When they were still alive, nothing he said got through to her, yet after dying, they became true comrades. Though she rejected me outright, and our goals are a lot different from when we were still heroes. Thinking about this now is pointless. He was getting emotional. It was unlike him. His personal feelings weren't anything compared to Paul Zero's orders. Only by following his orders could he obtain that sweet revenge he had been waiting for. Shino Rendu smiled bitterly, urged his skeleton horse to run faster, and yelled to his troops in a booming voice. This is where it all starts. Once we get to the surface, we have to act like we're on the same side as them. Remember what Lord Paul Zero told us. We're going to push them to peaceful salvation. Lord Paul Zero's salvation, and thus peace will be restored to the Empire. It really was a religion. A true pseudo-religion. One where the believers had to sacrifice themselves. Shino Rendu, who wasn't aware that he was one of them, just smiled bitterly. But then, before they had even moved out, the hero Lloyd was screaming. Li Xin-Wu went to the Imperial Palace by himself. What are you even talking about? Didn't you say we were going to fight against the Imperial Army now? Oh, so you didn't know yet. My bad. Whereas, Kreischer, who was responsible for explaining the battle to them, expressionlessly struck her forehead and began explaining whilst retaining her expressionless face. We're going to follow him slowly. While Xin-Wu keeps the Emperor busy, we need to drag out all the forces within the capital and lure them underground. Will that even work? It will. Kreischer, with a Marner radar that Li Xin-Wu had entrusted to her as he said he didn't need it anymore, discerned that a huge amount of undead were moving and smiled slightly. You'll see soon enough. Chapter 53 Part 5. Chapter 53. The Final Stage 5. Li Xin-Wu created a hand mirror using the metal element and checked his appearance. It was perfect. He looked exactly like the Archmage Fitane von Selden. But will it really be alright, farther, if the Emperor is aware of the Archmage's death? Then Kai Paul asked worryingly. By reaching level 8, Kai Paul had not only grown substantially in terms of power, but had also gained disguise abilities second only to Li Xin-Wu himself. Thus, he was the best choice to accompany him to the capital. Ironically, Kai Paul was currently disguised as a normal undead. Of course, he wasn't any normal undead. It was more precise to call him an undead hero. Li Xin-Wu knew, from the Archmage's memories, that the Archmage enjoyed using the undead heroes as guards. Thus, Kai Paul was disguised as an undead hero. All the other 12 generals were dead, and the Emperor likely knew this as well. So even if he wanted to impersonate one of the others, he couldn't. Although the Archmage pledged his loyalty to the Emperor, he doesn't trust him. The Emperor knew this and respected him anyway. Because of this, their relationship was able to last. You're saying that the Emperor doesn't know about the Lig's death? He has no way of knowing. Of course, he'd be suspicious of the Archmage's absence. But how long has it been since I killed the Lich? It's only been 4 hours. Moreover, before then, the Lich left stating he'd take care of the heroes. He wouldn't suspect anything in that short period of time. Of course, Li Xin-Wu, who had got going right away, had killed the Lick and had brought the majority of the undead heroes to his side. However, if he were to go to the capital right now, it would be him returning to the capital, not infiltrating it. Ugh, I can finally act like a human, yet I have to take this form. I'll turn you into a perfect human someday, so just wait a little longer. Because the Archmage didn't ride a horse, Jin was currently disguised as an undead hero as well. She looked very much like her human form, but because she was undeadified, she didn't seem to like it very much. Only a very, very small portion of her body had bone or muscle exposed, yet she hated it anyway. Whether it be one cheek or one shoulder exposed. At the very least, he had left her legs intact so that she could move properly. Moreover, she had covered her body from head to toe with silver steel, so she didn't look like an undead at all. Not pretty. It's fine. You're plenty pretty to me. Not kidding. You really are. Then can we kiss? Nope, no thanks. You want to die. Jin gritted her teeth at Li Xin-Wu's firm refusal and practiced walking. She'd been a horse for so long that when she took on her current form, she began placing her hands on the floor. However, she was quickly able to adapt, perhaps due to her authority, and was soon able to move quickly on her 2 feet as well. Li Xin-Wu confirmed that she was able to move on her own, nodded his head, and said, "You guys just need to stand a short distance behind me. You don't need to say anything." Since we're now entering the heart of enemy territory, Li Xin-Wu exhaled even though nothing came out, and relaxed himself. Of course, he was no longer afraid of the Emperor. This was nothing more than the nervousness of an actor before he got on the big stage. While he was at it, he might as do it perfectly. There were so many unknowns on this stage, so if he were unable to do his job properly, then it would be a pain in the ass later. If he died, he would revive due to invisible heart, but he couldn't revive others. He knew he would revive if he died, but he'd rather live than die. He obviously had so many ways he could survive. If he didn't want to live, then he could always die later. But he couldn't do that right now. Alright, let's trick them to the very end and come out alive. PFFT, that's so like you. Sounds good. You sure have weird taste. Then farther, excuse me. Jin grinned and came closer to Li Xin-Wu. Kai Paul, looking apologetic, came closer to him as well. Li Xin-Wu nodded his head and softly swung his hand. Then, just like with the Archmage, the flow of mana connecting the 2 spaces formed and sucked them in. They were immediately transported to the capital, inside the palace, the most dangerous area within the capital at that. Once they were transported, time began to flow once more. This was proof that Li Xin-Wu both understood and could use the time element better than the Archmage. Hooray for bone reinforcement and innate elements. Archmage. Once they arrived, they faced their very first obstacle. It was the last of the Underground's 4 heavenly commanders, the general who'd killed the Sun Spear general who had been one of the surface's heavenly commanders, the heaven-sundering general, Learfield von Tarman. By absorbing the Sun Spear general's bone, Li Xin-Wu had already seen Learfield's spearmanship, as well as his other skills. But it was different seeing him in person. Isn't it obvious, Duke Tarman? Everything you say reeks of sweat. The huge undead came over, and although Li Xin-Wu was nervous from his appearance a Death Knight, he replied exactly as the Archmage's memories indicated. He was huge now. It made sense that people wondered whether he inherited a giant's blood or not. His body was covered in muscles, and these muscles, despite him becoming undead, pulsed and wriggled with cold blood and magic, as well as the air element. The pressure he emitted was so great that it felt like it could stab him to death. He's on the same level as Sigurd. No way, though Sigurd's swordsmanship may surpass Learfield's, if he compared the degree of perfection of their bodies, as well as their training. Then Learfield was superior. He could completely understand why all the spearmen had come across had yelled Learfield's name. Did your job go well, ho? I'd appreciate it if you stopped looking at me like that. Are your ears starting to fail now too? Although the Archmage and the Heaven-Sundering General, as two of the 4 heavenly commanders that pledged their allegiance to the Emperor, respected each other, they possessed a slightly troublesome relationship where that respect wouldn't show outright. As they had reached the pinnacle of their respective arts, magic vs martial arts, they were prideful in their arts and frequently clashed with each other. However, the Heaven-Sundering General's reaction was a bit strange, considering how he was following the Archmage's memories to the letter. Are you really the Archmage? Something's strange. What's strange is your brain, Duke Tariman. It was always strange. Has it finally completely rotted away? No, I'm not the one who's strange. The smell is strange. Strange. It's strange. Li Xin Wu shuddered. Once his acting skill had passed the level 20 mark, no one had ever seen through his acting or disguise skills. However, the rumored musclehead was suspicious of him. What the hell happened? No, he had no time to be thinking. If Learfield was suspicious of him, then he'd bring it up to the Emperor as well. He had to stop him. You're already stupid enough, but if you keep saying the same thing over and over again, you'll become even stupider. Tell me, what's so strange? The actions of the heroes, the anti-skull led by the damn Sigurd. If not, then the heavenly commanders that came from the surface. In talking about you, Archmage, you're strange. My intuition is telling me that. Your intuition? You really like that, huh? I was always fed up with that intuition of yours. I hate how you do things without any logic or evidence. You're right. I've always trusted my intuition. Even if he were to bring up their shared memories, it wouldn't work. The Heaven-Sundering General took out his spear and gripped it. And once he gripped his long, gray spear, the atmosphere inside changed completely. When one reaches level 8, they gain an authority, the ability to treat the ambient mana as their own and absorb it. However, the way they go about doing so differed depending on the individual. The Heaven-Sundering General seemed to be able to absorb the surrounding mana with his spirit alone. If I'm wrong, I'm truly sorry. But I feel like something will go wrong if I don't do this. I have to do this no matter what. If His Majesty questions me, then I'll accept it without question, but I don't have any choice right now. Heaven Flash. It was sometimes used to describe lightning cascading through the air. If so, then why was it used as the name for Learfield's attack when he used the air element? The answer was exceedingly simple. Hate me if you must. The moment Head thrust his spear, it had already reached its target. All you would see was a lightning bolt shooting towards you. The shock was akin to getting struck by a lightning bolt. The Heaven Flash would kill anyone equally. And that's where his title of Heaven-Sundering had come from. Critical hit. Even the Archmage couldn't dodge this. It was impossible for Li Xin Wu to. Even if he tried to teleport away the moment Learfield went to grip his spear, preemptively attacked him, used the Annihilation Flame to erase his presence and confuse Learfield. or used all of his innate elements combined. The best he could do was turn the spear's trajectory. He wasn't 100% confident that he could dodge Learfield's strike even with all that. That was the Heaven Flash. And that was the Heaven Sundering General, a level 8 that had surpassed the limits of a level 8. Thus you really are the Archmage. Are you satisfied now, you blockhead? Li Xin-Wu didn't move at all and let himself get hit by the Heaven Sundering General's attack. Learfield's strike had pierced through his armor and bone. Even Li Xin-Wu found it a bit laughable that there was a spear dangling in his forehead. I'm really sorry. This is the first time my intuition's been wrong. The Heaven Sundering General calmly removed the spear and apologized. To be honest, Learfield hadn't attacked with the intention to kill. He had just wanted to see if the Archmage was the real deal or not. Why? Because the Archmage didn't need to dodge his attack, as his soul was stored someplace else. Even so, it would take a considerable amount of time and mana to restore the Lig's body, so Learfield had held back so that he didn't destroy the Lig's entire body. This was only possible because he was the Heaven Sundering General. The first time, Duke Tariman. This is your second time. The second timer, that's right. That was the first time. Li Xin-Wu had wisely brought up one of their shared memories. This was an elaborate ploy to ensure his opponent's trust despite the situation. The Heaven Sundering General smiled lightly and said, "The first time I saw you, I was sure that you could cause harm to the Emperor, so I attacked you back then. Back then, I wasn't a lick. I really would have died. I can say this now, but you're the only person in this world that could counter my attack that way. It's hilarious that I'm saying this now, but I've always been amazed by that magic of yours. HMPH. I'll find a way for you to repay me later, so just get back to what you were doing. The battle where we wipe out those dirty invaders is nigh. We have to mobilize all of the capital's troops. Of course for the Emperor. For the Emperor." The two exchanged hot glances and passed by each other. Learfield hurried, as he needed to gather the troops in time, but Li Xin-Wu needed some time to treat his wound. He naturally slowed his pace. The high-rank regeneration skill has become LV7, and health and magic have increased by 20. That asshole. He's so strong that my regeneration skill went up by 2 in one go. A skill that refused to level up at that. You're cursing him out even though your skill leveled up. Your acting was perfect, farther. Anyway, that guy's really scary. The Heaven Sundering General. Li Xin-Wu recollected the Heaven Sunder General's attack, as well as his intuition that was close to busting him, and trembled. But he couldn't help but laugh. It was only natural. The Emperor would come to harm due to the lick. Haha, that guy's prediction is right on the mark. I can't tell whether you're making an evil expression or not since you're a skeleton. Remember that. I can change my expressions as a skeleton now. Want to see this looks really evil. Hey, stop. I said stop. The party joked around and then refocused themselves. They went towards the final battle. The Undead Emperor, Jisharnu, was waiting for them. Chapter 53 Part 6. Chapter 53. The Final Stage 6. For hundreds of years, the giant hall was kept clean through the Emperor's magic, and it was in this hall that Li Xin-Wu met the Emperor. There were guards standing beside him, but they were pretty insignificant to both the Emperor and Li Xin-Wu. But there was something striking the throne that the Emperor sat on. There was also a small magic circle set up behind it. Li Xin-Wu knew about it, as it had been set up by the Archmage himself. It was a door. A door that led to the cave where the source of darkness was hidden. It was paramount that he took control of it in a sense. Doing so was more important than dealing with the Emperor. Your Majesty. Feel the Emperor's voice was dismal, yet emitted powerful energy. Li Xin Wu sensed the unconcealable magic from within his voice. It was exactly as the Archmage remembered, but experiencing it firsthand was as expected. This was a true level 9. LV9 Lich Emperor Gishernu von Inard. Compared to the Magic Emperor, who used his lightning bind to meet me indirectly, and the Gerudo, which had been eaten away by the curse for so many years, severely weakening the Undead Emperor's power is completely different. Li Xin Wu smirked. This is how powerful he was when there was only a slight difference in their stats. No, that was impossible. After meeting the level 9 Emperor, Li Xin Wu recollected something. Levels wouldn't increase by just accumulating stats. One could only grow by reaching a certain level and proving themselves worthy. Thus far, Li Xin Wu hadn't acutely felt this phenomenon because all of his feats had been more than enough to level up. He had never hit a wall before. That's how it's gone so far, but will it be so easy this time? Well, I'll never know until I actually reach 25,600 stats. Until then, I have to just try my best. Like right now, no, even more so. Unlike the pressure he was emanating, the Emperor gazed at him with drooping eyes. When they locked gazes, he desperately began to think. The moment he seemed surprised by the Emperor's power would mark the end of the line for him. Contrary to the heaven-sundering general, the Undead Emperor was, in a different sense, a natural enemy to Li Xin Wu's acting skill. I took care of a majority of the heroes, but there were a few rats that slipped through my net. But I found out that they had an unexpected connection. What we feared has come to pass. How are they connected? It's Seagold. He used the metal general, who has ties to the surface, to form an alliance with the surface. Li Xin Wu said, as if sure of its validity, and the Undead Emperor interjected for the last time. I'm afraid of him. I feel as though he's trying to change something from within me. His loyalty to me hasn't changed, yet he's completely different from you. What is it, my wise friend and teacher? Do you know what that is? You already know the answer, Your Majesty. My clever Emperor. He dared doubt you and wanted you to become exactly how he envisioned. That's nothing more than perverse loyalty. No, it's stubbornness. Few scared. The Emperor said weakly. If the other heroes, who assumed that this guy was the final boss, were here, then what would they think? They would just be speechless and click their tongues. I'm afraid of the surface. I'm afraid of everything that's left me behind and changed. Your Majesty, you rule over all that changes and all that doesn't. Do you really think so, my friend? Do you really think that's true? If you wish for it, then time itself will stop and bow before your feet, Your Majesty. So what is it that you are so worried about? My friend, I am afraid of changing. Li Xin Wu was silent. He thought, this guy's like a hikikomori, but there was nothing he could do about it since it was the main trait of the undead. It was actually kind of sad. Even a level 9 undead with such great magic and status was the same as any other undead. He suddenly felt as though Seagold was amazing, as he had broken free of those shackles. It was such a relief that had already killed him. Your Majesty, you're already a perfect existence. No one can dare match up to you. I'm not so sure. Perhaps I've already changed. My friend, why was it that I so ardently longed for the surface? Why was it that I wanted to get my revenge on Gerald so badly? He's the reason we're down here. It's because he stole the light away from us. But now I feel so comfortable with this darkness. I don't want to leave. Every day I imagine myself ripping Gerald to shreds, but even though I can go through the barrier, I can never bring myself to do so. My friend, where did I go wrong? What did I do? Your Majesty, the Emperor had only just realized that the undead curse had developed had a fatal flaw. But unfortunately he couldn't turn back time. That's because undead as a species could not move forward by themselves. They not only couldn't move forward, but they also couldn't look back at the past either. The dead, they had lost not only their lives but also a path to follow. Thus they couldn't go forward, nor could they go back. But Li Xin Wu was here. If there wasn't a path, then he just needed to make one. That's too much, Your Majesty. Li Xin Wu did his duty as the Archmage and calmed the Emperor down. Though he had reached level 9 and become transcendent, the Emperor wasn't capable of escaping his fate as one of the dead. Thus, his statement was mixed with a small bit of pity towards the Emperor, Jisharnu. You can do anything you wish, Your Majesty. Taking a brief respite within here is your decision, so all of creation must abide by your wish. When you decide to leave here, then everyone will follow and support you. Please don't doubt yourself. You are an existence which has obtained great karma, yet you also transcend existence. Since you haven't forgotten about your revenge against Gerald at all, if Gerald were to appear before you, then wouldn't you raise one hand and crush him, Your Majesty? That of course. The Li's encouraging words caused the Emperor to stand straight up and agree. Normally, the Emperor wouldn't move an inch, so the sudden movement caused the Emperor's guards to flinch. They should have noticed by now that Li Xin Wu wasn't the Archmage. My desire for revenge hasn't left me. Not at all. My friend, you spoke well. Although I felt comfort in the darkness, that doesn't mean my desire for revenge has disappeared. On the contrary, no matter how many days or years go by, my desire for revenge still remains strong. That's right, Your Majesty, that hasn't changed at all. Well, it shouldn't. He was an undead after all. This emotion rejecting change was an undead's most powerful emotion, and this emotion was controlling the Emperor as well, so there was no way he'd be able to escape its binds for even 1 second. The Emperor, who cradled this cursed feeling like it was a blessing, was so pathetic that it was hard for him to continue looking at him. Is this what a fight was supposed to be like? He had a bitter taste in his mouth. He chewed on some bone powder. Then, what will you do if I, your humble servant skeleton, have a solution to your plight? A solution? The Emperor tilted his head. Contrary to Learfield, the Emperor hadn't doubted Li Xin Wu from the beginning. It couldn't be helped. After all, that was what Li Xin Wu was all about. If I can bring Gerald before you, then what will you do, Your Majesty? Bring Gerald before me, the Emperor slowly reiterated his question. He couldn't even imagine it. The Archmage had never said something like this before, but he would bring Gerald, who's hiding on the surface, before me. Yes, Your Majesty. It took me quite a long time, but I've become able to do that now. I prepared and developed my space element for this very moment. I know how extraordinary your space element is, so with that power, you can finally get through the barrier, and it was only possible through your grace and the source of darkness. So, this is also your karma, Your Majesty. Is that so? I see. So you're saying that it's because of me that you were able to go through the barrier. The Emperor accepted his magic-tinged words as the obvious truth. That was the power of Instigate. The Instigate skill has become LV10 and has been maxed out. Others perceive your lies as truth. No, it becomes the new truth. Magic has increased by 50. By mastering one of the Joker's innate skills, your other skills' growth rate increases. One of your karma's conditions has been fulfilled. He had mastered one of the Joker's innate skills at that moment. Li Xin Wu's non-existent heart thumped, and pleasure spread throughout his entire body. The 50 magic increase wasn't important. There was a more fundamental and extreme change that was affecting his very existence not far from what he couldn't tell. However, Li Xin Wu thought that instinctively. With the stat increases from regeneration, his total stats were now 25,412. All that was left were 187 stat points. However, there was something more important than stats right in front of him. It was waiting for him to figure out what it was. "Oh, your majesty, are you dreaming of snails?" one. Whereas, on the surface, the Light General was watching the Magic Emperor, looking at him as if he were hopeless. She spoke impolitely, but the Emperor wore all sorts of defensive equipment that had been in the palace's treasury. And if that wasn't enough, he had wrapped scrolls engraved with all sorts of magic formulas onto his body. Thus, the Emperor's authority was still powerful. "Everything will end soon. Since our forces should be clashing with theirs now." "Yes, I heard that too. The Imperial Army will take care of everything. They'll take care of everything before the religious orders even have a chance. I trained my soldiers so diligently for this very moment." Sure. And that was exactly what the hero, Izuna, had been hoping for. The Magic Empress seemed so pathetic that the Light General felt like she'd click her tongue. He should already know that the undead were not to be underestimated after all. None of the vampires he'd sent previously had come back alive. Despite that, the Emperor was sure that his soldiers and knights, as well as the 12 generals, would be able to take out the undead without any difficulty. But where exactly did this confidence come from? He was definitely relying on the negative effects of becoming an undead. Then again, not much different. "A long time ago, I was willing to sacrifice my own body to get my revenge." Then, at that moment she shuddered. The alarm magic formulas that she'd set up prior had just gone off. A thick smile appeared on her face. She spoke tiredly at the Magic Emperor, who seemed to become more and more like a snail which had found a large house to wander around in. "Who, rather than acting so foolishly, why don't I accompany you? Really, I know you're suspicious of me. So shouldn't I be trying to gain your trust in a time like this? It's regrettable, but we both seem to be acting in the best interests of the Empire. I've never once questioned your loyalty." Of course. The Magic Emperor had always desired her, but she had always narrowly escaped his grasp. He couldn't go after her when Armor Steelworker was still on the surface, as he couldn't hurt his loyal retainer. But when he abandoned Sora and went down underground, Sora had immediately married another man. And she eventually became a widow. Despite that, the Emperor couldn't give up on her. He convinced her to become a vampire so that she could eventually be with Armor, and ultimately transformed her into a vampire. At the time, he thought he was almost there. The vampire that created another vampire. In other words, the children would always think highly of their father. Moreover, he was able to forge a deep connection with her through Lightning Bind, so it was easy for him to force a relationship with her. However, she was barely affected by him, even after becoming a vampire, perhaps due to her light element. Thus, the Emperor was forced to give up on her. But to think that she, who had rejected him for so long, had accepted him so easily. "I can pretty much tell what you're thinking, but I can't let you do everything." "Of course. I can't do something shameless to a virtuous woman like you. Everyone said that in the beginning. In the beginning, at least. The emperor decided to magnanimously accept her fussing. But he never knew when Sigurd would strike, so he didn't strip off all of his equipment. He only de-equipped a few pieces of excess equipment and briefly took off the scrolls that would impede his movement. This all doesn't matter much anyway. Sora, who was watching him, noted that he looked more and more hideous. Even so, she didn't let it worry her and she approached him. After all, saying a few things he wanted to hear would allow her to get close to him without him being suspicious of her. Then shall we go to bed? Yes, your majesty. The emperor's hand touched Sora's shoulder, and a black flame shifted to the emperor and blazed. Huh. This is called fire shadow. You can either transfer your power to your contractee, or you can use magic through their body. Since heaven space or a space-type element is mixed into it, it proves that the underground heroes have grown beyond our wildest imaginations. Sora said. Her face had already become black flame. Soon, even that flame shifted to the emperor. Even if he tried to deal with it with a darkness element or lightning bind, it was difficult as Sora was facing him. Sora, who had always rejected him, was using that link between them to her advantage. The deep darkness that linked the two of them was getting in Lightning Bind's way. What is this, Cuke? Then I hope you have a good night, your majesty. The emperor could say no more. The fire's shadow that came from Sora engulfed the magic emperor and had erased him from his current location. Sora, now alone, was quite pale, but she hadn't died. I thought it'd burn me too. Was it a lie? Well, whatever. There are still some things I need to do. Of course, she trusted the heroes, but the magic emperor may return. So she decided to destroy the place that he could return to. Light erupted from her hand. After she, with a joyous expression, had vaporized the emperor's bedroom, she began to destroy the rest of the palace. One entldr, it's someone who aims to live a slow, steady, and peaceful life. An anime recommendation that fulfills this very thoroughly is Tanakakan is Always Listless. Chapter 53 Part 7. Chapter 53. The Final Stage 7. The target of his so ardently desired vengeance was right before him. The Archmage had been so confident in his endeavor that Jizharnu was momentarily stunned. However, he soon realized what must be done and began to act. Gerald. Cuke, Jizharnu, what the hell happened? Whereas Gerald, who had been waiting to hear the good news, had fallen into hell. Compared to Jizharnu, he hadn't grasped the situation right away. That allowed Jizharnu to make the first move. Kuhark. Gerald, I wanted to see you. I really wanted to see you. This Jizharnu, even if it's rotten, it's still a herring, huh? Once Gerald was struck by Jizharnu's darkness, he got a hold of himself and began to counterattack. Dark lightning crackled, gathered around his hands and shined. Just because he possessed lightning bind didn't mean his combat abilities were low. He was a vampire, a species that specialized in magic and regeneration, and had also nearly mastered his lightning element. I don't know how you brought me here, but Jizharnu bringing me before you was a huge mistake. Have you forgotten long ago you weren't able to beat me by becoming an undead? Have you forgotten about my strength along with everything else? I remember, Gerald. I remember it as if it were just yesterday how ruthless you were to me and my friends. But time has passed. So much so that it feels like we were playing house back then, and it seems like you've become an undead too. How hilarious. That's right. It didn't matter what they were thinking before, or how Hat intervened. Now that they'd met, they would have no choice but to fight until one of them died. The Magic Emperor's lightning clashed with the Undead Emperor's darkness midair. Contrary to Gerald, Jizharnu was a magician that had maxed out his darkness element and used it as his standalone element. Thus, his darkness was far greater than Gerald's lightning. HMPH, you've been immersed in this darkness and have become quite close with it, it seems. Now I'll show you that lightning can even tear through that darkness you hold so dear. Hugh. Gerald soon realized that if he kept using the lightning element, he'd lose, so he began using his lightning bind. Li Xin Wu wasn't aware of this yet, but lightning bind was a perfect battle ability. With lightning bind, Gerald transferred all damage dealt to him to those connected with him, and could steal their magic, health, strength, and agility to bolster his own stats. That was the true power of lightning bind. The Magic Emperor hadn't fought on the front lines thus far, so he'd never had a need to use it that way. However, lightning bind reinforced the darkness element's link ability close to its limit. If he could use lightning bind properly, that is. Hugh, why I can't tell what you're trying to do, Gerald. However, this is my palace. Jizharnu mocked him. You probably erected a barrier around your palace too. Did you think I wouldn't do the same? How did you? I was always one step behind you, but it was my barrier that allowed for the creation of this empire. And for the past several years, I've strengthened that ability again and again, though there was an unfortunate incident a short while ago that destroyed a part of the barrier when the light blast had struck the capital. The Undead Emperor had been extremely confused. He was nervous, thinking that perhaps Sigurd truly intended to uproot the entire empire. However, there was one good thing that came out of it. As the Undead Emperor no longer needed to maintain the barrier, he was now able to conserve some of his mana. He didn't obsess over remaking the damaged barrier, and instead focused on reinforcing the palace's barrier. It had turned out to be a wise decision. Even if Gerald used his lightning bind, its effects couldn't penetrate the palace's barrier, thus stopping him from affecting or being affected by others. Cute, Jizharnu, you dare you, Gerald? Shall we play? We have plenty of time anyway. No one will be able to interfere. The aftermath of the two emperors' magic had already erased the palace's guards from the face of the earth. The palace was completely empty. Of course, there was no way that the Archmage, Fitane von Selden, would be affected. Fitane may be skilled, but he cannot intervene in my battle with Gerald. Moreover, linking the space between the two palaces must taken a heavy toll on him. I'm so thankful to him. I hope he got away safely. Then, he heard a commotion from afar, outside of the palace. The Archmage probably knew he would be of no help, and had decided to command the troops in his emperor's stead. Since Gerald wasn't the only enemy they had to face right now. No, this was where things would truly begin. The battle between the undead and the dirty humans on the surface would begin in earnest. The Archmage should be able to lead their troops to victory on behalf of the underground empire. While our troops fight, let us also fight to our heart's content. Brother, it reminds me of so long ago. You disgusting fine, I'll take you on. Let's see who's superior. The two emperors clashed once more. As they were both level 9s, the ambient murmur vibrated mercilessly. But due to Jizhenna's barrier within the hall, the ruckus didn't escape the palace's walls. They were dueling for supremacy. Because of that, Li Xin Wu was able to move a bit more freely. I can't believe you're so calm, even after seeing that. I have to be calm. They're both freakishly strong whenever they attack each other. Their bones creak, and they hurt each other. How can I not be calm at the very least? neither one of them will win one-sidedly, so I won't have to take over. Man, the magic emperor, Gerald, fights a lot better than I expected, Li Xin-Wu muttered under his breath, and Jin just stood there, dumbstruck. I was worried that both Gerald and Jizharnu were both hikikomoris, but it seems like they're a good match. Maybe it's because they're both hikikomoris. Wow, look at that Marner splitting in the air. If I grow just a little more, then I could create stuff with just a speck of Marner. I don't even get what I'm looking at. Just looking at it makes me shake. The extremely compressed magic clashed repeatedly within the air, but it actually wasn't very flashy. Whenever their magic clashed, they would cancel each other out, and the barrier prevented any impact. It's just despite that, Li Xin-Wu couldn't make light of their battle. Anyone who could wield Marner should be able to feel it. How powerful Jizhan's sphere of darkness, as well as Gerald's black lightning bind were. Wow, this is really informative. As expected, they didn't waste their time over the years. Then again, there was a lot to learn about the Archmage's magic too. Damn, I'm on the cusp of mastering Marner acceleration and Marner bone. So you're just going to sit here and keep watching that lecture on Marner? If I could, I would, but I guess I can't. Li Xin-Wu wanted to watch the view while eating some popcorn, but unfortunately, he didn't have that much free time right now. For the time being, Li Xin-Wu had used the annihilation flame to erase their presences, so no one noticed them. Normally, maintaining annihilation flame wasn't very difficult for him. Because his annihilation flame had reached intermediate level 2, he was able to pull off this imitation. I know where it is and I pretty much know how to open it now, so let's go. Man, it's really tough to move around with both wild card and annihilation flame on. I'm more surprised that we can move around right under their noses. Li Xin-Wu had summoned Gerald to fight against Jizharnu and buy him time. He'd already done that, so what else was left? Obviously, he needed to destroy the source of darkness, also known as Jizhan's life vessel. If Gerald managed to kill Jizharnu, then Jizharnu would resurrect at his life vessel. Not only did he have to finish things before then, but if Jizharnu managed to kill Gerald, then he'd noticed an abnormality with his life vessel and come to stop him. Either way, he needed to destroy the life vessel ASAP. In other words, timing was paramount. It really befit a hero's last mission. Damn it, if I didn't have this overpowered ability and had an overpowered stealth ability instead, I'd be able to take care of this easily. How overpowered would it have to be for you to be able to resolve this situation so easily? Not sure about the level of being right in front of God, but her not noticing me isn't that the level of a god. He claimed they didn't have any spare time. Yet they moved towards the location of the magic circle while hypocritically joking around with each other. It seemed as though Jizharnu felt that his own life was important, as he fought centered around his throne. However, Gerald was no pushover, so he was continuously forced away from the throne area. With Li Xin-Wu's wild card, which allowed him to completely understand the situation, and Jin's agility, which allowed his movements to border on foresight, they avoided everything and arrived in front of the magic circle. Oh wait, where did Kai Paul go? Didn't you bring him along to use as a meat shield if things got dangerous? Are you crazy? I'd rather die once than use something that precious as a meat shield. Then why did you bring him? I gave Kai Paul a really important job. Yep, it's really important. Are you using Fire Shadow right now? Why are you using it now? A portion of Li Xin-Wu's hand was tinged in darkness and burned quietly. Seeing that, Jin tilted her head. Li Xin Wu just smiled bitterly and said, "In doing that, you mean that thing where you transfer your powers to someone else? Does it really matter if you transfer your combat abilities to him?" "It matters, because I'm not transferring my combat abilities." Hajin tilted her head, but then a man, who looked exactly like the emperor, yelled in a booming voice from outside the palace. "The time has come, my loyal subjects. Stand up, it's time for us to take revenge on those who imprisoned us within darkness. You obey His Majesty. His Majesty is leading us personally. It's a holy war to war." The elite soldiers and knights seemingly became intoxicated from each and every one of his words. No one doubted the emperor's appearance or words. A black flame briefly erupted from his shadow, but no one had seen it. All of the Imperial Army's elite troops marched from the capital. Lloyd and the hero squad encountered them, and they all rushed towards the exit set up within the level 5 danger zone. This was the hardest one to dig up. It was like building a tower and breaking through the ceiling. Chapter 53 Part 8. Chapter 53. The Final Stage 8. Sigurd hadn't had a deep understanding of Fire Shadow, so had only used it as a convenient transportation ability. However, Li Xin Wu was different. He was not only well-versed in both fire and darkness, but also commanded scores of subordinates and could commune with them. Therefore, Li Xin Wu could use Fire Shadow to turn his subordinates into little Li Xin Wus. If he slightly adjusted his abilities and applied them to his subordinates, then what would happen? That's right. It would be hell on earth. Your enemies aren't here, are the undead enemies, are the humans. Do you not see those contemptible humans gathered on that vast plain? Do you truly not see those humans, who brazenly live and breathe on the surface of Li Xin Wu's many loyal retainers? One of them, Shino Rendu, yelled out in a booming voice. Just a little while ago, Shino Rendu and the Pauls had been roaming across the underground empire, spewing all sorts of insults towards the undead. They had finally passed the long underground passageway. To be honest, they were afraid of the existence of the barrier, not the barrier itself. Once they passed through it, they felt like it wasn't really a big deal and had gotten to the surface, all while maintaining their hostile attitude towards the undead. So, the fact that Shino Rendu was going around talking like this sounded ridiculous. However, humans, he's right. It's the humans attack the humans. We can't attack our brothers, fellow undead. Don't shoot their allies. Kill the humans. Their healthy skin, their flowing blood, and their pulsing hearts. Let's kill all the humans and turn them into beings like us. The underground undead, which had followed them and seemed willing to give up their skulls to kill the Pauls, had surprisingly been persuaded by Shino Render's speech and turned their sights to the humans. Shino Render's attitude had changed so suddenly that even the Pauls, which had been luring the undead, were stunned. To think our commander had that kind of ability. Maybe he gained a power that resembles Lord Paul Zero's by following him. It makes sense. Lord Paul Zero truly is great. Not many had noticed the black flame shadow beneath Shino Render's feet. Even if they did, it didn't matter, since there was only one person in this entire world that could figure out the principle and the result behind this ability. You guys listen up too from now on. Well, arbitrate the battle. Don't die, save everything that should be saved and kill everything that should be killed. This is the order of the heaven-defying general, Lord Paul Zero, the sole man to crush and overturn the heavens. You Paul Zero, Paul Zero, Paul Zero. Lord Paul Zero has given the command. It's time to bring order back to this land. We've finally found land where we can live in peace. Keep following him. He who led us all the way to the surface, show him that we can be victorious in any battle. The Paul's cheers wouldn't abate and just got louder and louder. Though they may have started at different areas, the other Pauls began to join them. Even the underground undead were affected by Shino Render's magnificent instigate and acted like they were possessed. They were fooled by him and didn't know up from down, and soon stood at the forefront of the battle. If the Emperor, the Archmage, or Seagold had seen this, then they would have gone crazy. Shino Rendu had taken control of so many of the underground empire's undead so easily. However, this would have been impossible if not for Li Xin Wu's ability. It hadn't been easy. All forces, listen up. Whereas, on the opposite side, the hero Izuna was raising her voice as well. We've come here to protect the surface, and to prevent any more pointless deaths. We must protect ourselves from the undead that seek to do us harm, and protect our wills as well. All who live within the Empire are its master, so we must work together to protect the Empire. You, Hero Izuna, you're already a hero. Indeed, we who live in the Empire must protect it ourselves. Praise be the Sun. Hooray for the Sun God. Hooray for the Sun God religion. Hooray for the hero, Izuna. While Yi Jin was orating with such a booming voice, there was, of course, a black fire blazing beneath her feet. Her magical speech, which seemed to bedazzle even her allies, had even gotten the Pope of the Sun God religion to lose his mind momentarily. What exactly is happening? Did K remain as a vengeful spirit since he wasn't able to do everything he set out to do and possess Izuna? We've arrived at the Stony Plains, Pope. We really have to focus now since the undead have already begun advancing. The Stony Plains was the location that Li Xin Wu had chosen for the final battle. It was closest to the underground's exits, while also being incredibly vast and suitable for battle. Also, there weren't any innocent civilians nearby, so there wasn't any risk of the undead curse affecting them. Therefore, for all these reasons, Li Xin Wu had tasked his forces to lead the underground's undead here and fight. Ultimately, everything had gone smoothly. The board was all set according to Li Xin Wu's specifications, and Shino Rendu had already completed about half of his plan already. Obviously, Shino Rendu, who was in command of the Pauls, as well as the hero squad, were retreating after leading the undead here. That's why it had been possible for them to gather all these undead in one area without them getting away. There were some people who found this strange, but their doubts were wiped clean due to Izuna. They needed to kill them all, so it wasn't bad at all that the undead had conveniently gathered in one place for them. You undead, yeah, we have to take care of the undead. There really are a lot of them. But it's okay. We won't be in much danger. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Jin grinned and said, and the Pope briefly tilted his head. He soon nodded his head in understanding. Of course, the Pope didn't know of Li Xin Wu's true identity in Undead or what his forces were comprised of for that matter. However, he somewhat knew what tactics the hero, Izuna, was using, and had even given her advice on certain facets of her plan. It was just that the undead force was much larger than had anticipated, so he had forgotten all about it for a moment. I can't bear to see those religious orders do whatever they wish, especially that ridiculous sun god religion. We, the Emperor's loyal clansmen, are the ones who will protect the Empire. The people only live on because of His Majesty's grace. The Empire belongs to His Majesty alone. Now is our time to prove that. Of course. For our great Emperor. For the Empire. Then, as if refuting Izuna's brand speech, a part of their forces broke away from the battle line. The Imperial army had broken away from the main force and had rushed towards the undead. From the very beginning, the Imperial army had only acted like they obeyed Izuna, but had one goal, and one goal only, being the only ones that would distinguish themselves in battle. They had lost their temper and ran in recklessly, as if Izuna's speech had gone against the very foundation of the empire, as well as damaging the emperor's dignity, and that was exactly as Izuna, no, Li Xin-Wu had planned. But what will you do if they aren't able to do a significant amount of damage to the undead? It's good for us if the emperor's forces are cut down, but there's no point if we sustain more damage as a result. No. Please don't worry, Pope. Where do you think my strength comes from? Doesn't your power come from your ability and your artifact? Is Kay actually still alive? To think that the supplementary story Volume 7 The Resurrected Flame and Izuna's unconcealable ambition was based on a true story. Please tell me in detail where that book is sold later on. She had already collected all of the books featuring Lawrence and Kay as the main characters, but she hadn't known about the supplementary stories. Yi Jin asked him with such a serious expression that the Pope was momentarily overwhelmed. He meekly nodded his head, and Yi Jin cleared her throat and continued. Obviously, I don't get my power purely from the sun god. I also can't wield flames by myself. No matter how great the artifact is, do you really think that I would be able to wield such flames because of it? If that's the case, then is that it? You've surpassed the realm of humans and you're using the spirit's power. Yes. As expected, the Pope was no fool. He hadn't gotten a single raid on Kay, but after watching Yi Jin's abilities for a while had formulated several ideas. It was just that he knew that Yi Jin wasn't a bad person, and above all, he had kept his mouth shut as she was beneficial to the sun god religion. He truly was a utilitarian person, borrowing the power of the spirits. As I even thought you might be a spirit yourself, but that wasn't the case. You're borrowing the power of a spirit, huh? About that, what do you think? While he was always concerned about profits, he wasn't by any means a miser. After all, as Pope, he worked for the believers of the sun god. To think that our spirit would once again help a human. I'm very thankful. Jin's sudden question should have caught him off guard, yet the Pope answered seriously. Of course, as an individual with a high post, he was somewhat able to piece together what had happened long ago. The humans, no, the leaders of the Empire magicians, were only concerned about maintaining their power, so they ostracized the spirits. I can't even begin to comprehend what the spirits thought at the time, as they only regarded humans as their friends. Despite that, not only did they not seek vengeance against mankind, they decided to help us by bringing someone like you to our side. This must be the sun god's will. Yi Jin's phoenix feather blazed fiercely at the Pope's words. It was proof that Zenon had an intense reaction to the Pope's words, regardless of whether it was positive or negative. However, Yi Jin guessed that they weren't negative feelings. As expected of you, Pope. You're no normal person. Of course I'm not. I was the one who discovered Kay after all. Did you forget? The Pope wrinkled his eyes at Yi Jin's admiration, and replied slyly. Of course, it was more correct to say that the Pope had arrived at just the right time for Li Xin-Wu to use him, rather than him discovering him. But Yi Jin didn't mention that and just grinned. Are you all trying to use this battle to re-establish ties between humans and spirits? Yes. I'd like for that to happen. It's a bit late to be so frank with me, but well, I guess it's not too late. Make sure your results show. The Pope spoke, remaining ever so calm, and raised his weapon. An intense flame could be seen at the tip of it. If you don't fulfill your mission, then I'll take care of the rest. A world of humans and spirits. It sounds quite nice. Yes, I believe it sounds quite nice too. Jin replied, smiling, and raised her javelin. She infused fire into it and threw it. The largest battle between the undead and the humans, the curtains for the greatest play, had finally risen. Chapter 53 Part 9. Chapter 53. The Final Stage 9. While the two emperors staked their lives on their brotherly spat, Li Xin Wu released the magic circle, allowing him access to the passageway that led to the cave where the source of darkness was stored. What's surprising was that neither Gisharnu nor Gerald had noticed him doing so. His annihilation flame was plenty overpowered. It's quite narrow. It really is. It's way too narrow. Hey, you sound excited. Nope, not at all. I have no idea what you're talking about. The two entered the cave. The cave was incredibly dark and was narrow enough that a person would find it difficult to pass through. Therefore, Li Xin Wu and Jin were forced to stick right next to each other. Lately, Jin became noticeably excited whenever they engaged in skinship. Because she was currently in a form that closely resembled her human self, he couldn't help but feel anxious. But he supposed that wasn't really important right now. This is all evil eye ore. So that's why you're picking all of the ore and feeding it to your Titan core. That's all well and good, but weren't you the one who said we should hurry? Not only were the cave walls lined with ore that was suffused with thick darkness magic, but they were all connected to the center of the cave. In other words, they were connected to the source of darkness. And if one were to enter this cave without permission, then the one in charge of this cave, the Emperor, would know they were here. But because Li Xin Wu had maxed out his darkness element, he could completely ignore it and feed all the evil eye to his Titan core. It was all too easy for him to hide his activities from the Emperor. The Titan's all I can rely on if we find ourselves in a pinch. So long as I have this, we won't lose. Yeah, I got it. I wasn't complaining. Let's just get going. Li Xin Wu had already explained the new Titan to Jin already. When Shed first heard about it, she was worried that it might not even move properly, but Li Xin Wu had been so excited that she decided to accept it, albeit bitterly. Moreover, he said he needs me to operate the Titan, so will it really work? I'm a little happy that he brought me all the way here. I guess this really isn't the time. I really have gone crazy. Jin knew how severe her condition was. This was all Li Xin Wu's fault. He's the one who'd told her that she could become human again, so it wasn't her fault at all. Jin thought to herself, whilst changing her expression again and again. Seeing that, Li Xin Wu became speechless. However, he didn't point it out. He was busy enough picking the evil eye off from the surroundings and feeding it to the core. But good things couldn't last forever. Everything has an end, and the cave had an end to it as well. There was a small clearing at the end of the cave, large enough for them to take a breather, as well as a small bead at the center, which was small enough to fit in Li Xin Wu's hand. LV10 Source of Darkness Lick Emperor's Life Vessel. Holy shit, is it because there's a ton of mana in there? Even for you, can you really handle this? To think I'd get in so easily, it doesn't make any sense. I thought there would be a level 10 Steve here or something. You didn't come here to screw around, did you? At this point, she couldn't tell whether Li Xin Wu was happy or sad about this. After retorting, she sensed something approaching, so she raised her arm and protected him. Her arm was instantaneously covered in dozens of layers of armor right after she caught something, causing the layers of armor to shatter into thousands of pieces. It was a thick spear, as I thought, followed by a weighty and serious voice resounding throughout the cave. It was a voice had heard just a little while ago. My intuition was right all along. To think you'd try to destroy the Empire. It seems like you're not the real Archmage. I guess I'll never be able to look him in the eye. Bro, why are you coming out from there? He was so astonished that he couldn't help but retort. He briefly wondered whether he was seeing things or not. LV8 Heaven-Sundering General, Learfield von Tariman Elite Death Knight. That's right. The Heaven-Sundering General, Learfield von Tariman, blocked their path as if he were protecting the source of darkness. My intuition's always been good. It's as if the wind spirits are whispering in my ears whenever there's danger. Whenever I sensed danger, all I needed to do was follow those whispers. Obviously, there were no such spirits around Learfield. It was the same this time too. Even though there was no mistaking that it was the Emperor speaking and commanding the troops, I felt a sense of déjà vu. Something felt strange, I was sure of it. However, I could not test His Majesty as one of his loyal retainers. I didn't know what to do, but then the wind led me here. Just now. He then thrust his spear towards them once more. But this time, Li Xin Wu blocked it himself. Learfield's spear and his death god's shining bone sword clashed, causing his sword to creak. Yet, he was able to push him back with his blade. Truly a formidable spirit and strength. The wind led you here as I thought. You have an innate element of your own. To think there was a guy who'd gone with the flow of the second act at the very last minute, everyone having innate elements. Li Xin Wu was absolutely speechless. He had been so relieved that the undead emperor hadn't had an innate element, yet here he was, facing off against Learfield who had one. Following Siegold's annihilation flame and the Archmage's dark space, it was a space-type innate element. Maybe an innate element is a foothold. God herself wields the time element, so maybe combining time and space is a realm above the gods. Li Xin Wu's mind briefly focused on that very question. However, the Heaven-Sundering General, who'd reached the peak of martial arts, noticed this and thrust his spear to finish him during his lapse of attention. Learfield's spear was surrounded by a wind that could cut through space itself. This thrust was backed by his trained, transcendent body and his magic. Anyway, I think you're misunderstanding something. Huke. Li Xin Wu easily repelled Learfield's thrust. He used his assimilation skill with Jin, who was standing right beside him, to add her agility to his own. Actually, it wasn't all because of his assimilation skill. The monetization skill has become LV9, and health and magic have increased by 40. And thus his stats had reached 25,493. He only needed 107 more stat points to reach level 9. What, just a little while ago, you didn't have such strength? I made it. Or should I say, I switched it with my overwhelming magic stat. Li Xin Wu extended his hand, grabbed onto the spear which was facing his sword, and forcefully pulled. With monetization, he had converted his 10,000 or so magic into strength, which resulted in such power that he felt like he could squash an entire mountain, allowing him to easily steal Learfield's spear away from him. Qherk. There. Learfield's eyes widened, but Li Xin Wu just gripped the spear, unconcerned. The artifact, which was created by using the most precious metal in the Empire, infused with the Archmage's magic, and had achieved so many feats with a Heaven-Sundering General, as well as transcending its limitations and growing, was futilely crumpled up within Li Xin Wu's hand. This can't be. The reason I let you live was because you're needed on the surface to make the battle look realistic. What am I supposed to do with you now, you blockhead? You're not hip. I'm not afraid of you one bit. Sorry, but you can't beat me. I guess you could call it a dog's death. In the past, Dana and Sarah had warned him again and again about the dangers of the heaven-sundering General, Learfield von Tarman. Of course, at the time, Li Xin Wu had just laughed it off. And just a short while ago, he could somewhat understand what they were talking about. He was sure that if he were exposed, then it would all be because of this guy. So, he was definitely one scary bastard. However, he wasn't worried about his power, only his intuition. Li Xin Wu wanted everything to go perfectly, so had been wary of him. At the very least, he needed to not be exposed until he had tricked the Emperor. I'll die a dog's death, you say? Yep. His play was already a success. So even if Learfield were to block his path, if Li Xin Wu were to use his full power, then he actually found it quite hilarious that Learfield would be so willing to attack him when he couldn't even gauge the difference in their strength. He wasn't even level 9, yet he wanted to defeat him. He had mastered 3 elements, wielded 6 innate elements, and even had monetization as well. What a joke. I don't even need to use the Titan to beat you. If you wanted to even give me a bit of a hard time, then you should've come for me before I killed Sigurd. If you came then, you might've had a chance. Yeah, you might've even taken 2 of my lives. That cannot be. My spear was tempered so that it can be used to protect His Majesty at all times. Sorry, but I don't have time. You've really wasted a lot of my time already. Li Xin Wu wasn't going to listen anymore. At any rate, the target was huge and the space was large. He launched a shining bone sword piercing through Learfield's body. Obviously, one of the heavenly commanders wouldn't fall from just one attack. Because of that, he launched 20 more of them, which had prepared earlier. It was simple, so long as he used the Darkness Element's Link ability. Then, the Heaven-Sundering General obviously disappeared without a trace. You have hunted a member of the 12 generals, the LV-8 Heaven-Sundering General, Learfield von Tarman. All contributing heroes gain 50 million Pirium and all stats are increased by 100. You have acquired 15 permits to God's secret shop. Proficiency in all combat-related skills has increased significantly. Through God's grace, the Invisible Heart skill's maximum level has increased by 6. The Invisible Heart skill's level cannot be raised any higher. You have not yet met the conditions for a level up. You must prove that you are worthy of the karma that you have chosen. As he thought, had definitely reached the 25,600 stat benchmark, yet he hadn't leveled up. This was the first time Head ever experienced this, so he was a bit perplexed, but he could understand why it happened. Had been gaining stats so quickly. On the contrary, he was more surprised that he hadn't gone through any obstacles when leveling up in the past. But it was okay. He could still win with ease. You just now are. You mean killing him? It was easy since I stole his weapon and attacked while he was confused. Is it really that simple? That's the truth. So how else can I explain? I already told you how to take advantage of your opponent's openings, right? If he were acting whilst fighting, then no one would be able to distinguish between his truth or lies. Then again, it was because he had the proper abilities to support his acting that made it so flawless. Because he was far stronger than the Heaven-Sundering General, his bluffs were more effective than usual. The Heaven-Sundering General could do nothing, but lay down and die. Truthfully, his dramatic actions had confused the heaven-sundering general and prevented him from moving, and he was soon able to strike him down. Even so, Jin wasn't able to comprehend what had done, even though she had been watching from right beside him. She was shocked by the sequence of events spanning a few seconds, as well as how naturally and quickly had killed the heaven-sundering general. Shin Wu, you can talk all you want later. Let's focus on what's in front of us. Li Shin Wu focused on the burst of mana that he felt from outside. As expected, the heaven-sundering general dying inside here had let Jisharnu know that there was an intruder. Thus, he tried to get over here immediately, but Gerald had seized that opportunity and counterattacked, turning the tides. This wasn't good. If Gerald managed to kill Jisharnu, then he'd appear right in front of them. Hey, can't you just use the Titan to kill both Gerald and Jisharnu? You never know what if, after killing them, a level 10 Steve shows up. You really like Steve, don't you? Jin threw a fit, yet she readied herself to protect him anyway. In the midst of this, Li Shin Wu finally placed his hand on the life vessel. Then, a truly huge amount of mana flooded his body. Li Shin Wu could feel it. That this wasn't something he could just absorb. That he was totally screwed. Chapter 53 Part 10. Chapter 53. The Final Stage 10. A wail resounded throughout the battlefield. Who exactly was screaming, and for what reason those fighting couldn't discern the source of the scream. But whenever that beautiful, frightening, unforgettable, and horrific scream resounded throughout the battlefield, someone died. Someone would collapse, and someone else wouldn't be able to move. Sarah had gotten over her past as a hero, and continued to wail as a banshee. She continued to wail. Li Shin Wu was also increasing her strength. A shadow of black flame covered her entire body. With the help of Li Shin Wu's wild card skill, not only did her banshees cry buff allies, but the effects were further increased as well. This way kyak. I killed one of them, let's go. Their allies were weaker and their enemies were stronger. The knights, who had suddenly led the enemy forces, died due to their trivial mistakes, and that allowed the allied forces to regain the lead. If we just hold out a little while longer, then reinforcements will Lord Paul Zero has commanded us. Don't discriminate and kill them all. Give them the death that we all wish for. The allied forces were stronger due to their extreme change. If they got even the slightest of leads, they wouldn't allow their enemies time to breathe. The allied forces' blades would always, without fail, cut off their heads or pierce a vital area, while the enemy's blades would flounder in the air. Some of them even managed to embed their swords into their own bodies. How can this be? It's too one-sided. Is that the power of a banshee? How is a single banshee doing this to our entire army? The vampires were dumbstruck by the spectacle. Ignoring her tears or her wails was easy enough, but they noticed that wherever her voice reached, there was an increasing frequency of deaths. Her voice brought death to the enemy, but it also continuously strengthened the heaven-defying general's troops. Moreover, the range of her screams was by no means ordinary. To be honest, the reason that Li Shin Wu could be absent from this battle was because he could rely on Sarah's authority. With Fire Shadow's effects, you can just cry and influence the progress of the battle however you wish. I told you. Out of everyone, my ability has the highest affinity with you. Unfortunately, it's something I never wished for. It's too late for you to go all tsundere on me at this point. In any case, I'll leave this to you. If Yi Jin's my representative for the human side, then you're my representative for the undead side, not Shino Rennu. Who, of course. So, I was just wondering. Are you and Shino Rendu, though you've become my master, you cannot manipulate my emotions as you please. Why, you may be able to do what you want with my body, but you dirty and underhanded bastard. Hey, I never said I'd do anything of the sort. I respect your independence, you know. Li Xin-Wu recalled his conversation with Sarah prior to the battle and smiled. To think he'd be laughing at a conversation with such an infuriating person. He felt that he himself was strange, but he couldn't help it. He just laughed automatically. Yu-hee-I-hu-wo. Hake. The banshee's crying. She's looking at me. We're going to die right now. She continued to scream, but she now wore a smile on her face. Sarah became even stronger than before, and there were even some soldiers that fainted at the sight of her, despite the fact that several of them were undead. Sarah, what exactly are you? Whereas Lloyd and the heroes, who had accomplished the most difficult mission of leading the undead here, why exactly was it the hardest job? Not only was the average level of the Underground Empire's Imperial Army incredibly high, but the passageway from the capital to the surface was the most perilous, had disguised themselves as a volunteer army that attacked the main force's rear. In the midst of that, Lloyd's eyes widened at Sarah's power. Do people change that much when they become an undead? Perhaps. Love also might have changed her. I see Prince over there. She's become quite proficient in handling the fire demon. No, she's gotten a lot stronger. Yi Jin is here too. Is that really Yi Jin? They saw Yi Jin throw all manner of throwing projectiles, as well as her flame, to burn countless enemies to a crisp. They knew that she, under Li Xin-Wu's request, had become stronger, but this was a bit too much, wasn't it? Everyone who's involved with Li Xin-Wu goes through an extreme change. Cute, that goes for you too, Lloyd. You grew substantially, mentally and physically. Irian, hey, you can talk about sex later. Focus on the battle for now. Sex. Lloyd and Irian had a good thing going there, but Kreischer, who was quietly casting, coldly interjected. Their job was to protect Kreischer until she was finished casting her spell. Everyone's changed a lot. Really, you haven't seen anything yet. You'll see once we've mostly cleared out the Imperial Army. What happens then? Yi Jin will show us soon. Kreischer was telling the truth. Ultimately, countless undead had sacrificed themselves to kill Curing von Begner. It was the Underground Empire's Imperial Army, of course, and once the squads led by the remaining 12 generals were destroyed, the undead forces pushed even harder, as if aware of their impending victory. Damn it. These undead never tire, do they? We'll be pushed back at this rate. I'm glad that despicable Begno was killed, but at this rate, everyone will. Please don't worry, everyone. What dramatic timing. No, that was a lie. Li Xin-Wu had picked that timing to make it look dramatic. The hero, Izuna, raised her spear and stepped forward. We have allies that will help us. Allies? Are you referring to that volunteer army? They're helpful, yes, but that's not enough to turn the tide. Spirits. At this point in time, a long speech would be pointless. There was something far greater feats and results once Yi Jin yelled. A giant gate appeared in the center of the battlefield. It was the gate that connected the surface to the spirit's spring. The spirit princess, and now the immortal princess, Dana, stepped out of the gate. Her beauty caused the forces to lose all focus and look at her in awe. However, she hadn't come here for people to marvel at her appearance. Oh, spirits! The beautiful and powerful immortal princess, Dana, recited her script as politely as possible. The humans require our aid. These heinous ghosts are dirting the surface this land, which is both our base and our place to live. It smells like the curse, this disgusting smell which seeks to bring everything to death. Spirits, it's our turn now. It's time for us, as residents of this world, to drive out the curse. Yu-wu-bo. Though the spirits were somewhat awkward, they nonetheless stuck to their lines. Of course, if one looked at them closely, their awkwardness would show, but because they had appeared when the surface needed them most, it was almost as if God had sent them to aid them. Ooh, the spirits have come to aid us. The hero, Izuna, brought the spirits here to save us. Lady Izuna, the spirit queen, they fell for it. A few well-placed individuals yelled out, establishing the mood. It was super effective. Not only were there more and more individuals that yelled Izuna's name, but they were starting to call Dana the Spirit Queen. Zenon, am I finally able to show myself? It was perfect timing. No, it was even better. Zenon, who quietly resided within Yijin Jin's dress, materialized himself. At that moment, her magic increased even further. Her magic was strong enough by just wearing the dress, but by materializing, Zenon increased Yijin Jin's power even further. Indeed, the spirits have forgiven our past transgressions and have decided to help us. We can definitely overcome this hurdle together with the spirits. That must be what Serkei wished for as well. You, us humans won't lose to the likes of you. The spirits came back for us. Our God is smiling down at us. Praise be the sun. Their confidence soared as if they had become religious zealots. The madness of the battleground must permeated into their brains. If it hadn't, then the surface dwellers, who had been taught to hate the spirits, wouldn't so easily accept the spirits. However, that was exactly what Li Xin-Wu had been aiming for. We won't lose. We will retake the surface. The Emperor's not at fault. He has always struggled to keep his people alive. The spirits are no exception. Then why did you try killing us for so long? The mood had shifted entirely in the humans' favor. The undead couldn't win anymore. This part was critical. They needed to kill the undead, sure, but they couldn't afford to kill the heaven-defying general's troops as well. Now they had to gradually play dead and retreat. It would prove to be incredibly complicated, but Li Xin-Wu had already prepared everything in advance. Dana, who'd appeared with such excellent timing, had been assigned a task that was just as important, allowing the hero's forces to escape. Using the spirit's spring. The hero is definitely a genius, Dana inwardly muttered. The spirits would appear at a critical moment, drawing everyone's attention. And then, the heaven-defying general's troops would quietly retreat. No matter how she thought about it, it wasn't an idea that could be put together by a human. As expected, he was indeed the chosen hero. However, when everything was falling into place, Dana tilted her head at the voice that resounded throughout the battlefield. She wasn't the only one. Everyone on the battlefield heard that magical voice, forcing them to give up on the battle and focus entirely on the voice. Shoot! The voice gradually became clearer and loudly resounded throughout the battlefield. Don't shoot, and soon everyone could hear it. Dana marveled its contents and the voice itself. What exactly was happening? Why was he personally intervening now? However, it was definitely him. Li Xin-Wu, who had overturned all logic and had created this stage, was yelling, "Stop friendly fire, all of you, stop fighting." The battlefield froze. The sky and the ground were both shining. She didn't know what was happening, but she was sure of one thing: he was overturning all coursing defect. "What is this?" Dana muttered vacantly and raised her hand. And she soon realized everyone else was undergoing the same evolution that she had. The humans, the undead, and the spirits, they all obeyed his will. Seeing that, Dana just laughed despondently. She really had no choice. If you're all ready, then look and realize. Everyone watched and experienced the world's changes, and bowed before the god in front of them in worship. A god was performing a miracle. Volume 4. Epilogue End. Epilogue. Stop friendly fire. Let's turn back time a little bit to when Li Xin Wu had come across the source of darkness. LV10 Source of Darkness Lik Emperor's life vessel. Once had placed his hands upon the source of darkness, Li Xin Wu came to a realization that no one individual could bear this by themselves. The level 9 Undead Emperor hadn't stored this here and used it as his life vessel for no reason. Had done this because no one could handle it. He had given up on controlling it and had used it as his life vessel instead. I prepared myself for this, but shit, this is way too much. What's worse, there was an even bigger problem. Once Li Xin Wu had approached it, the source of darkness recognized him and began unleashing a torrent of mana towards him. It must have been affected by his maxed out darkness element. However, that wasn't good for him right now. The source of darkness was so much stronger than Li Xin Wu. If it kept unleashing its mana, then Li Xin Wu's body would disintegrate. It wasn't on the level of monetization. He would just become mana itself. Xin Wu, don't assimilate with me, you'll die. Ute. The Xin Wu screamed in anguish, and Jin froze solid. But she wouldn't condone his death. What am I supposed to do if you die? Then I really will die. You have to keep your promise and turn me human again. I won't die right away. I can handle it with invisible heart. But you can't. Your revival relies on darkness. He was absolutely right. Jin had gone completely stiff. In the midst of that, Li Xin Wu tried to absorb the source of darkness whole without getting sick. He tried using his monetization, mana acceleration, and mana bone skills to control the flow of mana, as well as all of his innate elements to twist coursing effect. But it didn't work at all. It was only natural ultimately. What it came down to was that all elements were controlled by mana. The pure darkness mana demolished all logic and coursing effect, and flooded Li Xin Wu's body. It hurts and it stings, but it's also relaxing and feels good. Damn it, I really will die at this rate. It's like I'm right about to lose consciousness atop a mountain. The term source was truly a fitting title for it. It was indeed the source of all darkness in this world. It felt as though half of this world was within it. Absorbing it by himself, what a joke. It was like taking in half of the world's population. It was impossible from the very start. Li Xin Wu had miscalculated. It was a crucial miscalculation at that. Then what am I supposed to do if I don't do something about this? Then I can't kill Jizharnu. Jizharnu had already begun using this as his life vessel. To completely eliminate the undead curse, Li Xin Wu had to kill him, and to do that, he needed to destroy his life vessel as well. He hadn't had any other choice from the very start. Then why had dealt with any absurdity his own way thus far? But he wasn't able to deal with this one. No, if something like this actually existed, then God should have given him some warning beforehand. What if I turn into a titan? I may be able to contain all of this overwhelming mana. No, that's not enough. If he were to use the titan, then he'd only be switching his small soy sauce bowl for a soup bowl. He needed to absorb half the world itself. So it wouldn't make much difference. On the contrary, by increasing the size of the medium, he might actually find it harder to control the Marna. There's a solution somewhere. There has to be. If I were to fuse the innate elements together, then heaven space dark shadow use annihilation flame to sever the link. What if I were to eliminate the Marna with shining flame as soon as I acquire a no, it wouldn't work. That would only work when Li Xin Wu was in control of the darkness Marna in question. It wouldn't work since he couldn't control this Marna. The situation was reversed. Li Xin Wu wasn't the master of this Marna. Rather, the source of darkness was. The source of darkness was eating Li Xin Wu, not the other way around. Using the Titan if he had, then it would've been a huge issue. Right now, the Titan core was composed of the demon heart that originated from the evil eye, or the demon heart had come from the source of darkness itself. If Head used the Titan, then he would've been devoured in the blink of an eye. He was really out of options. The Undead Emperor's security hadn't been lax. There had been no need for security in the first place. No, the fact that Jizharnu had managed to process such a great artifact and use it as his life vessel proved that he was a genius. A man extraordinary enough to aim for the surface. What do I do? How do I go about this? What do I have to do to absorb all this Marna? It's not possible unless I were to become a god. It's just way too much for me to absorb. Despair would always arise without a moment's notice. And there usually wasn't any way to deal with that despair. Li Xin Wu recollected his long-past death on Earth. Yeah, this is what despair felt like when one was at the cusp of death. It had been such a shocking affair that Li Xin Wu had asked God for immortality. Had forgotten all about his original personality, beliefs, and skills, and pursued such a childish dream instead. As a result, he was able to progress this far, which was shocking to him, but ultimately he was faced with despair. This is unfair. Everything's unfair. Everyone Head met must thought that Li Xin Wu was unfair. This is absurd. Everything's absurd. Whenever Head been faced with an absurd situation, Head dealt with it with an equally absurd solution. So he really had no leg to stand on. What's worse, I can't trick this thing. Tricking someone required that they have the minimum emotions, will, or whatnot. However, the source of darkness didn't have any of those. The reason this thing was emitting Marna was purely because darkness was there. He could understand how mountain climbers felt. There was a mountain there, so they climbed it. Though he wasn't going to actually climb a mountain or anything. I guess there really isn't anything I can do. Li Xin Wu acknowledged his inability. It felt as though he wasn't able to get to level 9 because had given up. But it couldn't be helped. Others had often called him stubborn or overpowered, but Li Xin Wu was fundamentally still a human who followed his set criteria and logic. Every situation, which changed due to his silver-tongued or skills, was nothing more than an event where he calculated the rate of success and or failure. And so, the fact that Head determined that he was out of options meant that this was truly the end. There was nothing he could do. After dying 210 times, he really would die. However, when Head given up on everything, he thought of something. Who said I couldn't absorb this thing? Who'd said that? Who said I wasn't a god? Who'd said that? I don't think it was me. Li Xin Wu thought about it. Since when was he immortal? Since when had he become an imbecile that couldn't absorb this small bead of darkness? He didn't think it was him. There was no reason he couldn't absorb this thing. No, I am a god. When he thought about it, he was one. Had eliminated the limitations of space, could nullify all barriers, had created a new race, had found the elusive spirit's spring and had gone so far as to form a contract with it, and had even met another god, who was shocked by his existence. If he wasn't a god, then who was everything always went his way, so what else could this be but omnipotence? I can absorb it, Li Xin Wu said naively. He forgot about everything else. He only briefly thought of logic, but soon couldn't, as he sank through the surface of the ocean of thoughts. That's what he was doing within his subconscious. These ideas, that he wasn't a god, that he wasn't omnipotent, that he couldn't absorb the source of darkness, all this logic that emerged within his mind was cast aside and ultimately eliminated. And when none were able to even comprehend what this stupid and hopeless man was attempting, there's no way I can't absorb it. It's only half the world. It's nothing compared to what I've done thus far. It's a piece of cake. Li Xin Wu truly believed that he was a god. He truly believed that he could absorb the source of darkness. At that moment, everything changed. The acting skill has been maxed out. The wild card skill has been maxed out. All of the Joker's innate skills increase its power for anyone connected to you. Coursing effect flows however you wish. The combat sense skill has been absorbed by wild card. First off, the acting and wild card skills were mastered. Better yet, the combat sense skill was also absorbed by his wild card skill. When he had first acquired the wild card skill, he had realized that by absorbing his other skills, it allowed him to wield them more naturally and with greater power than before. However, Li Xin Wu didn't feel inspired by it at all. Not only was it not important right now, but why was it leveling up right now? He soon underwent a full-blown change. The monetization skill has become LV10 and has been maxed out. Health and magic have increased by 200. You can now convert your entire body into mana. However, with your talent, you can define yourself however you wish. The skill has been absorbed by wild card. With a body of a mortal, you have dared to define yourself as a god. This is, above all else, an act of rebellion against the gods. The rebellion skill has become LV10 and has been maxed out. All stats have increased by 200. You now have the right to destroy all rules. The rebellion and soul strike skills have been absorbed by wild card. The disguise skill has become LV10 and has been maxed out. A disguise must be so perfect that it fools even oneself. You have realized this truth, and have ultimately become a true Joker. You now have the right to become level 9. All the Joker's innate skills have been absorbed by wild card. In order to master the disguise skill, as well as become a true Joker, one must first fool themselves. While he was able to fool others rather easily, had feigned ignorance, knowingly tying himself down to reason and logic. Only by completely fooling himself could he become a true Joker. The Marner acceleration and high-rank Marner bone skills have become LV10 and have been maxed out. Magic has increased by 500. The two skills have been absorbed by wild card. The high-rank assimilation skill has become LV10 and has been maxed out. Agility and magic have increased by 150. The skill is absorbed by wild card. In an instant, half of his skills had been absorbed by wild card, but Li Xin Wu didn't feel empty at all, because it meant that Li Xin Wu had mastered all of his skills to such an extent that he could use them through wild card now. However, the true change would now begin. Assimilating with the source of darkness. It has now lost its ability to function as the Lake Emperor's life vessel. You have acquired the level 9 Joker's karma. As if his efforts to resist the source of darkness were in vain, Li Xin Wu's body briefly dispersed and assimilated with a source of darkness. Jin screamed, but there was nothing for her to be worried about. He was just in the process of leveling up. There was such a nice tank of mana right before him, so he decided to use that for his level up first. Absorbing the source of darkness magic by assimilating with it. Magic has increased by 2000. You have gained a deep understanding of all abilities that handle bones, and you can now use your abilities even if the medium is not bone. The bone reinforcement, rule of bone, and bone armory skills have been absorbed by wild card. You can now absorb, reinforce, and store all of creation as you wish. All stats have increased by 500. Absorbing the source of darkness magic by assimilating with it. Magic has increased by 1968. The high-rank command skill has become LV10 and has been maxed out. All stats have increased by 50. You have surpassed the limitations of species and mediums, and are now able to command all creation. The skill has been absorbed by wild card. Absorbing the source of darkness magic by assimilating with it. Magic has increased by 278. Absorbing the source of darkness magic by assimilating with it. Magic has increased by 1109. While his existence was being upgraded, he continuously absorbed the source of darkness magic. His form hadn't coalesced yet, so he could just define it as he saw fit. That was, of course, after had fully absorbed the source of darkness. Absorbing the source of darkness magic by assimilating with it. Magic has increased by 1879. It is no longer possible to absorb any more magic. Your soul has reached the maximum capacity. You have become a joker. You can choose whatever form you wish, and are the world's clown. One who can define all of creation as you see fit. You have fooled your own soul and have completely absorbed the source of darkness. Your magic is temporarily increased by 29,873. However, if this magic is not dealt with soon, then you, as well as the world, will be in danger. With a sudden surge of magic, you have, for an extremely short period of time, become a god. However, not only is this unstable and temporary, but if you do not resolve this quickly, then you and all you are connected to will receive negative karma. Li Xin Wu panted. At that moment, Li Xin Wu's body reappeared. He looked similar to how he did before had disappeared, but there was one thing that was different. His existence had become so great that it made breathing difficult for Jin. Xin Wu, are you okay? I'm not okay. I feel sick to my stomach. Li Xin Wu spoke with a haggard expression, and dry heaved. By reaching level 9, leveling up all his skills, and absorbing the source of darkness normally, his magic stat had increased by a whopping 37,327. Compared to before, it was shocking. Since had gotten to level 9 with 12,000 stats to spare one. Li Xin Wu. Joker. Immortal Hunter 25 others. LV9 status effectiveness 400. Strength 5,265, Agility 5,695, Health 5,578, Magic 20,789. Passive Skills Wild Card MAX, Invisible Heart LV4 LV210, Lucky Strike LV7, Soul Seeing Eye LV6. Active Skills High Rank Regeneration LV7, Sacrifice LV1. Elements Darkness MAX, Light MAX, Fire Max. Intermediate Dark Shadow LV3, Intermediate Annihilation Flame LV2, Intermediate Heaven Space LV1, Beginner Shining Flame LV8, Intermediate Dark Flame LV7, beginner fire shadow LV8, high rank water LV4, high rank wind LV3, high rank earth LV3, high rank metal LV4, high rank ice LV1, high rank acid LV4, high rank lightning LV6, absorption LV12. Resistances holy MAX, darkness MAX, light MAX, fire max, beginner shining flame LV1, intermediate dark flame LV1, high rank water LV3, high rank wind LV3, high rank earth LV4, high rank acid LV3, high rank ice LV1, high rank lightning LV5. But the problem was that in spite of his efforts, he still couldn't fully absorb the source of darkness. Had managed to fool himself and absorb the source of darkness, putting it under his control, but that was only temporary. In other words, Li Xin-Wu had acquired an excess of 29,873 magic, and as a result, his stats had surpassed 51,200. He had temporarily become level 10 and had become a god. A god. I really can't eat this thing. Well, I can, but I can't. You get me. I get it. I get it, alright, so don't explain it to me. He knew he wasn't in good shape. Li Xin-Wu's current situation was akin to him eating something until he was full and stubbornly saying that no, I can keep eating. He had kept eating until had gone past his limits and as a result, had managed to eat all of it. But if he were to move, he felt like he'd vomit the source of darkness up, look indescribable, and fall over. I told you not to explain. I have to deal with it. I have to take care of it right away, Li Xin-Wu thought, and soon came up with a good idea. By that point, he was already within the palace's hall. Yeah, in the very same hall where the two level 9 emperors were fighting. Li Xin-Wu could now teleport wherever he wished with but a thought. Unfortunately, this was something that any level 9 could do, so he couldn't waste his magic experimenting with it. What? The source of darkness, my life vessel, did you? Hey boys. Sorry, but I don't have the time to talk with you right now. Rest in peace. Li Xin-Wu swept his hands at the equally shocked Gerald and Jizharnu. That was the end for them. The vampire and the Lich without his life vessel died. He didn't concern himself with their history, their regrets, or their situations. He just mercilessly killed them. What futile deaths. The process was even worse. It was close to a miracle. Li Xin-Wu had so much spare magic to spend that he could perform miracles with a god's power. He could easily deceive and patch up this world's unstable corner. By senselessly using a god's power, magic has permanently decreased by 32. It's not enough. In the midst of that, Li Xin-Wu collected the bones and Pirium that Gerald and Jizharnu had left behind, and widened his eyes. When he thought about it, it truly was outrageous. Originally, Li Xin-Wu had learned not only magic but also innate elements and martial arts. He had reached level 9 and was already at a level where he could easily kill the two emperors. Even though he'd used such an outrageous technique, the penalties went very high. This is nothing. What exactly do I have to do? That's right. A greater miracle. The more people affected by it, the greater the penalty. God herself had explained it. Can't she? The more she influences others' karma, the greater the penalty. Then, let's think, Li Xin-Wu thought. What place could he enact a miracle where the most people would be affected? It was obvious it was none other than the Setoin Plains, where the undead and the humans were fighting their very last battle. Xin-Wu. Jin, I'm going ahead. Before he left for the surface, Jin had rushed out of the cave with speed befitting a child of light. She was just completely shocked. To think he'd killed the two emperors so quickly. When did he even do that? Hey, what exactly did you? I don't have much time, so I'm going ahead. Jin, congratulations on becoming human again. Hufu. Once Head informed her of this, Jin changed. It was such a dramatic, yet natural transformation that Jin had no choice but to accept it. She, a skeleton horse, was in the process of changing into a human. She closed her eyes at her truly miraculous transformation, and at the end of it, had turned into a true human. She opened her eyes, saw Li Xin Wu, and was able to move. Of course, Li Xin Wu had already disappeared from the underground. Damn it. You asshole, you're always so confusing. Ugh, I like it though. Still, I don't like it. Wait, no, I like it, but ugh, who am I even talking to? The sprinter who represented the UK, the blonde and blue-eyed beauty, Jin Taylor. Contrary to when Li Xin Wu had used disguise on her before, she was naked. She pointlessly looked over her beautiful, nude form, and eventually used steel heart to cover herself in metal armor. She had instantaneously become a battle angel, like the ones who came from North European myth, a Valkyrie. Jin meticulously looked over the joints of her armor, and then folded the steel wings on her back. Wait for me, you dumbass partner of mine. She ran like lightning across the underground empire. Jin made it to the surface in just 1 minute. Though by then, everything was over. Stop friendly fire. Li Xin Wu, who've come to the surface, yelled out. Everyone's attention was drawn to the powerful mana he was releasing. Fighting against each other is pointless. Though I was the one who instigated this fight, he thought. There's no need to divide yourself into human and undead. You just briefly went astray due to unfortunate events. Though hating each other for hundreds of years, going astray was a bit much. I'll set you straight. I'll give you another chance so that you can all work together and start anew. Of course, no matter how many chances humans were given, they would eventually fight amongst each other. Therefore, his actions would have no lasting effect, but he couldn't say that this is all for my sake or this is just for show. Those who want to live will live, and those who want to die will die. The righteous will receive, and the unrighteous will lose. Whenever he spoke, Li Xin Wu could feel the bloated mana quickly begin to dissipate. He was quite satisfied. As expected, what he was doing could truly be called a miracle. How did the deceased Sir K return? A dead person has come back. The undead are becoming human. How exactly did he? Sir K has become a god and returned to us to save us. There's no need to doubt. Just graciously accept what you've been given. Stop fighting. You're all in the same position, so hate has no purpose here. He was repeatedly saying such contemptible words that He'd never say in 1,000 years. However, his actions had stopped the fighting, so in a way He'd succeeded. Sir K was definitely an undead. Did he make me human again? They weren't the only ones who'd experienced changes. His subordinates had as well. Dana, who was in the boundary between life and death, hadn't experienced much change, but Shino and Sarah, who were completely undead, were absolutely speechless. Li Xin Wu, what exactly did you finally become a god? Even Sarah kneeled before his miracle. Like the others, she was overcome by the emotions welling up from within her and bowed her head. It didn't really matter that He'd turned his well-planned scenario on its head. After all, a play was the most fun when something unexpected happened. I don't think that'll be enough. Whereas Li Xin Wu, who was performing a miracle, saw his magic rapidly declining to its original values and felt slightly impatient. But if need be, he had a solution ready. He felt like if he were to use the reserve stock of invisible heart and sacrifice, then it'd work out somehow. Moreover, Pirium, yeah, it'll work out if I just use all this as well. Though it was only temporary, Li Xin-Wu was level 10. Li Xin-Wu's instinctual understanding of the world's karma had increased greatly. Thus, he could understand that Pirium was the energy that acted as the very foundation of all karma and was the smallest unit of karma, and that invisible heart was the crystallization of God's power. By using those two to support his miracle, he came to a natural realization, and thus he took another unplanned step forward. By performing a miracle, which is only possible for gods, you have demanded admiration from all. You have acquired the title God's representative. You have fulfilled a portion of the conditions of becoming a god. You have acquired the right to wield divinity. You have learned the fusion element of light and darkness, the chaos element LV1. The chaos element is categorized as divinity and is the most powerful element. It will eventually lead you to creation. Born as a clown, you have become able to overturn the laws of destruction and creation, and you are now prepared to accomplish everything and anything with only the chaos element. All stats have increased by 100. You were able to absorb a portion of the source of darkness. Indigestible magic. Magic has increased by 1597. By acquiring a title and the chaos element, Li Xin-Wu's soul had advanced a step further. If he took into account everything had used up, then he was good. Now Li Xin-Wu had used up all the magic and successfully digested it. He finally got a hold of himself and raised his head. All of creation were subordinating themselves to him. God Li Xin-Wu was level 10 no longer. He was definitely no god. However, the people's gazes remained fixed on him in the sky and they prayed. The people and the once undead did as well. It was just an impromptu performance to rid himself of the excess magic, yet the result was, well, they were giving him so much support that it felt like he was a performer on Broadway. The hell in the end, nothing went my way. It's chaos. If I knew it'd turn out like this, then I wouldn't have gone through all the effort to make the play. Li Xin-Wu looked around with an insufferable expression. Towards Sarah, who was bowing halfway towards him, Shino Rendu, who was outright prostrating himself, Kai Paul, who was looking up with such respect, the stiffened Lloyd and Irian, who couldn't figure out what was going on, Prince, who'd already fainted, Kreischer, who was looking at him with sparkling eyes, Jin, who looked at him with love-struck eyes, Dana, who was long past affection, and looked upon him with reverence, Senior, etc. Xin-Wu, oh, why weren't you there when I wanted to share my joy with you? You have to at least let me thank you. Now he looked at Jin, who was hacking, and looking up at him. Li Xin-Wu finally let his shoulders slump. It felt like he had been brought back to reality. It was as if he was astonished himself, and spoke with a weak voice. I somehow managed to change everyone. Jin, it worked out well for you, right? Can you really say that now? The angered Jin rushed towards Li Xin-Wu. Obviously, those watching Li Xin-Wu rushed towards Jin. At this rate, Jin would get hurt. Li Xin-Wu hurriedly hugged Jin and yelled. His voice was loud enough that it covered the entire world. Stop friendly fire, don't fire, she's an ally. And thus, the curtains were drawn for the Joker's performance. What started as a battle between the humans and the undead had ended in a miraculous unity. The events of the day were the talk of the town and it became known as the most important day on the continent. So, Xin-Wu, what about the Titan? How was it? Was it strong since it was made by me and you? It was really strong, right? You killed the Emperor in one hit with it, right? About that, Kreischer. You know what a MacGuffin is, right? If you don't, then I'll explain it to you. You see, the term MacGuffin originated in the northern mountains of Scotland and was used when capturing lions, but it's actually 1T and he doesn't include the 29,873. Afterword. Hello, this is Toy Car, the one who always comes running in a flash. I'm truly thankful that you've loved and supported Stop Friendly Fire for so long. I feel truly moved for being able to write another afterword like this. I've made many mistakes, had many thoughts, and failed many times. It was truly a long 1 year. No, perhaps I was trapped in an illusion after everyone is a returnee. One always has to honor their original intention, but it doesn't always work out that way. I've made several wrong choices and sometimes I've hated my own work. As an author, that's the worst, and it also disqualifies me as a pro. Nonetheless, I find it fun to write. I have nothing else but writing. This work, Stop Friendly Fire, made me realize that whenever Shin Woo did something ridiculous, I would snicker. I thought about what heroine I'd like to make this time around, and when I made the decision to make Jin a skeleton horse, the heroine, all the other authors aside from me went crazy. That's right. To be honest, Jin became the heroine as soon as I added her in. You all didn't believe me, but I really went with it. As a result, no, let's not talk about it. Before this one, I went through 2 different novels, which were really different for me in a lot of ways, but to be honest, it was just as difficult while writing them. I felt weak as I was writing them, and I had my doubts, like is this right? So I wasn't able to write for a month. You must be asking, then why didn't you stop writing it? To be honest, it was all stuff I'd had stocked up already. But because there were readers who loved and supported me and had their laughs when they read about Shin Woo, I was able to put my love into Shin Woo and the rest of the cast. I was determined to write even better. Because of that, I was able to complete this story. I'm not sure how you feel about this, but I don't think I could've written a different ending. It's an honor if you like the ending. Thank you very much for all the readers who stuck with me to the very end. I was able to keep going because of you. I was given the courage to try something new. My next work will be a bit more bold than before. I've never written something like it before. The pace is a bit slower and the system's gone too. It's the type of story that I want to write. The type of story where the laughs come naturally while I write it. When I let various things go, I found that my hands move themselves. I want to write it, so I'm writing it. But the characteristic of the work I'm not sure if it's going to be published on Montier. In any case, I'll see you again in mid-January, so please wait for me. Once again, I sincerely thank you. Then I'll get going now. Finally, I'll be leaving you with an illustration that Mr. Judun drew for me. The guy's this good looking. End Vol 3 Part 3.